All right, guys, we are finally live. Sorry about that. Sargon was running a little late. We know he runs on Black People time, but that's okay. He is here now. He wasn't sure that this was the real Andrew Anglin. He thought this might have been a troll, but we assured him no, this is the real Andrew, and they have figured that all out. So welcome everyone. I've been planning this debate for a long time. I've been really excited to get Andrew Anglin, the guy who created the Daily Stormer, probably the most censored man of all time, I would say. He's had his website banned. He has to keep changing his domain. If you don't know about him, thedailystormer.com, it was .red and all that. So agree, love or hate the guy, I don't believe he should be censored like that. I think that's totally insane. I believe in free speech. And then we have Sargon of Akkad. So he is, if you don't know Sargon, he's one of the most successful YouTubers, philosophers. He has been wildly successful. He was one of the people who defended me after Charlottesville for getting attacked, which I greatly appreciated. And so we have these two awesome dudes here today to debate. So I wanted them to debate the topic, do white people have a right to self-determination? But when I talked to Sargon before the show, he said he didn't really want to debate alt-right ideas. He wanted to more have a conversation with England. So I'm going to leave it up to them to however they want to have this conversation go. But real quick, gotta plug the merch here. So we have, let's do this. We have new Baked Alaska merch on the merch store. Got to show you this real quick, and then we're going to get right into the debate. So bakedalaska.tv, that is my new merch store. And we have camo hats here. They're pretty dope. I might need to send Sargon one. We got the bright orange here with the camo Supreme logo, and we also have them in red. They're $25. They are a 5-panel hat. I know you guys have been asking for merch for a long time. We also have other designs, and this is how you can help support the broadcast. So anyways, like I said, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I mean, just the thought of getting Andrew Anglin and Sargon in the same room, I don't know what's going to happen. I think it's going to be wild. So why don't we go ahead and Andrew, are you here? Can you start us out?
I'm here, man.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and start out this conversation? And thank you both for being here, by the way. Really appreciate it.
Not a problem.
It's great to be here, man.
Sorry I was late. I honestly thought it was 9 o'clock this started.
So no really worries. Sorry. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to start out by saying that I have been a fan of Sargon's for a long time. I like his material generally. I agree with his critiques of feminism and trannies and Black Lives Matter, etc. The issue is that it's easy to critique, as they say. So I'm not sure that since he's moved into this new thing of attacking the alt-right and then trying to build his own thing, I'm not really sure what direction he's gone in here. So when he debated Richard Spencer, the whole thing was, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions and I want you to answer them immediately. And it was mostly about like the logistics of forming an ethno-state. And so what I walked away from that with was that he was granting the moral premise of white people having a right to exist, but then just saying it's impossible. He did go into briefly about the what is white, that whole bit, which I don't think anyone wants to go through again, but I mean, we can do that if he chooses. But even that led into like, well, how would you figure out who was white? So it was a logistical question. So I guess my question to start with for Sargon would be, do you grant the moral premise that white people have a right to their own country, and you're just saying that it's impossible to make that happen?
Like
That's the
I
question.
said at the beginning that I didn't really want to debate the talking points because there's no point.
Well, then what do you want to talk about?
Let me explain, right?
Wait, hold up. You agreed to a debate. I mean, and then you
I really want to talk to Andrew. Okay?
So you just show up to a debate and you don't want to debate, though?
Not really. There's no. It seems unproductive.
Why didn't you contact
I'll explain
me or send me an email? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I don't know how to contact. Sorry, contact Andrew?
No, contact me. We've been emailing back and forth.
Yeah, because you were in contact with Andrew.
I know. So if you didn't want to debate, you should have emailed me and said, "Hey, I don't really want to debate. Can we have a different sort of dialogue?" But go ahead.
Like a topic or anything. So when you said debate, I just figured you mean talk about things from different perspectives.
Okay, go ahead and talk.
That's what we can do. I'm not trying to have an aggressive debate. I'm just interested.
Well, okay, let me talk a second.
I think it's a good starting point. What I just said, that you went straight to logistics, and I wondered
I'll address it if I can.
Premise of race realism, and then the moral right of white people. So go ahead.
Okay, listen, right. The problem that I have with anything that the alt-right says when it comes to the concept of an ethno-state is that it is trying to strip away the ethnic heritage that I have inherited. Do you understand that?
What I don't understand that. No. Oh, is it the thing that you're a quadroon?
No,
that's not true, Sargon, is it?
It is absolutely true.
I don't think that's true. I saw your parents in a video, Sargon. Come on, let's announce in this big Alaska stream that's bullshit.
Andrew,
because I saw your parents. Your parents, Sargon. There's no way that's true.
I don't care about your opinion on that. It really doesn't matter to me.
But it's not really an opinion. Right? It's an observation.
Of course it's an opinion. Andrew, listen, right? Look, I thought we'd be able to have an honest conversation because as far as I'm concerned...
well, I'm being honest.
Stop
ahead. We'll get back to the
stop being defensive and let me speak. Look, I'm not here to attack you, okay? As far as I'm concerned, you are the only honest person in the entire alt-right. So I actually, of all of the people in the alt-right, respect you the most. You are living the most honest version of your principles. And it is seeing you being, as Baked Alaska said, and I think rightfully so, the most persecuted and suppressed person in modern times. This is what you get for being honest. Don't get me wrong.
That is true.
I don't agree with your principles. I don't agree with the conception that you're talking about. When I said my ethnic heritage, I mean as an Englishman. If you think I'm giving up 800 years of fight against tyranny from the point we are now in an individualist state with civic nationalism where I as a citizen get to have control over my government, and if you think I'm giving that up for anything, you're wrong. That is the English heritage. The idea that you think I'm just going to give that away is insane. I don't give a fuck about immigrants. All right, I don't give a fuck. That is never going. I'd never agree with that. Right?
No, what does that have to do with anything?
Listen, I'm not interested in discussing the hypotheticals, right? Because, like I said, we're not going to agree on this. You guys are okay with getting rid of that. I'm not.
Getting rid of what?
Civic nationalism.
Like rights? I mean, I read.
Yes, like rights.
No, I don't want to take anybody's rights away.
Sargon. Of course you do.
Sargon.
Okay,
no,
now,
I don't.
Now I think you're not being honest, Andrew. You've got on your website. You've got race war and the Jewish problem. Come on, don't lie to me. Don't pretend.
That
you can.
No, I'm not lying. Let me say my thing. Sargon. I am an American nationalist. I believe in the principles of the United States Constitution and this country, my country. I'm not there right now, but the United States, as it was formed, which was as a white nationalist country. Our entire history, the writings of Thomas Jefferson and the other founding fathers, this was a white nationalist country. We had laws enforcing white nationalism in the United States of America. That's what I believe in, Anything else about, civic ideals, this is all peripheral. What I believe in is the right of white people to have self-determination. That is the core ideal here, and anything else is just at the side of that. It's not primary.
Okay, well, this is again where I disagree with you, but I'm not interested in discussing the ins and outs. I really just want to like talk to you and understand you, because
okay,
I mean,
but that's the core of it. So that's what needs to be talked about. Stuff to do with rights. And so on. I mean, that's unrelated to the core concept.
If you
listen, okay, let me explain.
Wait, no, I need to explain something here. First, you said you don't want to debate. Now you don't want to discuss. I mean,
I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions.
If you have, I mean, you're getting paid $8,000 a month on Patreon for you to represent your fans, your people's ideas. You need to represent. Yet you're not getting paid $8,000 on Patreon.
No, just the reason that you're giving.
I can pull up your page.
I'm getting paid by people on Patreon because I produce videos that they like to watch.
Okay, so you're not.
I'm not being paid to be here.
You don't talk in your videos about, I want to have a conversation. I mean, I hear that all the time from you, but it seems like you don't want to.
I would love to have a conversation now. If you guys would stop being so defensive, I'm not going to try and.
If Andrew asks,
go ahead, say your thing.
If Andrew asks you a question and everything he asks, you just say, I don't want to have a discussion about it. I mean,
look,
you're dodging.
Listen.
Just say your opinion on it.
Look, we already disagree. We know we disagree, right? I'm not really.
I've never.
There's no.
I don't know what actually, you just said. You agree with Andrew on a lot of things. So why don't you say what you agree with him on and what you disagree with him on?
Well, many things, anyway.
Well, we need to get to the heart of the disagreement. And the heart of the disagreement is whether or not white people deserve their own countries. That's the only real discussion here. Once we've granted that and we've decided that, everything else can come from that and be determined based on that initial premise that we have a moral right and a biological right to exist as a people and determine our own future in our own countries. That's the idea here at the core of all of this. And as I understand it, you disagree with that. And in your conversation with Spencer, it was all about logistical disagreements about creating that.
I've already explained that. I've literally just.
I don't want to do the logistics thing.
I'm not talking about the logistics thing. I'm talking about the moral principle of giving up my power over my government, which is inevitable.
What does that have to do with anything?
Did you even listen to what Spencer was
the original America that you look at Thomas Jefferson and these figures in American history? This was a white nationalist country. That's what I'm talking about. That's all.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying,
my argument.
Do you know why that you aren't a white nationalist country now?
Because of a change in immigration laws.
No,
that allowed people to flood in.
The reason fundamentally is because white nationalist values are in conflict with liberal values. The values your country was founded on are contradictory to the values you're trying to espouse.
That's not true, Sargon. It existed. What we are talking about is something that existed,
which is why
you all your John Locke stuff. This happened in a white nationalist country. Every country was not racially nationalist historically, and all of these philosophers who came up with these ideas. I mean, do you think Locke would have wanted Britain flooded with Africans and Pakistani rape gangs? Do you think this is what he would have been like? Yeah, thumbs up to that. We need more Pakistanis.
Look, man. Look, I expected you to be able to let me speak without interrupting me, right? I honestly, I'm not.
Don't do that. Let me speak thing. Just speak, and I'll
well, you're not letting me speak. And this is the thing, right? I came in here thinking, right, I'm actually going to have an honest conversation with Andrew here because, like, you promote neo-Nazism all the time, not just Nazism, really, isn't it? Like you, and the thing is, this is why I feel that you are the most honest person in the alt-right, because, like, talking to Millennial Woes, he's almost quoting word for word from Mein Kampf, and then he claims he hasn't read it. And it's like, okay, imagine that he hasn't read it. It just so happens he happens to have fallen into that ideology of his own accord. He's thought himself into it, and that's fine if that's what you want. But don't tell me that you're not a Nazi if you're like just quoting from Mein Kampf. And I thought you were going to say, well, yeah, I am a Nazi.
Sargon. No, the Nazi term, what does it mean? I mean, what does that mean to you when somebody says Nazi?
A racial nationalist, a racial supremacist, even.
Yeah, well, according to that definition, I would be. I don't have any desire to resurrect, Nazi regalia and go back to, National Socialism, we would talk about in a historical context. I don't have any desire to fly swastika flags and dress up in costumes and so on.
Yeah, but
maybe I have a desire to do that, but I wouldn't do it.
Okay, so you've got the desire.
It's the same.
Same ideology. That's the thing, though, isn't it?
But based on that premise, it would be the same ideology of historical America, though. So, I mean, we have historical Europe. Why were the Muslims kept out? Why were the Muslims kept? Why did they fight a war with them?
Because they would have been dangerous to a liberal world order. That's why.
Are they not dangerous now, Sargon?
Oh, they absolutely are.
I mean, is this not dangerous? What's going on in Sweden? What's going on in your country with these rape gangs? It seems to be dangerous.
I agree with you.
So why are they not being kept out? Because of values and because you don't want to be Nazis?
It doesn't why? You've been fighting this culture war for long enough. It's the far left.
Okay, so then what are we arguing about?
We're arguing about whether you actually stand for what you claim to stand for. And I thought you did.
That's what I stand for.
Look, right. The thing is, I honestly thought you were going to say, you know what? Yeah, race war now, gas the kikes, right? And I look forward to Christy Winters taking that.
Whoa, Sargon. Keep it.
No, listen. Listen, right?
I know you like calling people white N-words, but
oh yeah, I'm a big fan.
That was good, Sargon. I thought you were getting it together there. No, go ahead.
Do you not understand that, like, if you say that you aren't for these things and you spend all of your time promoting these ideals, then you're cutting to my morality. Ethno-nationalism.
Which things are you talking about? I just said I was for ethno-nationalism.
Yeah, but how does that be different from the
primary principle? The primary principle. Well, why is it different from National Socialism? Okay, I mean, it's a complicated discussion to talk about National Socialism. Can't we just talk about the idea itself rather than tying it to Nazis?
Sure,
I mean, that's a pretty basic.
The thing is, I'm not judging you for being a Nazi.
Okay.
I mean, you can't possibly think that the regular person looks at the Daily Stormer and thinks these people probably aren't Nazis.
Okay, well, I don't really want to. I don't care if you call me a Nazi. Everybody calls me a Nazi.
Don't care. Don't care. Embrace it. This is what I said. I remember.
Okay, we're not having a discussion about this subject.
Saying the same thing. Yeah, but listen. You have to understand. Every time you try to appeal to my morality, that's you cucking towards your own. In your mind, surely the most important thing is the survival of the white race.
Let's get back on track here. Let's talk about white people having a right to their own country or not. Why does every other people on the planet have a right to their own country and white people do not? Instead, every other people has a right to access white people. They are guaranteed a right to access white people.
Yeah, then I'm not for open borders.
Okay,
I'm not for open borders.
What are you arguing for? What is the idea? I read your thing, and it's like, okay, it just looks like, a not very sophisticated version of a basic liberal ideology. Like somebody who just read the Declaration of Independence and been asked to write down.
So when an SJW says, "Well, you're like the alt-right," I can say, "No, I'm actually completely different," and they are opposed to the things that I want. And it's okay to oppose these things. I mean,
you're not even saying what that is that I'm opposing. I oppose this ban on collective organization, which doesn't even make sense to me. That you have individual rights, but the individual does not have the right to organize as a collective.
I've never said people can't organize.
Well, you've included in there a weird thing that all of this just seems to be trying to build a post hoc ideology on not racist, but all this other stuff that you want to promote as far as the culture. Just going back to the 1990s. I mean, what are we talking about here?
I'm not saying we need to go back to any time. We can't go back anywhere. I'm saying going forward, these are the principles that I would like to see upheld. And ethno-nationalism is a violation of these principles. It's going to undermine.
How is it a violation of these principles? When we're talking about rights, these were all created.
You know what you were saying I did to Richard Spencer? You're currently doing that to me. So let's, like I said, look, I'm not trying to paint you as a bad person. Okay, so let me ask you a question. You know, the Atlantic did the article on you, which obviously you must know that. How accurate did you find that?
Not very. It was a surreal experience because some of it was accurate and some of it was just totally made up in a bizarre way.
Which parts were made up, or like anything off the top of your head that? Because I'm genuinely curious.
Okay, well, I don't want to make this about me, Sargon. We're talking about ideology here.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Look, we're never going to agree on this. You know, what you're asking for is a fundamental contradiction. So I'm just
what you've said doesn't make any sense, Sargon. What you've said does not.
It makes
perfect sense.
You can still talk about things.
Okay, so you're saying that the ideology that was created, ideology that was created by people who lived in ethnostates is not compatible with ethnostates. That does not make sense.
Live in ethnostates now, Andrew.
Okay, so you're saying that the 1965 Immigration Act was because of Thomas Jefferson's ideology, that they just decided to open the borders to a bunch of people who were not in the country, did not belong in the country because of the classical liberalism? Is that the argument?
I don't know about your 1965 Immigration Act. I would have to go and look that up. I don't know who made it.
This was the immigration before 1965 was white men of good character, and it was changed by primarily Jewish lawmakers and lobbyists to allow in all of these non-white people into our country. And you're saying that that's because of
I'm saying I don't know why that was, but I'm saying that your civil rights movements were absolutely the result of the ideology that the United States was founded on.
Okay, so you do not believe that there is any way that white people can have their own countries because it violates what specifically?
It violates the civic rights of the non-white people living in these countries. And once you've agreed to start violating rights, it's going to be a short step between their rights and someone else's rights being violated. It's not good to allow your government to start violating rights. We call that.
Okay, so if those people were not already in the country, then it would be consistent with your values.
I don't think that anyone has a right to come into anyone else's country. Okay, listen, right? I don't believe that anyone has a right to come into anyone else's country. Going into someone else's country is a privilege. The problem that you have is that in 1965, apparently that was a privilege that was granted to a lot of non-white people. That's your problem, right? And that's accurate, yeah? You don't disagree?
It was a privilege that was granted to these people. I mean, allowing these people into my country was a form of fraud. It was not voted on. It was done unilaterally by the government in an attempt to undermine the United States of America. That is the fact.
Was it done by Democrats, just out of interest?
It was done. Yeah, it was done by Democrats. It was done by Jews. It wouldn't
surprise me. In this country, it was done by Labour. And it was done specifically. And there was I can't remember who wrote it, but there was a biography of Tony Blair that alleged that Blair knew that he was doing it for votes. And it was apparently he forbade any of the members of the Labour Party saying it publicly, which you obviously would have to. And so, yeah, the problem isn't, as far as I'm concerned, the problem is with the far left, and not just the far left either, but basically being greedy for votes and being short-sighted.
So this is kind of like a Christian Scientist or a Rastafarian who gets like an injury and they can't go to the hospital is basically would be the analogy for what you're saying. You agree that all these people are hurting our countries, but you just think it's impossible to remove them because
people are hurting our countries,
of an ideology or a philosophical perspective, which I don't understand that. I mean, we could go into that of why, what idea of the human being is. What is your idea of the human being in the universe?
If I let some fascist government start taking over and start taking away people's rights, you can bet that they're going to take away mine.
Okay, so this is projecting something into the future that we have no idea about.
No, we do
These people,
absolutely have an idea of that. We've got
what we
lots of
need to
historical
do
examples
is
of this.
establish the reality that we have a moral right to self-determination, and that these other people who have invaded our countries do not have a right to live in our countries and feed off of us.
The problem is you can't characterize it as an invasion if you invite them in.
I didn't invite them in.
Yeah, but you're
This
happy
was
to
an act of
collectivize
war.
it, we.
This was an
But as
act
soon
of
as,
war.
as soon as it's opening up the borders, suddenly it's not we anymore.
Well, it was not we. The people of the United States, if they would have said, hey, we're going to open up the borders to a bunch of third world people, and they're going to slowly replace and displace you, and then we're going to attack you and call you names and take you out of your job, and have people physically attacking you on the street if you disagree with it. Nobody would have agreed to that. Nobody would have agreed to that.
I know. That's why in Britain they had to do the same thing and keep it secret. It's a tremendous betrayal of trust of the electorate.
It's an act of war. It's a treasonous act of war. So what does it mean it's not
you can call it treasonous, perhaps, but it's certainly not an act of war.
It is an act of war. No one's
declared war on us. No, and that's hysterical, right? But this is like I said,
what do you call these rape
characterization of what's happened here? And I don't mind agreeing to disagree with you, because I honestly, right, we've been going back and forth, what, 3-4 years now? Yeah. You know, I'm actually kind of like an old enemy. I'm kind of actually finally, happy to talk to you in the flesh. It's like, this is just interesting. I'm not ever going to change your mind on this, surely, and you're not going to change mine.
No, that's not the point.
There's no point in us going down this road. I honestly, I want to just hear about you. Because I think that, like, if anything in that Atlantic article was true, you've had.
Look, Sargon, you're not going to fucking analyze me here, buddy.
I'm not trying to analyze you.
We're doing a conversation about ideology. Okay, that's what we're doing.
Okay,
we're going to discuss my ideology in contrast with yours. This is not about some kind of you do Freud on me, okay? We're not. No, Andrew. What we're talking about is ideas.
I'm not in any way trying to undermine you, right? I mean, for example, I would love to hear. Was it true that you lived in a Philippine jungle?
I don't know what you're doing.
No, I know.
That is true.
I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Yes, we can have that conversation some other time, Sargon. We've got a bunch of people listening to this that want to have a conversation about political ideology and specifically the contrasts between your liberalist program and my white nationalist program.
They're going to disagree with you.
No. It's not about trying to agree with each other. It's about presenting our arguments in contrast to one another so that the audience can absorb that and make a determination about what they believe about what we both believe. That's the purpose of these type of discussions. You can call me up privately and I can tell you about my life. I mean, we can do that. Sure.
Well, honestly, I think I'd probably end up getting in trouble if I had some sort of regular conversation with you. I'm probably going to get in trouble for this conversation. So
you think it's that bad?
Yeah, but like I said, I kind of respect you. So this is why I wanted to talk to you. I like I said, I thought you were the only honest person in the alt-right. So I am. I think that
I'm not really. I mean, everybody's honest.
I don't think they are. I think a lot of people don't have the courage of their own convictions.
Let's take this one step at a time. What do you not think people are honest about?
I just said, I don't think they have the courage of their own convictions. For example, do you see violence being part of the solution that you're looking for?
Force would have to be, but I mean this is like a logistical problem.
But no, like it's not just logistical. It's also moral. Okay. So, I mean, like, this is the thing. If you sit here and tell me that violence isn't going to be part of your proposed plan, I'm going to call you a liar. And I don't want to call you a liar. I said, you can
say that we can have a discussion. I've said that force will be necessary. State force will be necessary at some point. But once we've made the decision that we have a right, once white people have said we have a right to our own countries, we're going to act on that, then the amount of violence that happens is up to the people that are here. I mean, it's up to them to decide what happens, because we're going to say, can you please leave? Okay, we're not going to start rounding people up immediately. This will be a process. Look, Sargon, the country has been changed. Wait, let me finish. The country has been changed. The demographics have been changed through state policy. It can be fixed through state policy. And also this point about violence. Okay, there's violence now, Sargon. If we're going to add up the amount of suffering, okay, if we want to do like a mathematical equation,
go on.
If we're going to do a mathematical equation here of the amount of suffering, there is more suffering with these people in our countries, and that goes on for eternity. I mean, that goes on forever. Generations of Muslims and black people are going to keep committing acts of violence. We know that. So that is an infinity of suffering, okay? And the amount of people who are going to physically resist being removed, who are going to have to be, tasered, okay? That is not even
shot.
This is a very. Why would they be shot? Why would they be shot instead of tasered?
Because they will be resisting you with guns.
Who?
The people you are trying to remove with force.
How? Okay, look. I mean, this is again this logistics discussion, but I guess this is what's important.
This isn't a logistics
discussion. You don't want to have the discussion about the moral premises here.
Yeah, but that is a moral premise. Do you think that it's right for the government to shoot people who simply don't want to be ejected from their lawfully gained homes?
Who's shooting?
Like you, when you are controlling a government. I'm genuinely disappointed, Andrew. Fuck.
Yeah, I know. You wanted me to say some crazy shit so you can play it.
Well, you
like
say crazy shit every day on your website.
Yeah, but it's it's tongue in cheek. It's joking.
Is it?
Look,
that's a shame. Because the mainstream doesn't think it's tongue in cheek. And I honestly thought that you were kind of standing by.
Are you really giving the mainstream media credit for getting anything right, Sargon?
Some things, not everything, obviously.
Okay, so if we're gonna do logistics, okay,
no, we're not doing logistics. We're talking about the moral.
What you're talking about is logistics. This is the morality of logistics.
Is it right, Andrew? Listen, right? Is it right for the government to shoot lawful property owners?
Okay, we're not going to shoot anybody.
That's what it's going to come. Yeah, you are. This is why
we can tase them. Most of these people don't even own any property. They live in Section 8 housing.
Don't tase me, bro.
We're going to tase these bros. We're going to tase these bros.
Tasing bros. Nationalism.
Look,
now.
we can use knockout gas. I mean, we can do all kinds. We can use guns that shoot nets.
Gatling guns.
Tranquilizer darts.
That doesn't change the morality of this. Is it moral for the government to say, yeah, we're going to protect your right to come to our country and then buy property, become citizens, and then we're going to take that away? Is that moral?
You would accept? Is that moral? What is immoral is having our right to exist taken away from us. Okay, rather than breaking this down,
is it moral or not to have the government do that?
Is it moral or not to have the government take people's property away? They should be compensated for it. Okay, we can compensate these people for their property. Most of them do not own property. Most of them live in government housing.
This is honestly why I'm disappointed.
They can be compensated. Because of my logistics.
Listen, no, it's not about logistics, right? This is about being true to your own principles.
This is a logistical
discussion. Let me explain, right? So if I thought that protecting the white race was the most important thing that could possibly be done, I would have no moral compunction with any of this. In fact, I would consider this to be a necessary evil in the process of continuing the moral good that I was currently putting into practice. That you are cucking to my morality is scary, because I thought
my morality has never been to kill people randomly. That is a sadistic position.
No, listen, I'm not saying this isn't random. It's not random at all. Listen, it's not random. It's just the difference, right? I thought that Richard Spencer would be the sort of the face that he in his fancy world he's going to be leading the revolution. I thought he'd be the kind of Robespierre. He's going to get shot in the back of the head by someone like you, and it turns out it's not going to be someone like you. It turns out that I thought you were going to be hardcore.
You're constructing I know you wanted me to be that. You want to make us out to be
I
monsters.
would have respected it. Yeah,
that you've written.
I would have
I've seen
respected.
stuff you've written. You want to go to your people and say, look, these people are
I'm not
monsters.
going to anyone.
They just want to kill a bunch of people. Look, okay,
I don't think anyone wants to kill anyone, right? I'm sure.
Then what are you saying?
Listen, right?
Without killing them.
No, it's about having some spine, right? I'm absolutely certain that every revolutionary who's ever thought I'm going to conduct this revolution wanted it to be over as quickly and bloodlessly as possible for many reasons, not just humanitarian ones, right? But unfortunately, real life doesn't operate like that. And so you have to ask yourself, do you have the nerve to do what needs to be done? And I thought you were going to say, yes, I have the nerve to do that.
Okay, look. Right now, the situation that we have was created through policy. We can use policy to reverse this. Force was used in making this situation happen now. There are Muslim rape gangs.
Policy. You just described it.
Yeah, but there's force involved in that policy. These people behave in a way that involves violence.
Yeah, but it's not part of the policy to make them be violent. It's all done on the assumption that they won't be violent.
This is a semantic issue. The policy implies violence. The policy causes violence. That's an extension of the policy. If you pass a policy that you know is going to, I mean, look, my policy of removing these people does not necessitate violence. It necessitates removing them. And yes, of course, there's a possibility that somebody can go crazy with a gun and you have to shoot them because it's not just enough to tase them. Okay, that's possible. But that is not a policy. I'm not saying I'm not setting a policy that says you go out and shoot somebody and take their home. I'm setting a policy that says these people have to be removed. Okay, that's the policy.
Man, Antifa have
any violence that happens is any violence that happens is on the part of the people who don't want to leave. So it's the same thing, that policy of bringing people in, that results in violence. And you can say that violence that these people commit, I mean, they're just killing people, these Mexicans constantly. Okay. And we have Muslim rape gangs. You have Muslim rape gangs. So
yeah. This is why I said this is a failure of the British state. We're allowing this to happen. We would have far less rape gangs if we don't do anything about it. Oh, are you kidding me? I absolutely want the state to do something about rape gangs.
So would you admit that there would be no more rape gangs if there were no more Muslims?
Yes, there would be no Muslim rape gangs if there were no Muslims. That's correct.
Yes. So your morality is a form of justification of Muslim rape gangs.
That's a good hot take, Andrew.
Well, I mean, that's what it is, man. I mean, you can't really, you can laugh, but what you're saying is I am creating a moral justification for Muslim rape gangs, because they would go away if you had the spine to say, we have a right to exist. We have a right to exist in our own country. We have a moral right to self-determination.
You're right, Andrew. If I ethnically cleanse the Muslims, then Muslim rape gangs would go away. That's true.
Okay, ethnically cleanse. You know, you could do this over a period of time.
How would that still not be an ethnic cleansing?
The majority of people would leave the country. It would be an ethnic cleansing. I'm not saying that it's not an ethnic cleansing.
Call me up on saying it's an ethnic cleansing. I know the definition the alt-right's using. You're using it in the same way.
Implying with ethnic
no,
cleansing.
You're just.
I mean, that term is used in a certain way. We have to talk about Richard Spencer's peaceful ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, I mean, this honestly, man, I swear, I feel like I'm disappointed about this, because I was going to bring that up to you. I was going to be like, well, at least we can agree that Richard Spencer's talking shit. It ain't going to be a peaceful ethnic cleansing. Let's be honest with ourselves. But
look,
okay.
As far as let's take a specific thing here. As far as the Mexicans in the United States, if you took away their right to work and their welfare and their right to rent, by requiring some kind of technological scan system of an ID,
okay,
in order to apply for a job.
We're chipping every citizen,
but you would find no. You would just require ID and enforce it for people to work in areas that had high numbers of illegal immigrants.
Right. Okay.
So if you did that, if you outlawed working, you outlawed welfare, and you outlawed renting property, the overwhelming majority, more than 95% of Mexicans would leave. Okay, just based on that.
Well, I agree that some of them would leave. Do you think that crime rates might go up?
What do you mean? Whose crime rate?
Mexican crime rates.
Oh, Mexican crime rates. I don't know. They're so high. Who cares? I mean,
I think that if you think they're high now, you wait until you ban them from working or having property or getting any kind of income. You are going to see a phenomenal crime rate from the Mexicans.
Well, then you would just arrest them for committing crimes and deport them.
So have to resist. So
but this logistics, they're not going to have to all be shot. This is like
the logistics of what you're proposing is going to necessitate moral decisions.
Okay, but the morality here is the people's right to exist in the United States, the American people's right to exist. That is the primary moral imperative.
Yes, which is why you shouldn't be cucking to my morality at all.
Sargon, stop saying that. I know you're trying to get like,
every single time you go, well, I mean, it's you saying, it is bad to start shooting people, and just skip that. Just go straight to the whatever's past the but. I'm not doing it. If you think like I'm going to have a lower opinion of you because you're honest about what you believe, you're wrong.
I'm being honest, Sargon. When you keep saying that, what you're implying is that I'm sadistic and just want to kill a bunch of people.
No, I don't think Hitler was sadistic, okay? I don't think Adolf Hitler was a sadistic man. I think he was kind to dogs. He was a vegetarian. He was against smoking, right? He's not a sadistic man, but saying, the German people are more important than any individual German means you then open the door to literally everything is less moral than that. And as soon as anything is less moral than that, then suddenly almost anything is permissible. I mean, I know that you probably don't think the Holocaust happened, but I disagree with you on that. So,
okay, I don't want to have that discussion. We can save that.
It's not worth having that discussion.
But I mean, if it's just a logistical thing, and you think that the white
it's
race
a moral thing. I've just explained it to you. Come on,
but it's the morality of logistics, Sargon. You should write a book called that. You should write a book.
Apparently in the chat,
if I ever wrote a book,
morality tour.
Sargon, you are the new hero of the alt-right. They're saying "Hail Sargon 1488" in the chat. So, you might have a new fan base here. Apparently, you love Hitler. It's pretty awesome.
Don't think he was like a sadistic man, at least personally, anyway.
Right.
This is the problem with putting the rights of a collective above the rights of an individual. The rights of the individual become less important than the rights of the collective. And whoever's making the decisions for the people, whether it's a communist, whether it's a fascist, whether it's an Islamist, whoever it is, they start getting to decide who is one of the people and who isn't. And it's amazing how suddenly people who were part of the people one day, as soon as they voice an objection to this person, they're not one of the people anymore, and suddenly their rights don't matter because you're defending the rights of the people, which are more important than anything else. This is why genocides happen under collectivist regimes. And what do you want me to say? I'm not for that.
I mean, we're abstracting this to the point of
no. This is concrete. Do you want me to start giving you examples that you can?
It's not concrete. Come up with
absolutely is concrete, and it's inevitable. No, there's a reason that every communist and like the Nazi regime produced genocides. There is a reason for it. That's the moral reason, because the paramount ethical construct is the race. But you can use that to victimize members of the race. It's amazing to me that anyone can agree with this. But the thing is, I think this is just a product of fear, isn't it? Because really, the alt-right is deeply afraid for the future of white people. Is that not true?
Look.
No, just answer my question, man. Stop trying to dodge. Just answer.
It's not wrong for me to say. You call me out on dodging after this conversation we just had?
I'm not dodging anything. I've
Come
addressed
on.
your points completely saliently.
You have not addressed any of my points. You have brought
Literally,
everything back
anyone
to logistics.
watching this can tell I've just addressed what you
Straight
said.
to the logistics. Nobody can tell that, Sargon.
I'm
not
talking about the logistics. Maybe. I don't know how to explain this to you any other way.
Everything goes back to logistics.
No,
you're saying white people should have a right to exist, but they can't have a right to exist because Jews schemed to bring a bunch of brown people in, and now they're here, and there's nothing we can do about it, so we just have to live with it because it would be immoral to remove them. That's I mean, as I understand it, that's a summary of your argument. You said you don't agree with mass immigration, but they did this to us, our governments. I mean, whether you want to say the Jewish people,
we can't have policies that encourage people to leave. I'm not saying that we can't do that, right? I mean, there are lots of policies that we can implement that will be in favor of. Listen. No, it's just you don't understand. Okay, that's all this comes down to. I'm genuinely trying to explain it in clear terms.
We have not to exist. What is the reason that we do not have a right to do whatever is necessary to ensure our own existence? Okay, because what you're however you want to explain this. Let me finish. However you want to explain this, you end up in a situation where white people no longer exist because they've been overrun by brown people.
That is
white people as a culture. I mean, this is dying.
Hysterical.
This is dying.
No,
it's hysterical. Okay,
yes, you're being. This is a hysterical position.
Bring me back down to earth, Sargon. Bring me back
down. I'm really trying, but you keep interrupting me. Listen,
go. You're the victim.
You will find yourself killing white people. Do you understand that?
No, I don't understand that, Sargon.
There will be people who are white who will violently oppose you in your removal of non-white elements from your societies, right? You will have to kill these people. Okay. And you will sit there and say, as you are shooting white people in the head, this is for the white race. This is so there are more white people on the planet, and you will blow someone's brains out, or at least you would if you had a spine. This is why collectivism is bad.
Everybody sees that you're trying to just force this into some kind of death squad roundups, when in actual fact,
you've already agreed that it's going to require violence. You've already agreed to all of this. Again, stop appealing to my morality.
Require as much violence as these people want to cause.
Yes, and they will want to cause quite a lot.
People want to cause.
They will want to cause quite a lot. Imagine if the government was taken over by black people and they were like, right, we're going to get rid of all the white people in the United States. Do you not think that the white people would feel justified in resisting?
If they were in Africa, they didn't resist. They didn't resist in South Africa. They just got slaughtered.
Right, okay, maybe we shouldn't do that.
Maybe we shouldn't have black people, okay? Because what do you think? Let me ask you a direct question. What do black people provide to society? Because I guess we've granted all this after your thing with what's his name, Kraut. We're not discussing race realism anymore, right? So do you think black people provide anything at all to Western society?
You want me to evaluate the collective good of black people?
Yes.
I mean, I can give you individual examples. Is that satisfactory?
The collective.
Right. Okay.
Black people as a whole.
Okay. What do you mean then? Like, what have white people provided?
White people provide everything. White people work and create things.
Right. So when I'm reading a book by Thomas Sowell, is that a black people thing?
That's one guy.
Right, but is that not good enough?
No, it's not good enough.
Right, but I'm enjoying something that black people like. What about music? What about art? If I'm enjoying something a black person has created, is that satisfactory to you as a contribution to society?
An individual is not a collective group of people. Okay, I thought this was your whole thing. So
yes, I agree with you.
So this is an entire group of people who are, on the whole, if you look at them, they are a useless group of people. Would you agree to that?
This is why collectivism is bad. Because suddenly Thomas Sowell isn't even a black person now. according to you. I can't read one of his books and go, right, this is a contribution from the
I
black
thought race
people.
didn't exist, and you. How do you know? How do you
Oh,
know
no,
that
no,
Thomas
you're changing the
How
subject.
do you know Thomas Sowell?
Look, Andrew, the thing is, that's a ridiculous question that you're asking, and it was so easily refuted.
You kept asking Spencer that. Oh, the original question. No,
I mean, black people as a whole. Everybody knows. It's not part of my plan.
Well, your plan is to have a bunch of black people laying around in society and committing crimes and living off welfare.
It's not.
That's not a good plan.
It's actually not. I mean, I actually really agree with Sowell on this. I think it's the welfare state that did this.
The morality of logistics. The morality of logistics defends this. I mean, this is encompassed.
There is no such thing as the morality of logistics, but logistical decisions will force you to make moral decisions.
Okay, well, that's called.
It doesn't even matter. If we want to talk about the base principles, I've already explained twice now, and Thomas Sowell, in fact, would be the third time I've explained this. This is the problem with collectivism. You can't seem to understand that, like, it creates injustices.
Maybe I just don't understand. Maybe it's just that I don't understand that white people don't have a right to exist, that we should just be overrun by all of these people because of the morality of logistics.
Listen, every person has a right to exist.
Sargon, have you even read Heidegger?
I haven't. Because he said that every person hasn't got a right to exist.
Well, what he said is that human existence has a deeper meaning than this mathematical equation that you've presented as the meaning of existence, that we should base our morality off of a mathematical equation as to who is going to suffer. And I think that's that's an underlying philosophical difference.
Have you even read Siege, Sargon? Have you read Siege, Sargon?
Do you mind not interrupting, man?
Have you read Siege?
Do you mind not interrupting? Is that okay? Yeah, I'm trying to have a conversation with Andrew.
All right.
So, was he a German? I take it.
He was German, yes.
Yeah. There's a reason as an Anglo I don't listen to the Germans.
Yeah, no, I think that's kind of, I mean, we could go into that, but
how many times do the Germans have to ruin Europe before we stop listening to their ideas? Just out of interest.
Well, how many rape gangs do we have to have in Britain
before we
stop listening to the British?
German ideas are terrible.
So no, I mean, I think that we have to kind of go back to
we were fighting the Germans because of their ideas long before Muslim rape gangs appeared. Just so you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Germans have some pretty good ideas, but
that's the problem.
What you're arguing is specifically British.
Yeah,
this empiricism and this mathematical way to look at human beings.
That founded your nation. Yeah, the Anglosphere. Why you speak English? Sitting there and saying, you know what, we should adopt German ideas is a bad idea for an Anglo country.
That's not really very helpful.
It's incredibly true, though.
Well, I don't know, Sargon. If Hitler would have won the war, whatever you think of Hitler, we wouldn't be in this situation now. You wouldn't be making videos about blue-haired feminists and trannies if Hitler had won the war. I think we'd all be a lot better off. I think our kids would be a lot better off.
You honestly think that bourgeois Nazis wouldn't be insufferable pricks too? Holy shit! Hitler hated the bourgeois nationalists. He thought they were just like the alt-right. You know, they were just wusses. They were completely, and they had no way of connecting to the mass of the people. He had some points there.
Maybe, but I mean, the point is, we wouldn't have all this weird shit going on. We wouldn't have rape gangs. We wouldn't have trannies. We wouldn't have people cutting their dicks off. Children getting injected with hormones to change their
failed
gender.
Economies and things like this. We'd have endless wars. I don't want that.
I don't think we'd have endless
wars. I want
wars.
prosperity.
Okay, but how are you going to get prosperity with all of these brown people? I mean, do you really? Because you're not doing that thing. You're not doing the race thing, Sargon. You're not. I want you to do that and say, defend these people, defend all of these brown people.
I'll defend their rights because they're the same rights that I have, and in defending their rights, I defend my own.
Can you defend them as a group of people? As a group
I don't need to defend them as a group of people. I need to defend myself.
Okay, so you are a part of a group of people, whether you like it or not. This is the reality of the human experience. Okay.
And
No
now
person,
this is
unless
why
this-
the white defenders end up attacking white people. Suddenly, oh, the one white person is a problem. Let me tell you about the sanctity of the race. No, fuck off. This is German bullshit. And the Germans can get fucked.
Okay, so you
Sounds like
are
you hate
proposing-
German people here, Sargon.
you sound like are they white niggers, Sargon?
Yeah.
No, they're German. It's worse. It's way worse.
And by the way, Sargon, you are
Honestly, you guys need to get woke on the German question.
Sargon, you are on my channel.
Are you guys
show some respect, buddy. If I was on your channel, I would give you respect. All right, so you're on my show.
Were you not just laughing and interrupting me a second ago?
I'm the moderator. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah,
it's
which
my
means
show.
you shouldn't do that. You should show.
No, I can do my show however I want.
That's not showing respect, is it?
I can do it however I want.
Is that not? Is that not?
I am showing you respect. If something is funny, I'm gonna laugh at it. People in the chat are actually saying I should moderate more, but I'm letting you guys have a conversation.
I think that you should try and enforce your own rules. But
I think you should stop dodging debates like you dodged Andy Gorski's debate. Yeah, you almost dropped out of mine. You showed up 30 minutes late, and then you're gonna. You did drop out of Andy Worski's debate, and then
when did we arrange a debate? When did we arrange a debate?
Oh, so you're not doing a debate with Worski?
Well, no. Tell me when I arranged the debate from. I mean,
he literally showed the screenshot on the morning Kumite.
Yeah, but
you don't believe in your ideas enough, so you have to keep dodging questions, dodging debates.
I'm not dodging anything.
Yes, you are.
Listen.
To this debate and said, "I'm not having a debate. I'm going to have a conversation." And then you said, "I'm not going to have a discussion about this." Sargon, you are a laughing stock of the internet right now because you are intellectually dishonest. It's not the alt-right; it's the whole internet. I was a fan of you, Sargon. I was a big fan of you. I was a big fan of you. You need to get off your high horse, Sargon. I want you to succeed.
To anything that I'm saying, you don't understand what I'm trying to put.
To stop having this smug attitude about everything. We want to like you. We want to engage with you.
I don't care if you like me.
You don't care. I'm not talking about me. I'm speaking for the entire internet. This is what the entire internet thinks.
I'm sure that you are the voice of the entire internet.
I am the voice of the internet.
I never arranged anything with Andy Worski. I never arranged the time.
Andy, okay.
Look, I know that you think I did, but I will send you my correspondence with Andy. I don't know why he's lied about
this. Andy showed his email with you, and you said, sure, we'll do it soon. You confirmed that you were doing a debate with him.
Soon? Well, there is no time, there is no date. I haven't set anything.
But you said first you said you did not set up a debate with him. Now you did.
No, you just said I didn't set up a debate because I didn't give a time and a date.
But you agreed to a debate, and now you're dodging it.
When it suits my time frame, I'm happy to have a conversation with anyone.
when it suits your time frame,
absolutely.
But you want to have a conversation with anyone, except you don't want to talk about this topic or that topic. You don't want to have a debate, even though you're the head of the liberalists.
Well, I didn't think there'd be any need to have a debate with Andrew, but I mean, we've gone through it all. I think.
Why would there be no need to have a debate when I set up a fucking debate with you? Honestly, you're literally sounding
excited to talk to one of my arch nemesis for the past 4 years.
But you're not talking to him, dude.
Well, that's because you're talking. If you
carry
on talking to Andrew.
Well, here's Worski to address these issues.
I did say multiple times that you were going to do it, and I have the Skype chat that I screen shared yesterday on the Kumite saying yes. And I could do it. I could screen share it right now.
I think you should because I said soon.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he said fairly soon, which means you did say that you would do the debate. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's my point.
But when? That was 10 days ago, Andy.
Yeah. But the thing is, V and a bunch of people kept saying you wanted round 2. So I was trying to plan it.
Taking let me fucking talk.
Jesus Christ, no, Sargon. Jesus Christ. You don't let anyone finish a fucking sentence.
I'll get fucked, man. Everyone has been interrupting me constantly.
Oh, Come on.
And then
Dude,
you will sit there.
you kept
like talking the shit on the fucking stream about bullshit, Andy.
Let Andy talk. You don't let anybody speak, and then you accuse everyone else of interrupting you.
Unbelievable.
It's such a whiny fuck, man. Listen.
You're the one whining at me that I'm not doing the debate soon enough, and you call me a whiny fuck.
No. Okay, first of all,
yes,
it wasn't even, okay, fine. Do you let anyone finish a fucking sentence?
Oh, welcome to my world, my friend. Carry on.
You've been interrupting Andrew the entire time. You were supposed to be here to debate, and you start off with, I don't want to have a debate. I just want to have a conversation. Who the fuck is coming here to watch a conversation?
Yeah,
you want to hear a fucking debate?
I think a lot of people would be interested in the real.
No,
yeah,
you agreed to it. You didn't agree to a conversation. You agreed to a debate. So Andrew has already won by default by you dodging.
Great victory. Premise. Enjoy it.
Okay,
but the problem is, Andrew, you've lost this debate hands down.
You kept going.
You don't even understand the terms I'm using, man. Yeah, I'm trying to explain. I've explained to you in explicit detail.
You might have a case of Dunning-Kruger here, Sargon.
Yes, I'm the one with the case of Dunning-Kruger.
I think you might think you're smarter than you are.
Yes, I'm sure you were exactly as smart as you think you are as well. So, if you want to discuss the point,
you
I'm
said
fine with that.
You wanted to debate Sargon over and over, and you're like, soon. And then you go on your white nigger rant and say, I'm done with debating. I'm done with debating the alt-right. If you think the alt-right is so wrong about their principles and ideas, then fucking man up and debate. How are you the leader? How are you the leader of the liberalists when you can't even debate? V, in my opinion, V should be the fucking leader because he has the balls.
I agree. Should we give him the crown?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah,
Let's do it. Let's do this. V, you're the king of the liberalists. Good on you.
Woo.
Now what?
I don't know. It's your thing. Exactly. I guess we'll have to ask V. We'll have to ask V.
My point is, you don't want to ever debate anyone.
Now, can I carry on? Andy, right? Shut up. You know that's bollocks. There are literally.
I have you saying that you wanted to debate him, and now you're like, I never promised. The reason I jumped on is you said I never promised him that, and then you were like, okay, I did, but I said soon.
I never said I promised you it, and me saying I will have a talk with you soon is not a promise.
Okay, I'm gonna open up the Skype thing right now.
Go ahead, man.
All right, let's open it up right now.
Oh my God, Andy, I don't care.
Hang on, I want to prove it. I have to prove
it
because you're lying right now. You are lying right now. Therefore, I will have to prove
that's it, Andy. I'm just lying.
Here we go. Hang on. I'm just gonna make sure I don't reveal any private Skype thing. Okay, share screen. Here it is. Okay, look at this. Where is it? Yo, Sargon, people are asking when you're down for the Spencer rematch. Fairly soon, man. I've been busy. This clearly indicates that you were down to have the debate. Plus, you mentioned it to V a bunch of times, and V messaged me saying he wanted you to help me to set up that debate. So you coming on here and saying you never promised it is bullshit.
That's not a promise.
Yes,
and also, Sargon, you only agreed to debate me because you thought I was going to come on here and say I was going to kill a bunch of people.
You've already said that, Andrew.
I have not said I'm going to kill a bunch of people, Sargon. You thought that I was going to go on some crazy thing.
Your philosophy necessitates violence. Yeah, but like
everything necessitates violence. Integration necessitated violence. They put guns at the backs of little kids to integrate them with the blacks.
Then stop being a fucking pussy about saying that your solution needs violence.
Sargon, that's not like a gotcha. I've said
I didn't say it was a fucking gotcha.
But the violence
Andrew,
is up to the people.
Andrew, right? As far as I'm concerned, you are a Nazi. There's no point trying a gotcha on a Nazi. Now I'm actually impressed that you actually pretend not to be a Nazi. I never thought that you would ever say that.
I do not pretend not to be a Nazi or to be a Nazi. I don't know what that means. Okay, I do not know what that means.
Well, I'm not interested
use that term
in
Nazi.
Okay,
it's a slur. It's a slur.
Can I quickly finish my conversation with Andy, and then I'll let get back to it? No, it's not just a slur.
I'm thinking this debate in a debate about debating.
It is pretty ridiculous. But look, it's a slur when the far left use the term Nazi because A, they don't know anything about Nazis, and they don't know anything about the person they're talking about, and they think it's a way of just dismissing them as a bad person, right? It's not a slur when you can actually refer to the points of principle under which Nazis self-identified.
But you're just talking about white nationalism, which goes back to the entire history of Europe. I mean, when they kept these people out of Europe,
I'm not just talking about that.
Were the founding fathers Nazis? Okay.
No. Listen, there's a reason that we're not white nationalists now. But anyway, Andy, right? I'm sorry that you thought I was promising something to you, and I'm sorry that I've not done whatever it is you want soon enough, but I have been busy. And I said soon, 10 days ago. And in my world, 10 days is not that long a time.
I have one question. Do you want to debate Spencer again or not?
Honestly, I don't mind. I'm happy to do it at some point, but it's not like top of my list of priorities.
When you had messaged
debating Anglin is far higher because I personally consider
wait. Debating Anglin is far higher on your priorities, but you literally came on here.
Oh my God, Big Alaska, stop pretending like you. Look,
stop pretending I'm what?
It's a semantic point you bring up here. It's not really anything important, is it?
I think everyone can see through.
Is it logistics? Is it logistics, Sargon? Were you having a logistical problem of arranging the debate with your?
Yeah, we were actually because I thought it started at 9 o'clock, but apparently I got the time wrong. So yeah, we were actually.
I emailed you the correct time.
Everything is logistics. The logistics man.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to say that was my mistake, if that's okay. Do you mind if I do that? I'm happy to say I made the mistake of arriving half an hour late. It's my mistake.
That's fine, but then
that's brilliant.
But then you said you're not going to debate
that shit.
Can I explain what I was saying? Right?
Sure.
I consider Andrew to have a much higher standing than Richard Spencer. Andrew actually has grassroots support. He actually has a base. He's built a platform and actually managed to make himself the target of literally every fucking person in the world. He's actually got supporters. He gets money from them. They believe in what he's doing, or at least I guess they believe in what you're pretending to be doing. But the point is, Richard Spencer, as far as I can tell, is like the Hillary Clinton of the alt-right. He's the sort of person who, I mean, who here would actually willingly go and talk to the mainstream media?
Richard Spencer.
Exactly. Why would he do that?
I don't know why he does that.
Exactly.
Nobody knows.
It's weird. It's like he's whoring himself out to them or something. Like this week, I received an invite from a Dutch documentary team and the BBC to appear on their shows, and I haven't accepted, obviously, because I don't trust them, and I don't need to trust them. But Richard Spencer does. He would snap that up in a heartbeat. And now they've stopped talking to him. He's come to the YouTubers. This is what I mean. He's not high on my list of priorities. And ethno-states in space, is there anyone here who thinks that Richard Spencer's plan's ever going to come to fruition?
Not me, but...
Okay, and he's not high on my list of people to debate.
All right, fair enough then. So I'm gonna.
that was a groundbreaking debate that you had. That's why people like it, Sargon. It's entertaining.
Really? Oh, actually, no, that's true.
It was number one trending. It was good content.
Yeah, but
chalk it up to you don't want to debate.
The important thing about it is we got to find out exactly what Richard actually believed, and his beliefs are so fringe, not even most of the alt-right believe.
Then you strawmanned him, Sargon, with a bunch of stupid shit about that he wanted feudalism and that he was going to hurt people with violence.
Didn't he advocate for a warrior aristocracy?
The state requires violence, okay? Spencer, you attacked him for saying that the state is violence, okay? Every policy of the state requires violence. Politics are the movement of violence, physical force, or the threat of physical force.
I didn't, or at least if I did say that, then I take it back. I'm not saying the state doesn't have a
into the realm of words. So you're saying you keep talking about this violence, but everything is violence as far as the state policy. All of it is enforced by the theoretical threat of violence. If you start smoking in a hospital, there's the threat of violence. There is a rule against that, and there's a threat of violence.
My views correctly.
People. So you're saying that there cannot be any laws with your thing that.
Andrew, you're not representing my views correctly here.
Okay, then give us your views of how you can have policies without violence.
No, I don't think that you can have anything without violence. I think that the state is the monopoly on violence, and the purpose of the state is to protect the property rights of the individuals, beginning with the property of themselves.
Of the state?
What?
The property of the state itself?
No. The property of the people, the individuals, the citizens. That's what civic nationalism is.
Okay, but this continued return to this idea that if you remove these people, it would have to have violence. Well, that's the same theory if you said there's no smoking in the hospital, you can't make that rule because people are going to smoke, and then you're going to have to shoot them.
Yeah, but that's not my primary objection.
But it's right? That's the analogy there.
Listen, that's not my primary objection.
Is what? Your primary objection was the logistics of it.
You
said it's impossible.
No, I keep telling you that that's not the case, but you won't.
You're moving the goalposts here.
Hello?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Yeah, I can't.
What you're saying?
I can't. We're losing Sargon.
Your internet's cutting out, Sargon. All right, Sorry,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm baked. You could invite me. Invite me back later. I'll jump out. I'm just gonna chalk it up to he doesn't want to do the debate with.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You cut out for about 15 seconds.
I'm not gonna. I just explained to you.
No, sorry, God, hang on. No, I
I'm not.
I understand. That's
in
fine.
A hurry. But
that's
Andy, if you want to wait, I'm happy to wait until
I have V and this Archangel guy or whatever coming on to debate him. I don't want people to be just waiting there with their flaccid dicks in their hand. You do what you have to do, and I'll see you all later.
Don't arrange a date for something I didn't agree a date on.
I didn't have a date. It just.
Well, then why are they standing around holding their flaccid dicks?
Because it seems like you're being cowardly. If you think Richard Spencer is that much of a lol cow, you should be able to defeat him pretty easily without any preparation.
I don't think that he has won any debate there. Do you understand? I mean, saying that he wants a warrior aristocracy in space is pretty bloody ridiculous. And
I mean, straw manning, Sargon.
That's not a straw man.
You're changing.
You apologize to your
organization of the US, the return to an aristocracy.
All of our purposes is to create a block of people defending the rights of white people in our own countries. Okay,
but
that's
you're actually going to violate the rights of white people by doing it. And I've explained that already.
A movement and of white consciousness to support the rights of white people in white countries. The goal of creating white countries can be figured out after we have reached a large consensus among the white population that we have a right to exist as a people and to determine our own future. And no matter what you say, mainly about logistics, but whatever it is, you cannot say that is anything but denying white people the right to exist. And if you have some kind of complex moral argument, quote unquote, moral argument for that, it still just returns to you are denying white people a right to exist.
Right. That is the intellectual position on it. I agree. It is that's what you do. But what I'm saying, Andrew, is that you're not going to be protecting white people. You're going to be hurting white people.
But you just said that this is the intellectual position. You know, I mean, we have to reach a consensus here among our own people about our right to exist, and then we figure out how to do it. And you know, if the logistics are that you know, black people or Mexicans, whatever, if we put them in a certain area in the country and they get money and whatever, I mean, you know, nobody knows how exactly this is going to shake out. That is all very far in the future. Right now, everything that the alt-right is about, like Richard talks about space. You know, I could probably talk something about, you know, I want a space empire. Okay,
that's so not, I wasn't misrepresenting him. I wasn't misrepresenting him though.
Well, you were misrepresenting his core. His core argument is not about a space empire, Sargon.
Yeah, but I mean, he literally did say these things, didn't he?
Well, when you reduce it to a thing,
reduce it to the literal words he said.
Okay,
then he did say
his argument into what you just said it was. That's dishonest. Okay,
I don't think that's dishonest.
That the core of his argument is not that. The core of all of our argument, everybody in the alt-right, is that we have a right as a people to defend ourselves, to organize as every other race is organized, to defend our rights as a people. And your whole individualism thing, Sargon, it's none of these people are going to go along with that. The people who are already organized in racial collectives, okay, they are not going to go along with your individualism. They are very, very conscious of the fact that they are members of a racial collective, okay? You are not going to get these people to give that up because it is biologically hardwired into them. The
you
only
don't have to give up being part of a racial collective.
Are white people because of our evolutionary biology. And I guess you don't want to talk about evolutionary biology because of what happened to your buddy Kraut when he ended up having to be involved in a conspiracy.
Talked about evolutionary biology in my last video. Why?
Okay, so do you want to talk about the biology of
Is there any point? I'm not in disagreement. I've never said I disagree. I mean, did you not watch my stream with JF?
Do black people
I agree that there must be differences between people. Otherwise, how could we even tell them apart?
Okay, so you agree that black people are fucking stupid.
Okay, listen, right? Let me explain, right? So I have seen more than enough examples of black nationalists appealing to their individual rights. That's one of their main contentions with the US government, that they think it's violating their rights, that their individual rights are not being protected. So you sit there and go, well, these racial collectivists, they're not trying to undermine the concept of individual rights. A lot of them feel that they're not being given their individual rights.
That's what we're saying as well, okay? You know, you want to talk about individual rights, violence. Well, you don't have any individual rights when your neighborhood is taken over by Somalian immigrants like mine was, Sargon, where I grew up as a child, was overrun with Somalian immigrants who now have legal status in my country. So you say that I have no way to do anything about this, about something that affected my individual rights. My home was taken away from me by Somalians. Okay, from Africa.
You do have things you can do.
The lowest IQ people besides Australian Aboriginals, Somalians, they have a 67 IQ, Sargon, and they took over my home.
Pretty fucking gypsies are low.
Gypsies are not that low. Gypsies are not that low.
Oh, they're really
at
low.
Least not.
I mean, like they are
race because of, there's so
the thing
many
is they are really low. I mean,
isn't your friend V a gypsy? I think V.
No, he's a Romanian.
I think he's a gypsy.
That's why we call him a gypsy. It's just pejorative.
All right, go on.
He's not actually a gypsy. So yeah, that's basically the problem, Andrew.
So your individual rights are being violated by the state policy, okay, of mass immigration. And so you're saying you don't have any way to resist that because of some abstract ideological philosophical point, which actually results in more violence and more infringements of. If we're going to do a math equation, like I guess,
then you'd lose that. Then you would lose.
No, I would not.
Because I have genocidal dictators in my equation.
Because you're producing a fantasy.
No, I'm talking about history. The history of Europe specifically. I guess as an American, maybe this isn't ingrained into your consciousness, but as a Brit, it really is ingrained in mine. What you're asking for is
Operation Wetback. Operation Wetback, over 1 million. I can't remember the exact number. It was more than 1 million. It might have just been 1 million. Anyway, a whole bunch of Mexicans were rounded up by Ike Eisenhower and taken out of the country in Operation Wetback, and they weren't shooting people. You know, I mean, look, there's been a population transfer.
Look,
huh?
Okay.
Is that a real operation?
Yeah, Google it and get the numbers on it.
Wow. Okay.
But anyway,
right? Operation Wetback.
What I'm saying is that I'm not in favor of mass immigration, right? You understand that?
I guess, yeah. I mean, you can say that.
I don't see it as a violation of anyone's rights to prevent immigrants from coming to a Western country. Can see that?
Okay. I mean, it's your position. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean, like, to be logically consistent with my own set of principles, it's not a violation of anyone's rights to prevent them from entering a country. I mean, I am fundamentally a nationalist.
How is it not? How is it not? If everybody has rights
to live in my country,
if everybody has all these rights, but we don't have a right to remove people from our own country, according to you. So if everybody has all these rights, then why don't we have to protect the rights?
We actually do have the right to remove people from the country. We remove illegal immigrants. You know, Obama removed like 2.5 million illegal Mexicans.
No, that's not true.
It's true.
No, it's not. They counted. It's the statistic that's faked, because that counted people who were turned around at the border, which was what most of that was. And so it's
I'd have to look into that to be able to.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's we can look it up.
It's just the standard statistic that
the
the left wing press doesn't want to admit. But we can deport illegal immigrants. And honestly, I mean, I think that, you know, immigrants who have committed a crime should be returned to their home nations. You know, so all of these Somalis who are causing you troubles, yeah, I think they should have gone back as soon as they committed a crime.
Okay, but their presence is a problem for the community. I mean, you acknowledge Robert Putnam, the diversity studies, as far as the way communities are destroyed by diversity experiments. The inability
the far left think the same thing with gentrification as well.
But it's been proven through studies that I mean I don't know what your
agree.
neighborhood is like.
Bringing in large numbers of no, I agree with you. Like bringing a large number of migrants. I mean, and it doesn't have to be white and black. Like this can be anyone, you know. But I imagine there were Spanish communities that were damaged by British immigration to Spain. You know, I mean, it's just two different cultures, isn't it? And I'm not an advocate of multiculturalism.
No, it's not. It's not, because I wouldn't mind living next to Spanish or British people, and I think that they would adopt
but that's your
my culture in a way that it's not a personal preference. It's not a personal preference. It's objectively better behavior and an ability to integrate with my own society.
It's all about your own perspective, right?
No, it's not.
Of course it is.
You could measure the happiness of the individuals. You could go and do studies. Okay, they don't do these studies. The Putnam study was one study they did do, but you could do studies where you brought a group of Spanish people into a neighborhood, and then another neighborhood you brought a group of Somalians. I guarantee you, even if the Somalians did not commit any crimes, you would rate the people living in the neighborhood with Spanish people would have a higher level of happiness. Okay, significantly higher. Probably it might even. No, it's not subjective, Sargon, when it's statistics. Okay, statistics. Statistics about people's subjective opinions are subject. What is that? I mean, this is like.
Listen. I'll explain it to you, but you have to listen, right?
Yeah, I'm
if
sure
you took. Well, I do actually, right?
Yeah.
So
okay.
Listen, let me finish, right? So if you're a Muslim man in Cairo or something like that, and suddenly for some reason the Egyptian government decided, you know what would actually be good for us? If we let in like 10 million or 5 million Swedes or something, and the character of the neighborhoods drastically changed. Okay, maybe Swedes are a bad example because they'd probably just convert to Islam. But let's assume it's a white people who aren't going to convert to Islam, right? And these people turn up and they start doing things that are un-Islamic, the happiness is going to go down for the Muslim residents of Cairo. They're going to find that deeply problematic that these people are not adhering to their moral standards.
Yeah, but they would just use violence to force them to. But yeah, I mean, I don't see what the point of that is. It's just the same thing that I said.
The point is that this is a subjective measure. Yes, I agree. It would absolutely disrupt the culture.
The happiness of the people is going to go down if you bring in just basic social cohesiveness. Okay. Sorry, have you even read Heidegger?
Dude, I agree with you. Listen, Andrew. I agree with you. Mass immigration is bad.
Okay, but this just is like a circular thing that just keeps going back to logistics.
You don't seem to know. Andrew, you seem hung up on the term logistics. What is it about logistics that bothers you?
Because that's the core of your argument.
No, it's not. I've explained this 3 times now. It's not. The foundational principle of what you're suggesting is going to be a violation of individual rights. I'm an individual with rights. A threat to those rights is also a threat to my rights. It's a core moral axiom, okay?
Okay, well, individuals' rights are being violated by multiculturalism. Individual rights are being violated by multiculturalism.
People who violate these rights should be dealt with by the law.
No, but the concept violates people's individual rights. The concept of bringing in all
isn't a violation of individual rights.
It is. It is. Any form of multiculturalism is a violation of the people's homes, the people that live there.
No,
the United States of America is my home. It is my home. And I did not want these people in my home.
Yeah, I agree.
That is the situation. I do not want these people in my home. I believe I have a right to have a home. And you're telling me I don't. No matter how you dress this up, no matter how you dress this up, you were telling me I have no right to a home.
No, I'm saying that they also have a right to a home.
Inside of my home.
No, they don't live in your home, dummy.
A community, Sargon, is something bigger than a house. A community is something bigger than a house. And they do. I think there's probably Somalians living in the house I grew up in. You know?
Really? That sucks.
They're all through that neighborhood. So, I could go there and check, but it would make me sick.
Yeah, I'm sure it would. But like, do you not think that it's? I mean, you know, the SJWs think that liberalism is segregation, right?
They started talking about that now, as far as like safe spaces. Yeah.
No. Like, as in demographically. As in, people choose to just live among their own kind when given the option. It's the option of least resistance. So, like, yes. There's a reason that in the US there are lots of people who are white who are not concentrated in areas with lots of people that are brown. I mean, the Atlantic actually wrote an article calling the solar eclipse racist because it went across states that were mostly white, and it was just like, you guys are fucking stupid. But they did it anyway, but that's the point. And this is something they keep complaining about. There's a reason that most brown crime is done to other brown people and most white crime is done to other white people. It's because people self-segregate in a free system. So you can do something. You can move to a town that is majority white.
So you're admitting that these people are collectives, okay? So I can just keep running. I can just keep running and running and running?
No, I think we should close borders.
Well, okay, if you close borders in the United States right now, it wouldn't make any difference.
I think you'll find it.
I mean, it would make a difference, but not in the long run. We would still just be bred out. The problem,
look, you're never going to increase white birth rate.
So you're a fan of the wall?
You could increase white birth rates by getting rid of diversity. Getting rid of diversity increase white birth rate.
No, listen, right? I've never been against the wall at all. I think any state has a right to build a wall around its own borders and fortify it however they fucking like. I think a wall's a great meme as well. So 10 feet fucking higher, my friend. But no, Andrew, look, the falling birth rates are a problem of wealth.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
That's a separate issue.
No,
People's birth
it's a
rates,
direct consequence. It's middle-class white people having less children. The working-class whites are still having loads of children.
They're not, Sargon. They're not.
Yes, they absolutely are in my country. Maybe not in yours.
It's an economic issue. The birth rate is largely related to economics, and the economic problems that we have in the United States are basically entirely due to diversity, especially if you would include Jews in that, but you wouldn't even have to include the Jews. The economic problems that we have in the country are due to the diversity program of bringing all these people in who do not contribute to society or contribute at the very lowest level and take white people out of their natural jobs.
Natural jobs.
Furthermore, I mean, they're for their social standing, okay, for the jobs that they would be naturally working based on their social class.
But the problem is,
the poorest white people are hit hardest.
Yeah, but even
furthermore, this concept of diversity. Well, you want to talk about economics, or no? I was just going to add that the diversity.
Let me explain. Right,
decreases the birth rate.
Let me explain. Right, if you had a 100% white country, and it was a first world country, and it had a sizable middle class, you would see birth rates decrease.
I mean, this is historically happened. Yes, birth rates. It also relates to urbanization and the fact that increased wealth leads to urbanization. When people are closer together, they tend to have fewer children. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into why people.
It's about personal wealth and people's decisions.
It's not exclusively about wealth, Sargon. If we look at the historical pattern
I think most of
lowering birth rate, a lot of it has to do with urbanization, and because the urbanization and the increase in quality of life happened at the same time. Because look, people are now poorer than their parents were, and they're not having more kids than their parents did. Okay, so that disproves this idea that it's all just
again,
about wealth.
You're not breaking it up by class. If you look at the middle class, they're not having kids. The working class are having kids. Honestly, I think it's a consequence of bourgeois attitudes,
as they historically had.
I mean, listen to an SJW talk about children.
It's a lot more complicated than that. But okay, it doesn't matter. Even if we had the same, I mean, we're not going to outbreed Somalians, Muslims, and Mexicans, okay? The goal of white people should be a 2 something birth rate, okay? That's normal. A replacement birth rate, a little bit more than replacement, maybe 2.3, 2.5, okay? That should be the basic birth rate. These people are always going to have significantly higher than that because of their evolutionary biology and the fact that they evolved in a situation.
Actually, we have data on that.
Wait.
We have data on that.
They evolved in a situation where they had a much higher mortality rate, and thus to make up for the high mortality rate, they developed a high fertility rate. Yeah. That is the situation. We are bringing people who are biologically inclined, but their biology demands
white people
that
weren't in the same situation.
What?
Do you think white people weren't also in that situation?
No, they weren't. But
they absolutely were. They absolutely were.
They absolutely were not, Sargon. I mean, we can look at the prehistoric mortality rates of white people.
You're just wrong on that, mate. You're just wrong. Victorian England.
I'm not wrong.
Okay,
Victorian England is not prehistoric, Sargon.
Can we answer? Can we answer
a terrible problem with child mortality? Because everyone in a pre-civilizational status had a terrible problem with child mortality.
Okay, the rate in Europe was much different than the rate in Africa. This is a biological fact. This is like not disputed. People can Google this, but let's not.
But it's going to be staggeringly high.
Hey guys, can we go? Can we get back to this core question that we started the debate with? Do white people have a right to self-determination? No. What is your yes or no, Sargon?
Again, as the question is phrased, it's a collectivist question. It's like saying, when did I stop beating my wife?
I don't think it's. I mean, it's a yes or no question.
Yeah, I know.
There is a yes or no to that. Either it's yes or it's no.
I know, but Andrew, when did you stop shooting black people? Or are you going to stop shooting black people? It's a yes or no question, Andrew.
That's not the analogy.
It's a yes or no question. Just when are you going to stop shooting the black people? Okay, this is what you're saying. What I'm saying, basically, my solution and your solution would lead to self-determination for white people.
What? I mean, what are you saying?
I think, Sargon, I think it's a pretty simple question. Do white people have a right to self-determination?
As much as anyone else.
Right. Yes.
So as a group, they do not.
Groups of people don't have rights.
Do you agree whites should be able to organize together as white people?
They already can.
Are you kidding me? No, they cannot.
Have you heard of a thing called Charlottesville? Sargon, have you heard of Charlottesville?
Right, if not white people organizing?
Dude,
it's called Charlottesville.
White people organize, they get called neo-Nazis. They get called all these names. They get shut down. They get banned from every single social platform.
Yeah, but I
am the most sensitive person in history.
This is what this is.
Well, the question is, do you believe white people should be able to organize and not be attacked?
Yeah, absolutely. I think anyone should be able to freely associate as they want and not be attacked.
Well,
I can't believe you even think I might have an alternative.
Don't believe that.
If we were allowed to do that, that would lead to a collective decision by white people to demand the right to our own countries. That's why we're not allowed to organize, Sargon. So if you're saying we don't have any collective right to organize for ourselves, then you would be against us. You know, if we don't have the right to a country, you would be against us organizing as well. Because the reason we are being shut down is because they know that if we're allowed to organize, we will say we have a right to our own homes.
You do have the right to a home, Andrew.
Sargon, a home is more
every white person.
A home is more than a house. A home is more than a house. We have a right to exist as a people in a community without having the scum of the world shoved into us, shoved into our neighborhoods.
I mean, I'm not pro-immigration.
Okay, but you're pro-scum people destroying our countries.
You're pro-shithole countries.
You're pro-shitholer.
Sorry, it's really funny because I've spent the last I a couple of This Week in Stupids ago, I think it was, whenever Trump made the shithole comments, I just basically explained using the HDI reference and just like by measurable data that these countries are shitholes. Okay, so and
you know what else is a shithole is Detroit,
okay, let me explain.
And Chicago, and any place that black people live.
I agree. I wouldn't live in Chicago.
You agree.
You agree.
But you agree that we have to suffer this. We have to suffer this because of an abstract moral theory to do with logistics.
Right. So you're against moral theory.
No, I'm not against moral
then
theory.
Don't sit there and say because of a moral theory, you're going to have to suffer this.
Okay. I'm against your implication that the morality of property right, brown people having property rights. Do non-citizens have these rights? Do people outside of the country have these rights? The rights only apply to a limited group of people, no matter what the thing is.
Yeah, citizens.
Okay, so why does a citizen have more rights than people of the same race? I mean, that's a collective, Sargon.
If they're not citizens,
citizenship under the state is a collective. Okay, that's organizing people.
It's a group. Yeah. It's an individualist collective.
That's your thing.
Yeah, it's an individualist
collective. That's what white people are.
Andrew, I didn't say individualized. I said individualist.
Hey, real quick, we got a comment in the chat. Someone said hate crime laws, affirmative action, 14th Amendment, and the Civil Rights Act are all examples of group rights legislation. What do you think about that, Sargon?
I'm against group rights legislation.
So you're against
I don't know about the 14th
Amendment.
Act. What's your 14th Amendment?
You're against the... I'm not sure personally. I don't know, but affirmative action.
Yeah, I'm against the
hate crime laws, Civil Rights Act.
Holy fuck! You guys, no, the Civil Rights Act isn't a group. I think the problem with the reason the Civil Rights Act was necessary is because of a lack of individual rights for black people.
Right.
So the other things like
that's a group of people getting together based on race,
being oppressed by the state. Yes.
So white people are being oppressed right now.
By
so
who?
Oppressed.
So why can't
white people?
You know, Sargon.
Tell me.
You know. You already know.
If I already know, just tell me.
Institutionally,
just have the fortitude to say that the Jews are oppressing you. Just have it. This is what I mean, right?
The Jews are part of what is oppressing us. Of course they are. But this is demonstrable that we are being oppressed.
I agree that you are being oppressed.
Do you think Charlottesville, what happened in Charlottesville, there were Jews involved in that? Was that not oppression? Was that?
I agree that you are being oppressed. I did. Look, right. This is why.
Okay, there were Jews. There was a Jewish mayor.
Okay, I'm not fighting you. Right. Listen, I agree with you that you are being oppressed.
Okay. So
why are you afraid to say
the original question?
You agree
because when you say that, you're attempting to do horseshoe theory. Okay, I know what you're doing when you say, "Are you oppressed?" Well, you're just like the blacks.
I'm not an advocate of horseshoe theory.
You are the king of horseshoe theory.
No, I'm actually horseshoe. Look, it's the same way of like the SJWs going, "Oh, that's right wing." It's like I don't care about the political compass either. Right? I'm interested in your principles and where they go. And in many respects, you and the SJWs share a lot of principles.
Well,
the ones that I'm concerned about are the ones that violate mine.
Here, someone in the chat said, Sargon, if whites have the right to organize as whites and property rights apply to citizens, white majorities have the right to vote whiteness as citizenship requirement. What do you think about that?
Technically, they do. If you want to have white-only immigration, that's your choice.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm for no immigration. So, you know, like any number above 1 is too much for me at this point.
Really? That sounds. I
want the border.
You're sort of on the alt-right side on that, then.
Yeah, no, you guys are for white immigration. Holy fuck! You guys are cucks when it comes to immigration compared to me.
Oh, we're cucks on immigration.
I don't want immigration.
No, I don't. I don't want any immigration.
Look, I don't want a fucking single Pole, a single Frenchman, a single German. And we're going to get them, obviously. But I'm at this point, we have had enough. Do you know, in my country, right? We've got 65 million people and we get 300,000 people a year. That's just way too fucking many.
I think
we get more than that.
And Andrew, that actually is about logistics. That point. It actually is about logistics. You should see our fucking railways. You should see our healthcare service. It's getting a seat, just getting a ticket, like to go and see the doctor.
Well, this sounds like something we can all get
disgusting.
Behind. I think we all
is a disgusting shithole filled with shithole people. You don't even see any white people there. Besides the Poles are the only white people in London. It's a shithole. You should go live there, Sargon, so you have a better idea
I go to London
what
regularly.
our principles are.
I go to London regularly. I know what it's like.
So you think that's good to have your civilization destroyed by shithole people?
If I did, why would I be against immigration?
But you're saying that this is bad, but then you're saying that there's nothing that can be done about it. And it's bizarre.
I'm proposing a solution.
Idea. What is the
solution? It's just not your solution.
No, I have not heard any solution. You just said we have to just deal with it. Lay down and deal with all these shithole people destroying our society.
No, I'm not saying any of that. But the thing is, your problem. No, listen. Your problem with what I'm saying is that there might also be a reasonable solution to the problem. But you know what you're proposing isn't reasonable.
Why would I have a problem with that? Give us your solution. How the fuck do we get all these people out of our countries?
I think
you have some trick, if you have one weird trick, if you got one weird trick,
I kind of do. But
I
think we should. I think we should return to being proud of our own cultures. The problem that I think that one of the most honestly despicable things the left has done is try to erode the cultural heritage of white countries. That's awful. Yeah. I would never go to someone else's country and try or it doesn't matter, if I was born there or whatever, but I would never try and take away the cultural heritage of these people. Like, I saw this thing the other day where Angry Foreigner video, where he was talking about how Swedish museums are melting down Viking artifacts and trying to diversify Swedish museums. And it's just like, there are so many levels to why I hate that. So many fucking levels, but it all comes down to fundamentally, you have no right to try and take away these people's culture, no matter who they are. So like when ISIS arrive in Baghdad or wherever, Mosul or whatever it was, and they start tearing down fucking museums and smashing up Assyrian statues, I was fucking raging. I can't stand it. That's the patrimony of mankind that's being destroyed there by these fucking ideologues.
Right.
Monkeys. So you can call them monkeys, Sargon. Just call them sand nigger fucking monkeys.
I would definitely call the Swedish left monkeys.
So what is Sargon? What is the solution? You say you have this solution. What is this final solution?
The solution is essentially cultural imperialism.
Okay, break that down for us. Give us quick rundown.
The thing is, from where we are at the moment, I'm going to talk from a British perspective specifically, but this will probably also apply to continental Europe. It probably won't apply to the United States. But basically, in Europe, we are completely neutered when it comes to our own national identities. We're not allowed to be proud of our national identities, which is it's gutting, in my opinion. It's really gutting because I think that Britain has a national identity it can be proud of. Britain's really done, it's gone a long way to promoting the principles by which the British state was, evolved into and promote. And now we are supposed to be ashamed of these things. I mean, I've seen so many articles from the left decrying the British Empire, and it's like, oh, are you insane? Don't get me wrong, there were bad aspects to it. It committed the odd genocide, I agree. And I'm not an advocate for imperialism now because of that. But to say it was all bad is just fucking wrong. To say that it wasn't a positive force on the earth is right. I mean, we would still have slavery if it wasn't for the British. It was when we had the reins of world power, that's what we had our moral crusade over. And it was wildly popular with the public as well. And yet we're supposed to be ashamed of it. Winston Churchill fucking fighting them on the beaches. Oh, yeah, but he was a racist. Yeah, who gives a fuck? The Nazis were worse. motherfuckers. He was a man of his time.
And you're a fan of Hitler too, of course.
I'm not a fan of Hitler.
Oh yeah, we heard your quote earlier. You said,
well, I don't think he was a monster. I think he was ideological, and that's the thing. I think this is the thing. He's not a serial killer.
Did he do anything wrong, Sargon?
Oh my God, he did so much wrong. Right?
Just say he did nothing.
Why would you start a war with someone you've already signed a non-aggression pact?
Come on, we need the sound.
Why would you invade Russia? Hitler did so much fucking wrong. Honestly, don't even get started.
But you just said he wasn't that bad.
No, I said he wasn't a I said he
wasn't a monster.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
He was a good person.
No.
He was a good person. You can say that.
He wasn't like a serial killer, obviously.
Right? Come to the dark side, Sargon.
Yeah, he was a good person. Right? He believed in his ideas and he promoted them because he was a good
but his ideas lead to genocide.
No, they don't lead to genocide.
I think you'll find they do.
Roller coaster into an oven. Give me a fucking break. This shit is stupid. Electric floors.
Well, I
don't think that there were very many roller coasters involved, but it has been a while since I've read up on it.
It was reported at Nuremberg. I mean, people got executed.
I will look at. Like I said, I don't really want to go into the details of the Holocaust with you right now.
Me and Sargon had a stream about that previously. He believes there were huge gas chambers and 6 million people died.
Disguised as shower rooms where they just gas chamber and they shaved their heads.
Sargon believes in fairy tales.
It was a trick. They thought it was a mass
shower. What have you read about it? Because do you know how difficult it is to just genocide people? Usually they fight back.
Right. Well, the official Holocaust museum has already admitted that the 6 million number was wrong. It was not 6 million. It was far less.
Like I said, I'm not really interested in the minutiae of it at the moment because I don't.
I mean, the details. It doesn't matter.
I absolutely think that the Germans had a genocidal policy against the Jews.
We don't want to get you in trouble, Sargon. We know the laws over there.
No, actually,
Holocaust denial is actually legal in Britain. You're just not allowed to say nigger like Sargon does.
Yeah, apparently. The thing is, do you know what's really interesting? I've said the word nigger loads of times. I, in fact, say it as often as I can because I know it pisses people off. But it's weird that, people, oh my God, you said nigger. It's like, bitch, I could probably do you a compilation of the last 3 years of videos where I've said the word nigger. I don't care about the word nigger because I'm not American.
I mean, you have all these people watching you because you started a fight with the alt-right, which I still don't understand really why you did that, because I didn't have any problem with what you were doing. Nobody.
What have I done against the alt-right?
Well, you did that whole thing where you came out with a video saying, questions for the alt-right, and it was really these leading questions of these false yes or no dichotomies.
There's things that I need answered. Like, for example, do you think you're being oppressed by the Jews? Listen, you do think you're being oppressed by the Jews.
Yeah, but when you say that, you are trying to do this horseshoe thing where it's just like the black people think they're being oppressed by the whites.
Listen,
you are objectively oppressing people. Okay,
listen, right?
What they do to
I'm
white
not
people,
debating that oppression can happen. Look, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I want to know what you think.
And manipulation. Okay, so is feminism is a Jewish program. All of the people involved in the foundations of feminism were Jews. I mean, I say all, but I mean, virtually everyone, every major figure. Okay, Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem, all the way up to what is her name, Wolf. Now, I mean, the overwhelming majority.
There are lots of Jewish feminists, but there are lots of non-Jewish feminists.
The ideologues that formulated the
you've got some really bad ones. You've got some really bad non-white ones. So it's and the thing is, I'm happy. I mean, if you want, I think feminists are oppressing men. So I'm not saying oppression can't happen. It absolutely can.
Yeah, okay, but to frame it as something that you should be ashamed of, and I'm not sure that
that's a good position
for the alt-right to take, that they're being oppressed. I mean, that's not really where you want to be. Okay.
Okay. Look,
you don't want to be saying I'm being oppressed.
Yeah, but you personally are one of the most oppressed people I've ever met, Andrew.
Yeah, I know, and I'm oppressed by Jews.
You're oppressed by fucking everyone, to be honest. There's
he's oppressed by the media. You admitted that earlier, and the Hollywood media and the news media. I don't think it's controversial to say it is disproportionately run by Jewish people. Would you agree with that, Sargon?
It has a disproportionate number of Jews in it, but they aren't the majority.
2,000% overrepresentation. They are the majority. They own
I don't think they are the majority. I think the white people are still the majority. There are just more Jews than you
maybe news reporters.
You just said they were disproportionately.
Yeah, but that's because Jews are like, what, 1% or 5% of the U.S. population?
They run Hollywood, dude. They run.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that there aren't Jews doing this.
Okay, so you agree on that. So now let's put together these 2 points. You said Andrew is one of the most oppressed people ever in the country or worldwide. And who is oppressing him? It is the media. It is the news media. It is Hollywood.
But this is why you need to actually listen to what I just said there. This is why you have to listen to what I actually just said there, right?
Okay, say it again.
There are more Jews in these things than you would expect to see. But because Jews are such a tiny fraction of the population, they are not the majority of the people in these companies.
Yes,
I don't know if they're the majority of the people in the
leadership.
Okay, but the high positions in any media company, every media company is owned by a Jew except Fox. Every news media company is run by a Jew except Fox, which and a lot of the management below Rupert Murdoch that manages the different Fox networks, most of those people are Jewish. So
it's because the
overwhelming majority of media is controlled by Jews.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if they're smart or not. I'm not saying there's.
Yeah, but it's the same as the Black Lives Matter guy saying it's because they're white. It's like I don't think there's a conspiracy going on between Ben Shapiro and George Soros. Well, maybe they are.
It doesn't matter.
There are a lot more high IQ white people than there are high IQ Jews because of the numbers that you just said. They're only 2% of the population. Okay, so that overrepresentation is overrepresented even if you go by IQ and test scores.
Not really, because there are different kinds of IQ. Like Jews have high verbal IQ, don't they?
Can't really pull up all the numbers in our minds, and it doesn't really matter.
Well, no. Listen, tell you, it is actually explainable by just like
it's not
behavior. Yeah, it is, man. Right?
It's explainable by Jewish nepotism. Jewish nepotism. Yeah, but okay,
maybe
they have high IQ. They have high
statistic.
They have
I'm
high
sure
IQ,
they are.
but they're only 2% of the population. Okay. So there are a lot more high IQ white people than there are high IQ Jews because there are so many more white people than there are Jews. So they are overrepresented, even if you just go by IQ. Okay. Vastly overrepresented, not just in the media, but in the entirety of academia and obviously in the banking industry.
I would have to check.
Vastly in the media. That's what I'm saying, that this is a stupid point to talk about on a live stream but I'm just saying
but there are different kinds of IQ. It's natural that someone with a high verbal IQ would be attracted to media, right?
Okay, Jews have all of these lobbying groups to defend their own interests. Okay,
yeah, I agree, and I would definitely like to get rid of those. Do you know that my friend Count Dankula?
You want to get rid of the Jews?
Let's get rid of the Jews.
What?
Now we're finally
the lobby groups.
Yeah, we should get rid of groups of Jews. Get rid of entire groups.
That's not controversial for you though, is it? But no, seriously, I want to get rid of like ethnic lobby groups. I would absolutely do away with these. I mean, like at the moment, Dankula is being like dragged through the courts because a Jewish lobby group is offended by a parody video he made. They have, and the thing is, you have to understand. There are Muslim lobby groups that have similar amounts of power and persecute people like Tommy Robinson. Okay, it's not just a Jewish thing; it's an ethnic interest thing. And I think one of the things that we should start doing to disincentivize this is not have ethnic lobby groups. I mean, hell, you can make them illegal as far as I'm concerned. Like,
but everything is an ethnic lobby group. Everything is an ethnic lobby group when you're the Jews, because are you going to say that the media, are you going to tell me that the media is not a Jewish ethnic lobby group?
Yes, I'm going to tell you that.
why then do they consistently promote the interests of Jews against the interests of white people? Consistently and invariably, the media promotes the interest of Jews and attacks white people. The media is a Jewish lobbying group. That's just what it is.
Why are there so many white people who are promoting an ideology that is against the interests of white people?
Because they're brainwashed by Jews. I mean, if
because
it's
they're dumber than Jews
against their interests. Well, I don't know if brainwashing into an ideology necessarily relates to intelligence, especially when you're a white person and you're honest. Well, I mean, look, there's a lot of really IQ communists, Sargon. So you can't really say that. I mean, they're brainwashed into an ideology that isn't a good one. I don't
know if the term brainwashing is really appropriate. I mean,
well, okay, indoctrinated, whatever synonym we want to use.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of white people deliberately indoctrinate themselves.
A lot of what?
A lot of white people deliberately indoctrinate themselves.
They don't. We have a system that is entirely run by Jews, from academia. It is effectively because it is infiltrated. It is run based on Jewish ideologies. Okay, so whether or not the people promoting these
ideologies are innately Jewish,
is Marxism. Look, what race was Karl Marx? What race was Trotsky? What race was Lenin?
Okay, why was Karl Marx opposed to Judaism then?
Because he was playing a role for the Goyim.
Okay. God, that is super 4D chess from Karl Marx.
No.
Not only am I going to,
Jews insist on running everything. Jews insist on running everything
because I'm a Jew.
People did not like Jews. People did not like Jews at the time. Everyone he worked with was Jewish. He promoted an ideology that has been exclusively Jewish.
That's not true. A lot of the people he knew were German. But have you read his On the Jewish Question?
Yes, I have. And I understand that he was opposed to Jewish banking and he called Jews criminals and so on. I understand that, but that does not mean that he was an individual. It does not mean that he is not that he did not invent an ideology that was used by Jews to slaughter white people. Okay, white Christians in Russia, in the Ukraine, were slaughtered by communism being run by Jewish people who were enacting a program invented by a Jew. So if you're going to tell me that's all a coincidence, while they're also saying that they hate us, Jews are openly saying that they hate white Christians.
Karl Marx wasn't
as animals. What?
Karl Marx was an individual. That's really where I think the difference in our thinking is.
Right? As an individual Jew, besides like Bobby Fischer or something. I mean, you could come up with like examples of like crazy type Jews that hate other Jews.
If Ben Shapiro gets washed up on an island, he's just going to tap into the Jewish hive mind, is he? He's going to be like, well, okay, at least the Jews back home are doing good, oppressing the white people.
No, they have an extremely high in-group preference, Sargon, and they have extreme empathy for their in-group. Okay, they have extreme in-group empathy, and this makes them always thinking about what is good for the tribe. And if you're going to tell me it's a coincidence, Karl Marx was just an individual, then these individual Jews funded communism from New York in Russia, and then these individual Jews for decades slaughtered white people using communism that was invented by an individual Jew. This does not make sense.
I think it's your ideological perspective that is informing your judgment on these people. I don't think
you are talking about a coincidence here of a pretty
listen, right? Communism is an aracial ideology, right? They don't care that they're slaughtering white people, just like in Zimbabwe or South Africa or wherever. They don't actually care that they're white. They care that they had power.
Oh, come on.
Right? No, listen.
Right? Slaughtering white people in Africa don't care that they're white people that they're killing.
I tell you what, they'll end up slaughtering the Chinese in 50 years.
Yeah, of course.
And they won't care that they're Chinese. They'll just care that they're doing better.
Slaughtering people that aren't Jewish. But particularly Jews hate white people because they view them as the only competitor.
Communism doesn't look at white people and have an opinion, right? The reason that they were killing anyone is because they were part of the bourgeoisie. They were the owner class. Now, that could be any race of people for a communist, and they would demand their rivers of blood. Okay, so it really doesn't.
They were starving poor people in the Ukraine to death. Jews were starving poor people in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
So,
but do you know why?
Why are they doing that?
Because they were capitalists.
Because
that's why. Because they were making money.
They're Jews that hate white
people in the chat are saying that you're getting fed lines on your Discord, Sargon. Is that true? Are you doing a little cheat sheet there?
I don't have a Discord server.
Oh, you don't have a Discord server? Okay.
The alt-right has a Discord server. Why don't we talk about the alt-right Discord servers? Drumming up.
Why don't we talk about Kraut's Discord? We want to get into drama here.
Well, I wasn't on Kraut's Discord.
Let's talk about Kraut's.
Well,
you were in conversations with him.
I'm not on the alt-right Discord.
I wasn't on Kraut's Discord, so I can't talk about it.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm more concerned about the idea.
Why would I need a cheat sheet? This is all stuff I study on a daily fucking basis. I'm a fucking expert in communism at this point.
I thought you didn't want to debate any of this. Now you're an expert.
I didn't really want to debate any of this, no, because I knew that we would end up in this.
What do you want to debate? What sounds like honestly, a fun debate?
I honestly, I want to get inside Andrew Anglin and like sexually.
Okay, get inside.
I know that's kind of degenerate, but
go ahead.
Seriously, I want to hear about his time in the Philippines. I find that really fucking fascinating. Is it something you're ashamed of?
So no, Sargon, it's not something I'm ashamed of. I'm not going to do some kind of Freudian thing with you.
I don't want to do a Freudian thing. I want to hear about your experiences.
You're trying to get off of your own situation here as far as not being able to defend your thing.
I've defended my positions completely concretely.
I don't want to talk about my personal life with you, Sargon. That is not relevant to this discussion. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
To this discussion is your liberalist positions and what your plan is as far as fixing this situation, because we have outlined a plan, and you say, well, you can't enforce laws using violence, so you can't ever do this. But we do have a plan as far as what we want to do, okay? And we have a plan that would fix the current situation if it were enacted in the way that we say it will be enacted. You are trying to form a group that has this vague set of principles, like a middle schooler read the Declaration of Independence and was asked to copy it back, but make sure it wasn't racist. Like, make sure this isn't racist. So you do not appear to me to have a plan to do anything about anything. And I believe this is because you made a name for yourself just critiquing people, and especially the lowest hanging fruit of feminists and trannies and black people.
Okay. Maybe it's because I don't really want the alt-right involved in what I do.
So your plan is to just not involve the alt-right, and then what? I mean, what is your plan, man? What is your
ignore the alt-right? This is the last alt-right interview I've been planning on doing.
Okay.
And so I was only because it was you, because I find you a fascinating figure, and so I wanted to know more about you. And we've been over the principles, we've been over the discussion.
No, we haven't. We haven't been over.
Okay, well, if you stop interrupting, and I'll explain to you my plan. Right? Basically, I think that with a sort of form of cultural imperialism, as in being proud of the native cultures that we have and emphasizing these above other cultures, this will act as a kind of soft power. This will be a natural buffer against people who would like to come here and set up ethnic enclaves, like, for example, in Rotherham, in Bradford, where all of these other countries. If they want to live with Sharia law, that's too bad. I want Sharia courts banned in my country. Do you understand? I want that to happen. I don't want to abandon individual rights, but I don't want a separate parallel legal system set up, and I think it's completely within the state's right to prevent that as well. The state is the arbiter of justice, but I don't want to just undermine my own civic fucking power over my state. I'm not throwing away civic nationalism. It's a ridiculous thing to say, right? But this means we can't do certain things, because if we start allowing the state to violate other people's rights, then inevitably it's going to get around to my rights, because I am a fucking dissident. Okay, I'm in many ways a lot like you, Andrew. I also oppose what's going on. It's just I have a different perspective. This is, I think, something that will happen over time, but I think it will be effective, and it won't necessitate the violation of anyone's rights. And at the end of the day, if they want to kind of like convert and act British be British. If if you guys think they're genetically possible of that, then I don't really have that much of a problem with them staying, because like we've seen Muslim birth rates reduce in this country because it's a consequence of wealth. If you get wealthy, you want less kids. It's just because you've got the option, I guess. But this is the point. Okay. If you guys misrepresent me constantly, and you do, if you guys deliberately not understand what I'm saying, which I think you do,
no, I'm not. And you can't. It. You just said that you're going to promote culture, and that's the solution to this situation. This situation,
shutting borders and promoting this kind of culture
by these animals who
behave. But that's what.
Yes, that's what.
Yes, exactly.
We're shitholing it here.
So I think we should stop these people coming to our country. I'm not pro Congolese immigration, unlike the UN delegates who got themselves beheaded.
Congolese in your country.
All right, so I'm getting this in the chat a lot. Someone said Sargon never gave us his solution. He mentioned cultural imperium and then digressed without explaining his solution.
Well, I've just explained it, and the thing is, it's because I don't really want
how will that on my side. Sargon, break that down. Break that down. How will
break it down for us?
I literally just did. This is. I just did. I just explained it to you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did, Andrew. I tell you what,
you just go away. It'll just go away. Go back just disappear. All these behavior patterns will just disappear. If you just, I mean, look.
They will leave of their own accord when they find that this country is not to their liking, Andrew.
Make sure to get all your questions in, too, because also, apparently V told us that this is Sargon's last alt-right interview.
I told you that.
So are you...
V is your ambassador.
No, I said that myself.
Why is it your last?
Are you accepting
defeat?
I
don't... if you want to consider me accepting defeat, then I'm happy. No, honestly, I want you to think that I'm accepting defeat.
Okay.
Okay? Are we good?
But I want to know, I don't care what you want me to think. I want to actually know your position.
We want an official surrender here.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you're going to try to argue that the alt-right has no influence in culture, I mean, that's obviously not true. So either you are...
I don't see how you're influencing anything.
Or
what are you influencing?
Are you kidding me, dude? I mean,
what are you influencing? Seriously, go.
I mean, you've seen it having the #1 stream on YouTube.
Right. So
pretty obvious.
That's the alt-right, is it?
Right. Yeah, that's what people are interested in.
Would that happen if I wasn't?
But I mean, it's happening in real life.
Yeah, but would that have happened if I wasn't?
This is taking over youth culture.
Isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
It is in America. Yes, we hear these.
Have you not seen 4chan? Have you not seen what people are talking about?
I hear the behavior of young people is conservative.
Look, we had a poll last year. We have 10%. We have 10% support of the alt-right in the United States. 10% of the people in the United States. That might be your own
confirmation bias, though.
Well, I mean, it's a poll.
It was a poll done by far lefties who want there to be a significant Nazi threat in the US.
I think it was Ipsos. I mean, it's, I guess you could say.
I looked at it the other day. I mean, it was done immediately in Charlottesville, and it was nebulous. I don't think the public really know what the alt-right is.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lower rating after Charlottesville, I would think.
No, seriously, tell me what your influence is.
Well, I just said we're influencing the culture. These memes are popular. Okay, people are following our media, and these are spreading throughout the culture. White people are waking up and developing a consciousness, a racial consciousness, and a belief that they have a right to exist as a people. That is the goal, is to put a consciousness in the minds of the collective white population in all of our countries that are being invaded. I mean, they already have this in Eastern Europe, but in the countries that are being invaded, we want to create a consciousness of being white, so that people will begin to organize and act in their own interests. And that is happening. We are affecting the way that masses of people are thinking, and everything is going. I mean, look at Donald Trump as a phenomenon. This is a white racial phenomenon. It's a white racial phenomenon.
I don't agree.
And your whole fan base, you jacked an alt-right meme with your little Kekistani thing. So to say that the alt-right is not having an alt-right meme, are you kidding? Are you kidding me, dude? You think Pepe's not an alt-right meme? Come on.
No, listen, right. I kind of thought of that when I was drunk on a stream with Dr. Lehman, and we were just talking about how we should create an oppressed ethnic group of shit posters and name it like somewhere from like near Persia or something, because no one knows the names of those countries, and they're not going to know that it's not a real thing, and we could actually have some fun with it. It turns out that someone on 4chan had coined the term like a year earlier or something. I don't know. But I don't use 4chan. But the point is, man, I don't care about what the alt-right does. I know you guys think you're really like getting into the mainstream, but I don't think you are. We
are getting into the internet. We are taking over the internet.
You're on the internet, yeah.
Your realm. So you had this.
So if we're not doing anything, why are we getting doxxed? Why are there plans to shut us down? Why are we getting censored and banned from everything if we're not having any
far left control everything?
Oh, the far left control everything.
Well, right. They absolutely do. You don't think they do?
Then why is Ben Shapiro not getting shut down if the far left control everything?
Because he's not a Nazi.
Because he's not a Nazi.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm a Nazi?
They do.
Sargon? Do you?
They think you're a Nazi.
Do you?
Why do they not think Ben Shapiro?
I don't think you've got the courage to be a Nazi.
Oh, okay.
And maybe it's because you're too much of a nice guy as well, you know. But nice. I don't think you've got the courage. I don't think you've got the fortitude to do what needs to be done.
So you're saying that being a Nazi is an honorable thing?
No, I'm saying that being a Nazi requires conviction.
If you need courage, then it sounds like it's an honorable thing.
No, it's just something that requires conviction.
And courage.
Yeah. You would have to be courageous to be a Nazi.
Right. Okay.
You've got to be courageous.
You heard it here. You heard it here first, folks.
No, listen. You've got to be courageous to do anything like that, no matter how good or bad.
You need to be courageous to be a Nazi, but Nazis are evil.
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah.
So
wait.
You're contradicting yourself.
In my opinion, but you have to be courageous.
I mean, I think you've called me a Nazi, and now you're saying that Nazis are evil, Sargon. It sounds like you just called me evil.
No, I don't think you are a Nazi. I thought you were, but it turns out you're a cuck.
Oh, he got me. He got me.
Oh, no.
I honestly thought you'd have the courage of your convictions, but you don't. You keep saying, well, we're not going to.
Look. I know what you thought, Sargon. You thought you could get me on here, really? and I would say a bunch of gruesome shit about how I was going to just kill a bunch of people. Okay?
No, that's what you'd say. It'd be a regrettable necessity. That's what I thought you were going to say.
Okay, I believe we have... real quick, Worski and V are here, so you don't feel completely ganged up on. I
didn't feel ganged up on at all.
Okay, well, we have V here just in case you need someone to suck on your teeth.
Okay, hang on, right?
Go ahead.
I do object to Sargon. Listen, I do object to just randomly letting people into a stream when it's arranged that I'm to talk to one other person. That seems...
Well, you've already broken the rules of it being a debate, so why not bring in some other people?
Well, so what? Two wrongs make a right.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So okay. Real quick, Worski, go ahead. What did you have to say?
Oh no, you just said come back on for the post show, so I jumped.
Yeah, that's as well. I said,
and you said bring in V, so I brought in V.
Sorry.
Can I have a question for Angela?
Okay. Go. V, go ahead.
Well, before you guys do, because I'm going to go and get another cup of tea, so I'll probably drop out. But Andrew, I genuinely have to know this, right? When you're in the Philippines living with Muslims and you were going to get 2 Muslim wives, is that true?
No,
that's not true.
Look, Sargon, no, that shit.
That's just not true.
You're trying to do some kind of fucking gotcha shit here, and
no, I'm just curious.
A lot of that shit in that article was just made.
I'm just curious if you converted to Islam.
Everyone sees what you're doing.
They wouldn't marry outside of Islam, and I'm really curious if you're an apostate too.
Okay, I'll tell you this story.
Yeah,
I lived in a jungle, and I lived there for a year. Okay, I lived in a jungle for an entire year with a primitive tribe. I did not get married. There were a lot of people who wanted me to marry their daughters in this jungle tribe. I did not want to be involved in that. Okay, that's the story. And
was it rough living in the tribe?
What?
Was it rough living in a tribe?
Yeah, I mean, it was warm, but it was wet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I've never been to a Philippine jungle, so But okay, well, no, seriously, that's interesting. Because the thing is, if
it's
you
an interesting story, but I mean, you're doing that as like, oh, I got you, I got you.
No, look at you.
I mean, obviously you are, because why would you say that right now, Sargon? When you've been trying to say it this whole time that this was your thing, you were going to be like, you married 2 Filipino girls. So, I mean, this was obviously a thing that you're doing here to try and, get at me, just like you did
in Western countries. Okay? You might be the most oppressed person. And if you were also an apostate, in addition to being a Nazi,
apostate,
if you had converted to Islam to marry some women,
no, these girls were not Islam. I don't know where that part of the story. Okay. I mean, a lot of this story is just bullshit. These were they worshiped trees and shit.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I could explain that of what their religion was as far as the nature gods and spirits. I mean, I lived in this, but no, they weren't Muslim. That's just.
Right. Okay. The Atlantic. If I recall correctly, maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but the Atlantic suggested they were Muslim, and I thought that was strange because Philippines is Catholic. But
these were pre-Christian tribal people.
Right. Okay.
And I bet they were thick as 2 short planks with these people for a year of my life, and it was a very interesting experience. I still have a place in my soul for these people that I stayed with there. I mean, of course I do. So this idea that I'm some kind of genocidal maniac is wrong. But I think a lot of what I believe now came from the experiences that I've had in the third world. And I think that particular experience, because I mean, it's a long time when there's I did have books. Okay. But, I mean, it was a lot of just being in nature. There was no electricity.
Could you speak the language they were speaking?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay. Because I'll tell you what, I would fucking go nuts. I wouldn't be able to stand it. Like just living in a jungle. Just fuck me. But yeah, I was curious if you were actually the most oppressed human on Earth, but not being an apostate means you're not the most oppressed human on Earth. If I can find someone who is also a Nazi and also an apostate, they'll be the most oppressed. But I was genuinely curious. It was like,
well, that's cute.
That's a crazy life story, That's a genuinely crazy life story. And honestly, I want to kind of humanize you a bit.
I've come about this honestly, and I am a human, and I do not have any desire to just randomly hurt people. That's not any part of my personal agenda. What I believe and what my experiences have taught me is that you have to have communities. People have to exist as a part of something other than themselves. And I think that this whole individuality thing, obviously people deserve individual rights and justice and so on. But when you break humanity down into these units as individuals, you take away their soul. There is no human being who can exist not being a part of something bigger than himself. And this is what I believe, and I believe that for the future, for the people who are yet to be born, and for the kids coming up, that I have a moral duty to fight for the establishment of a free white homeland.
Right. Well, when you say that people want to be need to be something bigger, part of something bigger themselves, you are correct. You are absolutely correct. There is a lot of evidence to suggest that is the case. And I agree. I don't think people should be atomized individuals. But individualism is not individualist, right? Individualist describes a philosophy of governance. Individualism is about the person themselves. So I know the alt-right has really struggled with this, but I don't know how else to explain it in a way that you guys will understand. And so I'm just not going to worry about whether you understand it or not. I'm just going to chalk this one up to you guys just not getting it because of whatever reason, right? But the thing is, under individualism, as in individual rights, the thing that you concede and yet seem to want to undermine, you can do that.
No, because
nothing stops you doing
that. I don't care about people outside of the group that I am a part of, that I am trying to protect. Okay. I do not, when these people are in my country and taking away from my group by their very presence takes away our cohesiveness. I do not care about that. I care about fighting for my own people and protecting what I believe is the future for my people. And that's as far as I can go. And I do not believe that you can be in a position where you have to protect every single person in the world. You can put this arbitrary citizenship thing on it, but that is arbitrary. These papers were awarded through fraud. They have a piece of paper that says they're part of something that does not come anywhere close to the definitions of race itself. Okay. And, I just do not care about citizenship paperwork.
Okay, well, I disagree. I don't think it's arbitrary. We don't have an obligation to provide rights for people in Somalia. You know, our government, that would be the job of the Somali
We have an obligation to provide rights for
citizens.
Somalians in America.
If they're citizens.
Why?
If they're not citizens.
Why?
Because that's how a civic democracy works. That's how
greater principle than the survival of the people and the community
that
itself.
Ensures the survival of the people. It ensures that white people aren't shooting white people. Okay?
Sargon,
that's what
I don't
prevents.
think that what you're saying is very popular. I don't think that if you admit that this is bad to have all these people here, and then you say, well, it's because of citizenship and they have these papers and there's just nothing we can do.
I didn't say there was nothing we can do. I gave you a solution.
Never explained what we could do.
Yeah, I did explain.
Promote the culture, but
yes,
you don't have any practical. You don't have any practical series of events that.
I literally gave you an example. So again, I'm not going to go over it again. It's all in the stream. People can see it.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, it is.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, you don't and I think this is a consequence of you not living in an ethno-state. It's very much like a Western communist.
I have lived in China.
Yeah, but no,
I have lived in
China. China is a multi-ethnic state.
I lived in Romania.
Romania is not an ethno-state.
These are ethnically pure. Well, Romania has gypsies. Okay, whatever. I mean, most places.
And Hungarians.
Like I said, it doesn't matter how many white people there are in them, right? You could have an ethno-state with one white person as a white ethno-state. It would just be he has the rights.
If you could.
Of course you could, right? It's a
one-person state. Look, I don't think that exists.
No, not one person in the state, just one white person in a sea of brown faces. And if it's a white ethno-state, none of them have rights, and he has rights. That's an ethno-state.
Okay, I mean, this is just so tedious.
Okay. Hey, Worski's got a quick question for you, Sargon. Go ahead, Worski.
Go on, Andy.
Yeah. I came in a little bit hot last time. Sorry about that. But you did say a little statement on a live show that Andrew will be like the last alt-right you'll be debating.
Yeah.
So when I came in and you were like, well, I am going to debate Spencer. I just don't have the time. I forgot because I'm a little bit hungover, won't lie, but forgot to mention that statement that you said that Andrew will be the last alt-right you'll be debating. Therefore, you won't be debating Spencer.
Well, maybe I'll make an exception for you.
Okay.
But I mean, as a general policy, I'm not interested in talking to the alt-right any further. I've done it. I've talked.
Actually ask you something because I remember, like, you know how SJWs never want to debate with you. Like, let's say Anita Sarkeesian, when we were at VidCon, you were like, why don't they want to debate with me? And then they just insulted us by calling us Nazis and whatever. Don't you find... Nazis. Okay, I mean, generally, SJWs will say Nazi or whatever. Not Anita in particular. She called you garbage human, but you know what I mean. They don't want to debate with us.
They called us Nazis.
But they don't want to debate with us.
Andy, just to head you off at the pass here, I have a library of interviews and debates I've done with the alt-right.
No, I know.
I've done it. I might do communists next. I might go to the communist community.
No, I understand.
Get a bunch of commies and talk to them and get them to hate me.
But I understand, dude. But I'm just saying, a lot of people seem to be concerned that if you just close the door to the alt-right forever, I'm not saying you have to do one every week. Yeah. Like, I'm just saying if you just go from now on, I won't be debating the alt-right. A lot of people have been saying, hey, that might seem a little bit, SJWE, where you don't want to debate a certain group because you just think they're wrong. What do you have to say about that? It's not just me saying that. It was like if you guys were talking and
I've done it. I've finished debating the alt-right. Andrew Anglin was the last one because, like I said, I consider him to be true alt-right, and or I did consider him to be true alt-right. I think there are a lot of people in the alt-right who don't really understand the terms they're using, don't really have the courage of their convictions, and like to LARP as Nazis. Well, why LARP? You know, if you actually agree with these principles, just be brave. You're never going to win any fucking battles this way.
Okay. But really, it has nothing to do with sadism. There's nothing to do with sadism.
No,
That's
I don't
what you want is like gruesome shit of like we're just gonna fucking kill everybody, and nobody believes that. That's why there's nobody saying it because nobody.
I don't think you're sadists. I don't think you're sadists. I don't think you want to kill people, but you will, and you'll do it in large numbers. Because the thing is, you guys have got to understand, like, there will be people who agree with you who do want to do these things. And what's going to be a rationale to stop them? Oh, no, Andrew Anglin, defender of the Jews, is it? You're not going to stop them from shooting Jews. You're going to be like, well, I really wish they weren't doing that. I don't like shooting people, but they'll be killing them anyway. So it's just like...
We're going to implement policies here, Sargon. We're not just going to say, go out and kill everybody. I mean, we're not doing like...
No, I know you won't. I know you won't. But there will be people who do. And you won't have an argument to stop them.
I don't know, man.
You will have removed the right to citizenship from the Jews. So you won't have a position.
Go to their own ethno-state called Israel. They have a place to go. Everybody has a place to go. Everybody has a home except us. Our home is invaded and taken over by other people.
You can come to Romania if you want.
What?
You can come to Romania if we want. Most people here are living for multicultural West, so there is a need of skilled workforce.
No, I mean I'd like to. It's EU. I have legal issues in the EU.
Yeah, you probably do.
Well, Moldavia is not in the EU. It's right next to Romania.
Yeah,
but the Moldavia might be accepted into the EU any day. You know, you can't fucking trust them not to join. The EU is going to dangle purses of German money at them. You know,
they won't until the Russian. I mean, if the Russians are given citizenship in Russia and leave, maybe. But Moldavia will never be in the EU with its present stat. I mean, this is a stupid point. Why are we talking about this? But
kick V.
Yeah, no, I'm kicked out of Europe basically.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, I think I've explained my position enough, and I think that the problem that the alt-right has with my position is just that it's not radical enough. I mean, what I'm suggesting will make the difference. It'll just happen over time. The alt-right, I don't think, is patient enough for that. And
are you willing to admit that there's nothing like what you are proposing that has ever happened ever in history? That the idea that you can use culture to make a multiracial society work? That there's no, unless you count like Singapore with Asians.
What's Romania? What's Romania?
A civic nationalist state.
And what was the ethnic origins of Romania?
Romans and Dacians, and then they were Romanian.
I think that your white ethno state's just disproving you there, Andrew. But either way, these things will become fixed over time. I promise you, if we just do the right thing. And the thing is, you guys presenting what you're presenting, it gives fuel to the SJWs to do the wrong thing, in my opinion. And so this is why I won't be associating with the alt-right. It's not that I think that you're all bad people or anything. It's that I don't see you as being a benefit.
Well, I mean, Sargon, you've repeatedly said the word nigger. You said that Hitler was a good person. Those are your words. You said that
I said he wasn't a psychopath.
No purpose.
Or at least
black people have no purpose to exist.
I know, right? I just can't stop.
Buried here.
I just can't stop.
I think you might have a knock on your door here pretty soon.
Yeah. I've also, like I said, I've got spoons and butter knives in the kitchen. I mean, if the UK cops find me, I'm
fight
fucked.
The cops.
Yeah, no, I'm fucked. That's a jail sentence, I'm certain. But yeah, and dude, for like literally, I can't remember which local constabulary it was, but they tweeted out a picture of a butter knife on a window ledge and said, "Well, okay, it might not kill people, but it is a knife as we did our knife sweep." And it's like they actually are that anal. It's just absurd. But anyway, like I said, I don't think I'm not bothered about what the alt-right does. I don't think you're going to change anything. I don't think you've got a plan to how long until we see the alt-right change Canada's national anthem? National anthem.
Well, the idea here, Sargon, is about creating consciousness and that rising to reach critical mass. I mean,
So
there is a plan here regarding as long as it takes. I mean, we don't have any
how
choice.
long is that?
We don't have any choice. How long for your thing, Sargon? How are you gonna how long until you convince these people to enforce British culture on the Hajis?
Exactly. Decades. This is why people like, we haven't done anything in like a month.
I know that we have had a big impact on people who are not yet 18. This is a big thing among young people.
Okay, I'm happy to let you believe that, because I think that they're just conservative. I don't think they're neo-Nazis or alt-right or whatever, white nationalists. You know?
Well, you don't know what it's like to be around these people. I don't think you. I think you're in a white area and you do not understand what it does to you to be around.
I went to university in Coventry, so
I don't know what that means.
Well, that it's a place with high Muslim immigration. Okay,
Sargon, let me ask you this. Let me ask you real quick. So you don't want to associate with the alt-right. We got that clear. That's fine. But would you stand up for someone in the alt-right, someone like England, someone like me, someone who gets censored or deplatformed because of their beliefs? Would you stand up for someone in the alt-right?
Judging by my history of behavior, what would you say? I mean, I've defended Anglin.
I would think so. Yeah. But also, in the past, you would also debate and associate or talk with the alt-right, and now you're turning a new leaf. So I'm just making sure you're going to stay consistent on.
I mean, you can't possibly think that the way the alt-right has treated me is polite, pleasant.
Have I been rude?
Now collectivizing is bad, is it? Get rid of all the dark. But don't collectivize me, bro.
You're talking about trolls and spurg chats.
I'm not talking about trolls and spurg chats. I'm not talking about trolls and spurg chats, right? I'm talking about generally, right? So I spoke to an alt-right guy on the Facebook group the other day, and it was amazing. I had to go through, I think it was about 10 posts with him of him slinging insults at me and like fake pictures at me and I'm just like, okay, but I thought you were here to talk. And he was just insulting me constantly. And I get that everywhere I go in the alt-right. It's constant.
You've insulted people on the alt-right as well.
Listen, right? You don't know what it's like to be in my position when dealing with the alt-right. It's just not worth my time. It's a really venomous group to have to deal with. And so I'm just like, okay, I've done the interviews I wanted to do. I've talked to the people I wanted to talk to. And now I'm going to do something else. And until you guys have got a plan to change the fucking national anthem of Canada, you guys are irrelevant. Like, the SJWs are changing our nations right at the very top. The very top. And you're like, yeah, the alt-right is going to fix this. Go on then. Tell me how. How are you going to fix this? When?
Well, if you don't want to combine with another group that wants to fix it, I mean, it seems like you're making
I don't think the alt-right would advance I don't think the alt-right would be
there's
productive.
More of us than there are of you.
Is that true? Is it?
Yeah. I have a question. What's your plan to change the SJW stuff? Because it's been, 5 years, people making videos about it. Nothing's really changing.
I honestly, I don't really want to tell you.
Oh. Okay.
Plan. Sargon's got a secret.
It's not a secret. I just don't really want to tell you.
You have a secret Discord.
So you don't. So you don't actually. If you actually cared about changing this SJW culture, you would surely tell us all so we could start enacting your plan.
You're helping out, maybe.
We'll do, you guys will only try to undermine it.
No,
because for some listen. Because for some reason, the alt-right thinks the liberalists are a bigger threat than the SJWs, and I think honestly, it's because you're so parochial. We are a bigger threat to the alt-right because our ideas are just flatly better than yours. They're more tenable than yours. They produce better nations than yours, and they have much more widespread appeal of yours. And you guys are pissing in your pants because of them. And this is why, like, I can't understand why.
I think you're missing the point.
The SJWs are the ones fucking you over, and you're focused on us.
People are just trolling the liberalist thing because they think it was cringy, not because of the.
That's great, but the SJWs are fucking your countries. You fucking
I know
idiots.
they are. I'm not alt-right.
Wasting your time with us.
I
go and do something to the SJWs if you actually give a shit.
What am I gonna do to the SJWs? That's what I'm
What do
asking
you do to us?
What's your secret plan?
Whatever you do to us.
Tell us your
Nothing
secret plan,
to you.
Sargon.
I do nothing to you.
Sargon.
Me personally, I don't do anything to you guys, liberals. I've said the name is pretty cringy.
Well, don't collectivize me, bro. But the alt-right is doing this. Okay, look, the liberalist Discord servers, the liberalist fucking Reddits, and we get alt-right people trying to like push their nonsense all the time. It's like, why aren't you doing this where the SJWs are?
No,
and the answer is
they're not doing it. The answer is, I mean, if you want to know the answer, I can tell you. The answer is because people feel as though you are gatekeeping by keeping people in a mindset that is wrong. People who would otherwise be coming to the alt-right are going to you because
you feel entitled to my audience,
way, even though your thing does not actually make any sense.
So his ideas are bad, but more people come to him, and you view this as a threat, which is why it needs to be destroyed. Am I following correctly?
No, man.
That is what you just said, Andrew. And at the end of the day, you guys have got no right to my platform.
That I agree with your critique of the SJWs. So people who are opposed to the current system are going to you because it is easier to go to you than to go to something that's called Nazism, okay? We are all called Nazis because we believe we have a right to exist. So people who are opposed to the current system will go to you because that's easier. It's hard.
Why do people go to communism if it's easier? Because being a communist is also hard, and there's far more
Antifa. Separate type of person. That's a separate type of person.
Right, maybe it's a type of person that comes to us. The sort of person who comes to us is generally opposed to tyranny.
Yes. We have a lot of overlap. The only thing is that you use complicated nonsense reasons to back out of the racial issue, which is the defining issue. It is the defining issue of everything that is happening is the racial issue, which you've said when you said, and I quote, niggers have no reason to exist. Sargon of Akkad, 2018.
That is a trustworthy quote that you can take directly from the mouth of Andrew Anglin, but not me for some reason.
Sargon, what is your plan to defeat the SJWs? I'm not going to take this, oh, I have a secret plan. I'm not going to tell you. That's bullshit. What's your plan?
I don't have to tell you. And I don't have to give you guys...
You don't have a plan.
Tell your audience or they're
tell
going
your
to
audience.
We have a plan. We have a plan called...
I thought this entire stream is made up...
We've already defeated the SJW.
Okay, but you understand that the jackboots will come for you long before your racial consciousness does anything, right?
What is your plan, Sargon?
I don't know. Jackboots what?
Didn't you say that everyone in this is outright? And now you're saying that Sargon is to tell it to his audience. So which one is it? Is the audience in this chat, or is it the outright?
What is his plan?
That question.
He gave Sargon gave the critique. The Anglin and the alt-right doesn't have a plan to defeat the SJWs. So Anglin said, what is your plan? What is your suggestion? If you're going to critique someone that they don't have a method to defeat this group, then sounds like you don't have anything to offer either.
Well, I'm happy for you to believe that I don't have anything. I'm happy for you to believe that.
If you want actual change to happen, then you would tell us, you would tell your audience.
No, I think actual change is going to exclude this.
So how are you going to tell anybody this secret plan? You're just going to carry it out with your group of YouTube scientists just by yourself, and that's going to change everything?
Myself. I don't even need a group of YouTube scientists.
All right.
You're going to take down the entire system yourself?
Wow.
In secret? That's amazing, and I wait for it.
That's not what I'm saying.
Are you planning something?
I'm not even mad, man. That's impressive.
Well, I mean, I'm not Madonna. I'm not going to blow up the White House or something. But no, it's just what I'm personally going to do, and I think it will have an improvement. And hopefully, it changes minds. Hopefully, inspires other people to start doing things of their own. You know, I mean, I'm not going to be in control of everything or anything. I would hate to have that kind of responsibility. I'd hate to have that kind of burden on my time. You know.
So when can we expect this? Can you give us a little teaser? You know. Can we watch a trailer? When is this coming out?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to share it with you. It's not
live show. Are you getting a bowl cut?
what kind of? Oh, Anders Breivik's got a shave.
What sort of plan?
I was going to say I'm Breiviking this.
You have this secret plan to destroy the SJWs. You're not going to tell anybody. You're never going to tell anybody.
I don't listen. Right, you have to understand. I don't think there is a plan that is possible to just destroy the SJWs. I think anything.
Oh, so you don't have a plan?
Listen, right? I don't think there can be a plan that you think, right? I think that what's going to happen is going to take decades, and it's going to be.
So you literally just admitted you don't have a plan. Listen.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I don't have
literally.
A plan.
You don't have a plan. Okay.
I want you to think.
You just wasted the last 15 minutes of our time saying you had a secret plan.
You had a plan.
I don't have a plan, guys. I don't have a plan.
Hang on. No, but it's going to take you decades. Tell us, and we'll help speed up the process.
Because I don't have a plan.
Why do you think people don't trust you, Sargon?
I don't think that people don't trust me. I think the alt-right doesn't trust me.
No,
I thought you had a plan.
Andy's not alt-right.
I'm not alt-right. I hate SJWs, and I have
been fucking generous to the alt-right.
Andy's one example, and we're talking about collective, which is the people. I mean, can we keep the same standards across the board?
No, they can't, because don't collectivize me, bro. Right? But seriously, like, I have been fair to the alt-right. When I first did my first video on the alt-right, what was the thumbnail that I used?
No one knows. No one watches your videos, dude.
Well, then don't tell me that you're part of my audience so that I owe you anything.
I don't subscribe to you.
Exactly. I don't owe you a damn thing.
Right.
So when I ignore you,
how am I supposed to know the thumbnail of your video? That's crazy.
Yeah,
hey, Sargon.
I was just an example. I'll tell you. Listen, I'll tell you.
10 months ago, what was the thumbnail of my video?
No, the thing is, it's relevant, right? It was it was a picture of an American family from the 50s.
Right.
It wasn't a picture of Adolf Hitler. It was a picture of a 50s American family, because I was charitable to the alt-right. Do you understand?
If you're a victim here, I mean, I don't understand the relevance of that.
Speak to Richard Spencer, speak to Jared Taylor, speak to Millennial Woes. You know, I genuinely kind of miss Millennial Woes. I kind of miss talking to him because I enjoyed his conversation, even if I disagree with him ideologically. I kind of miss his company. It's really weird, right? But this was the thing. It's like, okay, well, you know, I guess that you live and learn and whatnot, but like,
it's not that weird. He's a nice guy. I mean, why would that be weird? I mean, why?
Nice,
you know, I miss my friends when I don't talk to them. So
we're ideological opponents. You know,
if you're planning these secret camps, can you just at least tell us after the stream privately?
I'm not telling you what I'm doing, because, like you say, you're not part of my community.
We know you have camps planned. We know you have roller coaster.
I do watch your videos. I stopped watching the Thinkery ones, but I still watch your regular videos.
You don't watch my Thinkery ones. God damn, Andrew. Now I know that there's no point with that channel.
He doesn't watch our D&D, mate. He doesn't watch our Dungeons.
Dude, you are missing out.
That's a white man invention, mate. That's white identity right there.
Yeah. That's white culture. Sargon's always talking about how he doesn't have time for this. He's literally playing Dungeons and Dragons with V.
I thought of something. The liberalist group is like 95% white people or something. Tell me about that. I mean, tell me how you work that out. That your ideology only is compatible with white people. What do you do with that?
Wow.
Well, how do you explain the non-white people?
Just that they want to be white.
How many Jews are in the alt-right? Fair question.
What?
Yeah, how many Jews are in the alt-right?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it?
We have a couple.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tara McCarthy. I watched her make a fucking explanation. So Jews can argue for white identity. I'm thinking the alt-right is going to be led by Jews within a year. It's going to be wall to wall.
Is a woman, and I do not support any Jews.
Why did Weave's mum say that he was a Jew?
Stephen Miller is one of the head.
She is an abusive mother who wanted to signal, just like, okay, Sargon, this shit of like my mother, my I have ancestry of Indian, okay? I have some, and then people take DNA tests and they don't have it. Yeah. Weave is not a Jew. The original claim by his mother was that she has a great grandparent that is a Jew, so that would be what, 1/32nd or no, 1/16th.
How much Jew is too much?
Like pretty far out there as far as
too much Jew,
but I mean, it's a pretty easy thing to make up too. So I mean, if you,
I guess you'll need the genetic tests.
Listen, if she was against the alt-right, that much Jew would have been too much Jew in the eyes of some.
Yeah. You guys know it as well. Come on.
What?
I mean, there's a site called Spencergate, and they're certain that he's a Jew through descent, and it's like, well, if anyone was going to be a Jew, it's probably Spencer.
This is Spencer. Certainly
Crypto
not very Jewish.
But Spencer is a Jewish name.
Well, Anglin is quite intelligent. Would you say that the IQ is oscillating towards disturbingly high Jewish levels?
I'm hearing some echoing on the line.
Did you say the K word, Sargon?
That's flattering.
Sorry, say again, Andrew.
Did you say the K word?
What, kike?
Oh yeah, that word.
You know that I'm not against saying naughty words.
Well, it's funny because the liberalist Discord, a lot of people in the chat have been saying the liberalist Discord has actually banned hate speech. So how do you explain that?
I don't run the liberalist Discord.
Oh, you don't?
No.
I can explain it. There were 20 people.
I don't run any of these things.
Hold on, I'll explain it. There were 20 people under attack by over 100 people from Pole. And I believe that people have a right to freedom of association. But if you really want to consider a Discord server a state, they have the right to protect their borders and build a wall to keep the savages at bay.
Build that
Well, then
wall.
why did you not just ban them outright? Why did you have to come up with a reason to ban them based on hate speech?
Because if you read the page, their whole purpose was to infiltrate and pretend they're not alt-right. So there had to be a system to find out the people, and yay and behold, now the hate speech is gone.
To be honest,
the crisis is over. Democracy is restored.
No more hate to create a censorship program that violates your own core principles.
No, it doesn't, because during times of war,
these things have to be done, don't they? If the alt-right would stop attacking people, then maybe it wouldn't have to be done. If the alt-right would stop attacking people, it wouldn't have to be done.
And now we're like the boogeyman.
You are. Listen. In a conceptual way, you are irrelevant. But when you're spamming chats with Nazi memes, then you need to be banned from the service for anyone to be able to do anything.
You literally openly say nigger and say
Mate,
you don't
in that microcosm of 20 people.
Alt-right is the crazy.
Okay, listen. On that
You
microcosm,
literally say the word nigger too.
I think you're echoing, by the way.
V
I
is.
say nigger Jew as well.
Yeah, V. Put on some earphones.
But this is a good way to get people to stop talking, so I can explain the question that I was asked.
Okay.
When the defenders of the white race waste their time by sending over 100 people to a 20-man Discord, okay, in that microcosm, I fully support those people banning the invader.
It's crazy, right? You guys have no right to anyone's platforms. You don't join our communities. You don't watch our videos. If we choose to not associate with you, you just have to deal with it.
No, I don't think anybody took any issue with that. It was the idea of banning of creating a hate speech rule. If you just banned trolls, okay, that's fine. I mean, I can understand.
But what if the trolls pretend to be alt-right and then they start, doing things in order to destabilize your Discord server? What do you do then?
That's something that you need to consider in the time. But I actually agree with you, Andrew. I don't see that a hate speech rule is important or needed. I would just ban people who are spanning alt-right shit. Just say no alt-right shit, and then that's job done. Personally, I put no commie shit too, just to make sure. But I don't think you guys are going to achieve anything before the SJWs crush you.
Yeah, I mean,
so you'd rather have the SJWs win?
Your shit.
Sorry, say that again.
So you would rather not share your secret plan with us?
Well, no, because you'll
have the SJWs win all over. I actually think the SJWs have been defeated. I think they're out of the way now.
You have to stop it because it's not yours, and it's just like, wow, that's so fucking childish. I'm not going to go and infiltrate alt-right discords and spam you with liberty memes or something like that.
I don't infiltrate. I don't do that stuff.
Oh, you personally don't, right? Okay.
I personally don't. I think that.
Okay, but do you accept that there are people in the alt-right who do this?
No, I will take responsibility for the mob. I can take responsibility.
I don't.
No. I have Anglin on this. I read an article on the Daily Stormer where you encourage people from the alt-right to infiltrate Milo's events and disrupt them.
Yeah, but he did just say he took responsibility. So,
bitch, I read the Daily Stormer, #1 fan.
Anglin, right? This since I've got you here, man, you are a great troll. You genuinely are, right? #1 fan site for the Wall Street Journal and for fucking J.K. Rowling. Honestly, that was great. I'm not gonna lie. I made a lot of hay with them. No. The Jeremy Corbyn endorsement? That's magical. Honestly, I know it wasn't. That's the funny thing.
Do you know what you could do that would actually be effective? If you could mobilize people to actually go to the events of Corbyn and support them, like wearing,
that would be amazing.
You know, like wearing Nazi shit, hoodies and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, we're for Corbyn. Go Corbyn. Yeah. That would actually be great.
Yeah. Seriously, if you guys want to weaponize your bad reputation against the SJWs, I will actually support you in that by reporting on that and making that a subject so people know that like Jeremy Corbyn has Nazis on his side, because that's going to stop Jeremy Corbyn's mass immigration agenda. Like you guys have to understand, like the role you play on the chessboard is not the role that you are trying to play.
Well, SJWs, and that's what I try to manipulate.
SJWs are like fist fighting children. I mean, you're talking about, oh, we've got to defeat these SJWs, and you dance around the race issue constantly, and the SJWs are all about race. I mean, you refuse.
Do you have hate speech?
No, we don't have hate speech laws.
Yeah, but we do.
Not in America, we don't. Not in America, we don't.
Good for you, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you don't have comedians on trial, but we do. So shut the fuck up about whining.
No, Sargon. You don't tell me to shut the fuck up.
I do.
You've been talking over everybody for this whole thing. I have a question. I have a question for you on this racial issue that you refuse to discuss. Why is it that every city that is run by blacks, and 100% of them, for instance, Detroit, ends up looking like Mogadishu? Is that because of Democrat policies?
You don't think it's because of Democrat policies?
Well, if it's not, then why doesn't Portland, which is as Democrat and liberal as it gets, which is run by white people, why does it not look like Mogadishu?
I think Thomas Sowell is right. I think he's got the data. I think it's the welfare state.
So the welfare state only affects the blacks, and even though it
affects white people.
Okay, so why doesn't Portland look like Mogadishu the way Detroit does?
I don't know. I'm sure there are many reasons, but I can give you examples in Britain.
Black people.
Of how,
black
people. Listen. If you want to question me, that's fine, but you got to shut up when I give you the answer, right? There are many problems in Britain that are also the same result of the welfare state, and they're not from black people, they're from white people, but they act just the same. Except we get stabbings rather than shootings because knives are our problem.
Aren't those mostly Muslims?
No.
So
we call them.
So you're saying that you have as high a problem of white criminality in Great Britain with stabbings and violence and that sort of thing as you do with your imported Muslim population.
Talk to a Scot. Just talk to a Scot. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, these are things that will have to be quantified, but you're not. I mean, you're shifting from one thing to another, and I'm asking you why. I mean, you can point out to some exception with white people, and it's an exception.
It's the rule in that country. Do you know that?
No, it's not. Oh, it is not the rule. It is not the rule that white people are criminals in your country, but it is the rule.
Shut up, because then I tell you what I'm trying to say. Listen, right? Everywhere in Britain where we have subsidized the working class with free housing, and I'm not kidding, right? The Labour government gave them £500 per child. It's created a criminal underclass called chavs. All over the country, mostly white, young people, no fathers, running around, stabbing each other. It's a problem. There's a reason that David Cameron was like, hug a hoodie, and everyone laughed at him because they were like, yeah, you're going to get shanked.
We have a problem. We have a similar problem here. We have a similar problem here, and people like to use the derogatory term trailer trash for it, but it's not a problem on the scale that it is with these other groups.
Good for you. Maybe there's a racial difference.
And I'm telling you, the Shavs are not a problem on the scale of Muslims. And yes, I do know that. If that were the case, that's all the media would cover. I mean, pull up some stats for us. Pull up some stats for us and show us how the country is being overrun by Shavs, and it's such a worse problem than Muslims.
Because the Conservatives want to do something about it. We haven't got a left-wing government in them. We've got a right-wing government.
Tell me about the Shav rape gangs.
I can tell you about the knifings that they do. But is that the only crime you care about? Is it?
Want me to tell you about the Romanian pickpocketing and prostitution rings in UK, for instance?
Is it going to implicate white people, V?
Yes.
Then
but
no.
Here's a question that I have. Why are so many people living the safety of Romania and they're going for multicultural Germany, multicultural UK, multicultural Spain, and they're not coming back? To the point where my country is having a major issue with how it's going to pay the pension for old people. And it's actually going to be a huge problem because almost all the youth is moving to multicultural areas.
Silence.
Wait, is this something that I'm supposed to answer, or what's going on?
Anyone who wants to pick it up, I would be really interested in finding out what I could tell the people of my country in order to remain in the majority white Romania instead of going to multicultural Germany and multicultural UK, Spain, Italy.
I would assume they do that for money.
Yeah, they do that for money, of course. They rather risk their safety in order to get better economic gain than to stay in this country amongst their people. And they're not coming back. They're leaving their old parents at home. There's entire Romanian villages where no one is plowing the fields anymore because all the youth are gone.
Well, they send the money home, don't they? I mean, they don't just leave their parents to starve. The whole idea is that they go to work to get money to send back to their families.
They're making their families in the new country.
What point this?
Well, what I mean, it's like they're not sending all the money home, and they're making new families. Like you do have elderly, like 80-year-old women, and yeah, sure, they may get money from their grandchildren, but there's no one to look after them. There's no one. I mean, you do understand old people need compassion as well. It's not just, okay, my son has left. I mean, whenever I'm in the hospital and I treat an older person, they usually suffer from severe depression because their kids have left, and there's absolutely no youth in their village. I can show you the news where you have entire rural communities and it's just old women crying because all of their kids have left.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Nobody goes to London for any reason other than money. So, I mean, if you're just saying, like, if the point here is that, like, people like money, then yeah, I think that's true. I don't know.
Okay, either way, I'm gonna head off because I really need to get another drink. But this is a very interesting.
Drink after he surrendered to the alt-right.
I've been talking for 2 hours. I need a fresh cup of tea. But Andrew, I've really enjoyed this conversation. This has been really interesting.
Yeah, no, man, it was good. I hope.
Yeah, I don't bear you any ill will, and like I said, I find patrolling spectacular.
I mean, there has to be a certain level of, you know, I have to stand up for what I believe in and what I disagree with you about. But I'm really trying not to be like nasty about anything.
I know. I didn't think you were being nasty, and I hope I haven't been nasty either, because I don't want to be either. But honestly, I think that there are. I mean, if the alt-right wants some recommendations to understand what I'm talking about, I'm happy to provide them. Right, but you guys there are certain concepts that you aren't quite getting, and I'm not trying to be condescending or dismissive. It's just I've had to explain certain things several times, and I'm not saying they're easy.
Just don't agree with it. I mean, part of it might be that we understand what you're saying, and we just don't agree with it.
It could be. It could be that. It could be that. And I'm happy to listen to like a sort of well-written rebuttal, you know. But like there are certain terms that get conflated with other terms that just aren't the same thing, and that's honestly one of the biggest barriers to communication with the alt-right. And I imagine we have the same problem with SJWs and communists as well, to be honest. It's probably not unique to the alt-right, but yeah, the idea that I've operated on lack of faith or bad faith or something like that really pisses me off, because I haven't. And it's the alt-right's like, if you don't agree with us and you're a bad person, that's no different to the SJWs. So honestly, I would recommend thinking about how hard you guys are fighting the culture war, because, like, you know, I don't need to deal with the alt-right now, and I won't, because there's no incentive to. And so I'm sorry if that makes people angry, but
no, I mean, it's cool. I mean, you know, it doesn't make any difference to me. It's just that you've started this now, and I don't think it's going to end for you. I mean, you've pissed these off. I don't have any control over these people, and they're.
Well, I think you do. I think you have a lot of influence. This is why this is why I consider you kind of like the de facto leader of the alt-right. Okay, here's an example, right? Women as figureheads of the alt-right, right? I knew you would have the honest answer. You came out immediately and was like, no, women shouldn't be figureheads of the alt-right. And that's the alt-right position. If women should be in the kitchen, if women should be married, making children, saving the white race, they shouldn't be single and, doing whatever it is they're doing instead of raising families. You're right. You're absolutely right. And then the golden one was like, I have to protect Tara McCarthy. It's like, well, okay, but the people who are going at her are the real alt-right people who are really living to their principles, who are really trying to enforce them. They're correct that she shouldn't be doing that from an alt-right perspective. And the golden one basically had to fall back on liberal morality, to say that, and it's just like, and this is why I think you are one of the most influential people in the alt-right. You are actually on the genuine side of the alt-right. You don't cuck to other people's morality often, especially not on the website at least, maybe in conversation, but everyone probably does, to be honest. But on the website, you give the firm, hardline, and real alt-right response. And so this is why I think you are influential, and I think you do have. You took responsibility for trolling earlier, and I'm just saying, I don't care if you guys continue to do it. I'm just going to ignore it. I'm just not going to engage with it because it's not worth anyone's time. There's nothing there. And so,
Sargon, before you leave, can I ask you a question, Sargon?
Yes, you can, Mister. Are you a black Israelite?
Y'all sons, the Marcus Leibowitz. I got a quick question for you. Now, they've done multiple studies that show that, like they did one with Danish children, for example, that showed that if they could flick a switch on a train leading up to two different paths, so that they would switch one that would save one Danish child and 3 Germans or 5 German boys would die, right? And these are very genetically similar people. And there's been studies that shown that 3-month-old babies prefer to be held by people of the same race as them in a daycare center, right? Yeah. So the tribalism is ingrained, and in this wet dream liberalist fantasy of yours, can you tell us with a straight face, do you actually believe that you're going to get all these Pakis and Jamaicans in the UK on board with this wet dream of yours, please?
Why would I need to get Islamists on board? Not they're
no, I said Pakis. I didn't say they're necessarily Islamists.
Well, a lot of them actually are. That's the thing. Well,
that's fine, but do you think you're going to get enough people on board?
Hang on. Let me actually answer your question. I notice you're not complaining about Hindus or Chinese.
Oh, Asmodor, do I like Hindus? I'm actually famous for having a great disgust of people from India. I don't know who you are, so I don't know what you're
famous for. But listen, what I'm saying is there are certain ideological groups that will never integrate, and we should be cultural imperialists towards them. But there are others who are completely compatible, who completely uphold, and in many cases are afraid of the Islamists undermining liberal democracy. There's a reason that Jews are fleeing France.
So in this liberalist fantasy of yours, it's going to be an unending struggle of forcing your culture against Pakis.
We all actually live in.
I think we live in a neoliberal wet dream, actually, not a liberalist wet dream.
Well, that's that's true.
Are you going to get most Jamaicans on board? Are you going to get most non-Muslim Arabs? I mean, do you think that? Do you? Yes or no? Do you?
Well, maybe.
Well, because people are naturally tribalistic, and they have so much to gain from the current system. I don't see why. Oh, they get all these free gibs, and they get affirmative action from.
Am I in favor of the current system?
No, but the point is that your system isn't appealing to these non-whites who are eventually going to demographically eclipse us if we don't coalesce, if we don't circle the wagons racially tribalistically.
No, I don't agree, and I don't think white people.
Based on all of human history, you don't agree?
Yeah,
because
do you understand that my ideology spread white people all over the world? It founded your country. My ideology empowers.
You founded a white nationalist country.
Your ideology weakens them.
Really, it seemed to do us quite well at conquering this continent and carving out the most sublime, perfect geography for white people, for the purpose of having a safe place for white people, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Well, I'm not like in agreement with you. So
Well, you don't seem to have much of a reason.
I agree that people are tribalistic. They absolutely are.
And that's never going to stop. And you're never going to get all these non-whites on board. I'm sorry. the alt-right has history on its side.
Well,
you do not.
I don't think it does. The alt-right's history is a history of failure.
Do you think you're going to get the communists on board?
Name a country where
I think if you look at the history of revolutionary movements, what happens is you get about a third of the people on board, or even less, and then you have a third or more of the people who are just, hey, let's go. The American Revolution is instructive in this. In fact, most people weren't necessarily in favor of of breaking from the crown. But about a third of the people stayed out of it. A third of the people were in favor, and a third were against. And
wait, do you think this will lead to an actual revolution, like military conflict?
I think eventually all of this diversity will make governing this country as we know it untenable, and something will step into the vacuum. And obviously tribalism will make it so either we are going to be the one that is in control of this land, or we'll be mestizos. Yeah, and I know what you're trying to do. This cute little tactic you're trying to do to try to be like, oh,
everything's a tactic, everything's a strategy.
Well, it
seems to be with you, liberal.
That's the thing. You don't know me and you think I must be a bad person. Man, fuck yourself. You're probably a bad person. I don't know you.
I'm following the conversation, and I heard Angling saying that there's going to be people that are zapping illegals and other minorities and taking them out of the country. And now you're saying there's going to be a bloody revolt. So, you can see why, for me, a person who am interested in like just ignore that I'm a liberalist, think that I'm a white American, and I'm listening to this. You might see that I'm a little bit bewildered because you guys can't even agree how this is going to be done, and I think it's a major and important.
No, I think me and England would generally agree that if we maintain our current course, whites are going to end up being abused, and we don't want to disappear. And we think in our
problem. And I understand the problem. Okay, like this is the thing. Both of us understand the problem. We just think that there needs to be different solutions. And when we say that we disagree with your solution, you repeat the problem.
But the thing is, you don't have a solution because humans are naturally tribalistic, and you're never going to get minorities on board, particularly in a system that enriches them through white people's labor. Why the hell would they do that?
There's many things.
I mean, look at your server. I mean, look at your Facebook group. It's 95% white, and a bunch of white presenting people probably just want to bang your chick.
Let's assume that they're 100% white. There's many things that get people to be tribalistic. Race is one, religion is another. Their class, their economic class, that you get the choices they prefer. Like people who like video games like to bunch up together. People who like tennis like to bunch up together. You're focused on race.
Yes, because tennis is going to dictate.
It's just one of the many things. Do you not agree?
To Islam.
I couldn't. And by the way,
do you not agree that doctors prefer to spend time with other doctors? If you have a room filled with people,
this is ridiculous.
And there's 4 doctors of different races, do you not think that they will talk to each other?
Every civilization has many different people because of specialization, but doctors on their own aren't going to determine the central tenets of a civilization. I mean, that's just another silly liberalist distraction.
Okay.
And by the way, V, I could imagine that you're American because we have plenty of people in here in this country that will attach themselves to a system that allows them to be an edgy special snowflake, but without really going against the social mores of neoliberalism. So sure, why don't you move here and be a little special snowflake, just like we've got plenty of people like that here.
You just sound angry, man. You sound angry.
I'm amused by how pathetic your vision for the future is. It's impossible, and history is very instructive of this.
Have you heard your own vision? If Anglin is representing anyone's vision correctly, you guys are going to achieve nothing. I mean, how are you going to...
But our vision makes sense. But our vision makes sense, right? Because this already existed in every white country in the world.
I've explained
it already existed. We know it works. Your thing, you would have to admit this. Our thing already has been it has already worked, and your thing is a new thing which has not been tried, where you're going to somehow get a bunch of Muslims and black people to convert to... Shut up, dude. You're going to get a bunch of black people and Muslims to convert to liberalism.
It's pathetic.
And go along with individuality.
There are loads of black liberals in my country.
There's no reason to believe that it would happen.
Dude, he's got non-exiled black friends.
I will tell you why I disagree with your sentiment. Right now, I live in Eastern Europe. Most of the countries here.
I'm white. You're whatever you are. You're a gypsy, so it doesn't matter. Basically, I joined the stream. I was listening in, and I feel like the debate is kind of like people are kind of confused because it's like I join and I hear, Sargon's kind of like, Hitler wasn't a bad guy. He's saying the N-word.
No, he was a bad guy. He just wasn't.
And then he said he wants to
between monster and good person. There is a middle.
You have the liberalists basically saying, oh yeah, if you have like a really kind of small minority that doesn't matter, and trying to ruin our Discord, we can put them in camps, we can ban them, we can gas them digitally. So it kind of sounds like you guys are like the Nazis in a way.
It kind of sounds like we need 4 people to defend.
I feel kind of sick, honestly.
It kind of sounds like we need 4 people to debate too. Are you feeling really that outclassed that you need to bring 4 people of your ideology into this conversation?
No, at the beginning, sorry.
No, wait. Paul Town has an ideology.
I'm a centrist. Shit.
Was that Paul Town?
Yeah. How are you doing, Sargon?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How you doing? Are the Finns white?
But so basically, what I've heard is that you can gas people if they're like a small minority causing problems. Sowing discord in your Discord.
As long as they're Nazis, it's okay to gas them.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you why people don't get them. Let me tell you why Richard Spencer.
So it's okay to abuse individual rights if they're ruining the rights of the majority.
If they're communists.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So you can do that to Jews.
Okay. Can I say now why I am against the preservation of the white race, as you put it? It's not the fact that you're
answer my question.
It's
Don't
not the goal. Question. Carry on, V.
What is this question?
Basically, so you can abuse individual rights if they're bad against the majority.
Yeah.
So you can. Okay. That's all I want to know.
Like Nazi ideology. It's not the principle that you're raising, which is the problem. It's the way you want to do it.
Look,
so you can only abuse individual rights if you do it in the right way.
I just want to say I didn't invite any of these people, okay? Just so the listeners are aware, I did not send out this link and invite these people. I just want people to know that, okay?
Yeah, that wasn't.
Angela, I want to answer the question from the beginning of your stream.
Hang on, before you do, because I am genuinely. This has been a really interesting conversation, but I desperately need a drink.
Okay.
But yeah, it's been interesting. And
get it for you.
You need the Irish, mate.
Good luck bringing the ethno states, I guess.
Don't off yourself, Sargon. We actually do enjoy having you around.
I'll try not to. I'll try not to.
You're a Nazi. Don't off yourself.
But for real, so if you have to go, I would like to just say thank you for coming on, and this was a good little time here.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was.
So, RIP. I guess this is your last discussion with the alt-right, so
for the foreseeable future.
I guess everyone press F in the chat. This is the last time you're going to see.
Never say never, but I can't see myself needing to do this again. So
that's too bad. I wanted to hear more about your black friend.
Okay, so let's
hear about my
Sargon, I love you.
It's what makes me not a racist, apparently.
Let's have if England could say his final piece in the debate. And then Sargon say a quick piece, and then Sargon can leave, and we can have a post show. Is that cool? Okay, go ahead, England.
I think I've already said everything I need to say. I believe that white people have a right to exist. I believe that this is for the future of our people. We should be doing whatever is necessary to create a homeland for ourselves. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. And Sargon.
My proposition will guarantee the existence of white people.
Guarantee? Can you say it?
It will guarantee it.
What's the proposition?
My side of the argument.
Your secret plan?
No, my side of the argument that we've been going through for the last 2 hours or whatever. Okay. But yeah, so that's it's not that white people won't exist, but other people will exist too. But anyway,
they'll just be buried under shitholers.
Well, hold on. I want to engage.
I'm not for open borders. We're not going through this again. Anyway, take it easy, everyone.
All right, thank you, Sargon. Take care.
Peace.
All right.
I want to answer Anglin's question from the beginning, right? Which was if white people have a right to exist.
Well, let's make sure England. Do you have time, or do you want to engage with V?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay, go ahead, V.
Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. I understand you're probably pretty tired. Don't know if you watch my channel. I also defended when the Daily Stormer was taken down, and I said that's absolutely atrocious. So it's not that I'm as radical as you might assume if you don't know me. I come from Eastern Europe, and we just got away from authoritarian governments all over. My people that I know actually died in the revolution, right? So the thing that scares Europeans
You
the
knew
most
them. You don't know them. You knew them.
is an authoritarian government. So when you say that you want the state to be able to take away citizenship's rights away, I am not comfortable with the state wielding this much power. Number one, the state can be co-opted, like communists can get and infiltrate in it. And once the state can just say, okay, this citizen who is of a different ethnicity or a different race is no longer having citizenship, we're going to take his property away, we're going to take his employment and whatnot. There is absolutely no reason why corrupt people that get into power can't use that as a weapon against their detractors and instate another decades of oppression.
Yeah, but the thing is, governments throughout time have taken away people's rights, for God's sakes. I mean, look at what's happening now to white people in the countries that they founded. I mean, it's happening right now. And you think, and as the point that I made to Sargon, his answer was laughable, is the idea that all this collection, this sea of minorities, this little melange of minorities, are going to get on board with liberalistism is a fantasy. No, minorities have too much to gain from sucking off the teat of the white man's blood, sweat, and tears, and they're going to continue to. And they don't give a shit about the Constitution. They'll wipe their ass with it. What are you going to hand a little squat Guatemalan with chubby little digits for fingers, and he's 4'5"? You think you're going to hand him a copy of Atlas Shrugged, and all of a sudden he's going to love the Constitution and he's going to love small government? I mean, and that's laughable. It's pathetic. Nobody believes it. I don't even think you guys believe it.
The thing that there have been oppressing governments in the past is true, but that doesn't mean I have to bend over and allow the big cock of the government to slip in my ass one more time without me resisting.
It does mean you have to, because you can't stop it.
If I can't stop it, at least I want to try. If that's not too much,
you can try. It just makes it more fun.
Now, your ideology is not generally accepted by white people in general.
That's arguably not true. I think most people project that they're not racist or whatever. But when you look at people's actions, people move away from diversity. People want to be around people themselves. Like I pointed out before, babies want to be held by people of their own race. At 3 months old, V. I mean, who are you kidding? People are racialistic. People are tribalistic. You're not going to beat it out of them with the Constitution or that silly little list of principles that Sargon came up with. It's not going to happen, man. It's just a wet dream.
I'm not against
it's neoliberalism versus tribalism. It's one or the other. I'm sorry.
I'm not against people being racist. The problem is,
it doesn't matter. What can you do in the future?
We're talking about what's realistically going to happen in the future.
What's going to happen? What's going to happen to you? You're going to get bent over just like you don't want it to happen.
Baked Alaska, why is Paul here? Because he's not engaging.
Why are you here? You're Romanian.
Paul Town is my new co-host of the Baked Alaska.
Yeah, suck it, V.
That's a good call.
All right, then. Well, I'm going to continue these ideas on the Worski live show when I'll.
What ideas? I don't hear ideas. I just hear you whining. I don't want
to. Hold up.
We want you to be here, V. You are now the leader of the liberalists, and
you are the leader now.
He's a leader. He's going to do a lot with
leadership. You're in charge, man.
We were hoping for an enemy of less effeminate for you, but you know. Yeah, why don't you debate my boy Mike Enoch?
Steroids. You need to take steroids, bro.
Worski, are you here?
No,
they're legal in Romania.
Are your feelings hurt me? Are your feelings hurt? I mean, I don't want to hurt your feelings.
Hey, real quick, everyone shut up. All right.
Wait, is he gone?
He left. He don't want to debate my boy Mike. He don't want to debate my boy Mike because he's scared, son. He's shook.
Okay, I want to hear from Worski real quick. Guys, shut up. I want to hear from Worski.
Well,
if you don't shut up, I'm gonna kick you. So we are now officially in the post debate show. Worski, give us a quick rundown. What did you think? How did this debate go? How did you think England did? How do you think Sargon did? Who do you think won?
Well, while I don't agree with all of Andrew's ideas, and hi Andrew, how are you?
Hey,
Sargon,
I'm a really big fan of yours.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
People don't know it, but
I did get the whole preserving the white race thing and all that. I get your points and stuff. But I think Sargon just came off really bad for the first like 30 minutes. I think near the halfway point, you guys chilled out a little bit, but he was interrupting a lot, and it was sort of just irking me. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think he doesn't like to answer questions. And by the way, one of my boys on Discord just hooked me up with some stats. No, it's not true. The chavs that he's talking about, and I spent half a year in London, by the way. The chavs are nowhere near as criminal as the blacks and to some extent the Pakis. I mean, he's just not living in reality. I've probably spent more time around diversity in his own goddamn country than he has. And again, I don't even know that he believes that like he's going to get Jamaicans and Pakis on board for his liberalist fantasy. It's just not going to happen.
Hey, hold up. We got Billy the anti-bully. Just joined the room. What up, bud?
What's up, Billy?
Oh, hey, it was a lovely fucking shit show. I enjoyed it. It's good stuff.
Yeah, what's your quick rundown of what went down?
You want my hot take on it?
Yeah, give us a hot take.
All my
I don't
heroes
know.
in this stream now.
Oh, well, hey, I just like to say hello to all my fellow white niggers in the stream. Nice to meet you all.
Yo. I'm a straight up real nigga, son. I'm the blackest white nigga you ever seen.
Oh, shit. All right. Yeah, no, hey, I would have loved to. I wish V would have stuck around because now as the de facto leader of the Liberalist Party, he could have told us the super secret Liberalist plan to win
things. Crying right now.
I had to ground him because I'm like, yo,
So much responsibility.
Andy, get V back in here. He's dodging. First Sargon's dodging, and then V said he was going to take Sargon's place as the leader.
Yeah,
now he's dodging.
Actually, Andy, I wanted to ask you something because I was listening to this earlier when you guys, Anglin and Sargon were talking. Sargon initially said he didn't agree to a debate with Spencer as a rematch. Then Andy came on and he said he did agree to it.
And I showed you
you misunderstood. You misunderstood. And then later on, he again went back to I never agreed to a debate. And then he went back to, well, maybe I'll do a debate. So what the fuck? Is there going to be a rematch or not? I can never tell what the fuck is going on. Is there one happening?
That's why when I jumped in, people thought I was a little bit hot-headed, but I was just frustrated because I'm just like hearing this on my headphones, doing some chores, and I hear, I never told Andy I was going to debate Spencer. And so I jumped in, and then I fucking screen share, and he says, yes, soon, I'm busy, which means there is a commitment for a debate. And also, Billy, you remember what, 3.5 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago was the
No, I've been keeping tabs on this shit because I wanted to see. I love this stuff. I love this internet blood sport shit. It's fucking entertaining to me. Speaking of that, is Andrew still in the room?
Yeah.
Yes.
Would you be up for a debate? Somebody wanted to challenge you.
If it's a relevant person, yeah.
I don't know how.
I'll do what you know.
It's the owner of Something Awful, Low Tax.
Okay.
Bakes, would you like to host that?
Yes, I would love to host that. I would love to host that as long as Low Tax is not going to throw me into a room full of concrete.
Well, he was going to dunk your ass in a river, but I think he'll hold off on it. But for some reason, he was watching the stream and commenting on it and said he found the shit amusing, so he wanted to jump in and try. Sure. I have no idea what his policies are, what he wants to argue. You guys can set that up. But
can you, just give him my email, bakedalaskacomedy@gmail.com. Just give him my email, and if he could give a topic of what he wants to debate, what his premise is, then we could totally set that up.
But that's my take on it. I was just confused. Is there going to be a rematch? And then, well, what is the fucking super secret plan? What does that mean?
You want to ask that? And he's like, I'm not going to tell you. And I'm like, why not? Like, he's like, and then later he's like, it's going to take a few decades. I'm like, oh, well, wait, so how? Like, let us know. So
this is my 300-year plan that I keep in a box, but you can't look in the box because it's top secret. But believe me, it will work.
No, he's going to hand out little. He's going to hand out little like parchment scrolls to his fellow liberalists, and that's how they're going to take down the neoliberal order.
Yeah, pigeons.
I mean, I will listen to anybody debate anything or talk about anything. The problem, and I said this before, I used to be a fan of Sargon, and I do appreciate some things he does. I appreciate that he stood up for me, but I cannot take the fact that you just ask him a direct question, and it seems he just keeps dodging. I mean, come on, that was cowardly. The very beginning of the debate, he says, oh, I'm not going to do a debate, and then he tries to ask Andrew questions. Oh, how is the Philippines? And like, come on, dude. Like, this is we've planned this for. It's taken months of planning. Andrew's out in Nigeria getting everything coordinated.
Well, he said it wasn't a debate, but then later on when he was talking to Worski, he said, well, in this debate I'm having with Andrew right now. So
exactly.
What is it?
I mean, yeah, he contradicted himself so many times.
When the second time I jumped in, because I remembered a bit later, and I was like, yeah, there's a clip of him online. I was talking about it on the Kumite on Tonkasa's channel, and I was just like, wait, there's a clip of him online saying this is the last debate he will have with the alt-right. So I came back in and I asked him that question, and he's like, oh, it is. And I'm like, so are you debating Spencer? He goes, maybe I'll make an exception. But here's the thing is, I'm not going to wait around on Sargon time. He goes, I'm very busy. Meanwhile, he's playing Dungeons and Dragons. What do you mean you're busy?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this sounds pathetic, but I sort of have more respect for Tariq Nasheed than I do for Sargon.
Oh, fuck yeah, that's my nigga right there.
Because Tariq actually stuck to his guns and like said what he believed, and he didn't back down. He didn't say, "Oh, I'm not going to debate Jared Taylor. Fuck him." No, he actually, even though I think his ideas are crazy, he actually had a real debate. He was respectful to me. He was respectful to Jared. He wasn't like, "Shut up, baked." Like he respected that this is my show.
It's Nick. Let Nick.
Yeah. I had an example with Nick. Actually, Nick was on like 3 days ago with Halsey, and they were debating the JQ. It got super heated. It was intense. They both DM'd me after and said they had a lot of fun. Both of them, even though someone may have lost in the audience's eyes, they both were like manned up and went like, "Yo, that was sick." Even Halsey, and he's like, "I'm ready for the next one." He's pumped for the next one. Like he's not pussing out. Hey, Nick.
You got to be a fighter. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, everybody?
What's up, Nick? How you doing?
What up, Sam?
Paul. I got to say, I joined back in when I saw everybody's tweeting at me. Paul's on there. I don't.
Give your hot take, dude.
It was a lot of fun. Andrew Anglin, very nice to finally speak to you. You did very well. I think clear winner there. I don't know. I mean, it was just kind of a disaster. Sargon was unwilling, I think, to even argue, to even like commit to the debate, to even commit to debating the subject that you agreed to debate. It turned into this like semantic, like logistical debate, like you said, and it was just kind of goofy. I mean, these people, they will not, I don't think, engage because they know that their ideas don't stand up to the scrutiny. They won't debate on race realism because it doesn't stand up to the scrutiny. They won't debate on X, Y, and Z, and they have to retreat into these logistical things, these, what even is white, these goofy things, because they know that liberalism has been maintained, artificially propped up by the mainstream media through censorship, through lies, through indoctrination. And then when you actually get somebody one-on-one that's not afraid to tell the truth, that's not afraid to really, bring the heat, well, then suddenly they want to ask you about the Philippines and all that other shit. So I think it's pretty clear what happened.
Right. Yeah. Real quick, Vince from Red Elephants is here. Vince, do you want to give your take on the debate? And then DeMarcus has a question for Billy the Anti-Bully. But go ahead, Vince.
Go ahead. You go ahead, DeMarcus.
Well, first I want to say the Virgin Sargon versus the Chad Tariq, of course. But yeah, no, I had a question for Medicare. Nothing but love, I got nothing but respect for you. But I want an honest answer from you. You're a Class A shitlord. I think you see the world for what it is. I just want to ask, like, if you weren't paired off with someone who wasn't white, do you think you would be one of us?
Would I be an ethno-nationalist if I wasn't dating a white or an Asian woman?
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, I've talked about my political philosophy a little bit. I talked about it when I was on Chris Cantwell's podcast, when I was on Exodus Americanus. People just don't really piece it together that well. Maybe I'll go on to a show and talk about it in depth to give people a better idea, but it's not. When I went to the debate, the stream, whatever you want to call it, with Sargon, he was trying to convince me that I was a liberal. You know what I mean? Which I'm not. So I don't know. I don't know. One of you guys wants to host it. I'll tell you my political philosophy in depth if you fucking want.
That's cool. I didn't mean to derail. I was just curious.
No,
I think we owe Worski a good show because he's been getting cucked on his shows lately.
Yeah, you sounds like he's not a liberal. He's more a liberalist. He's like the king of the liberalists.
Andy, you got to have. I want to see Mike versus V. I want to see Enoch.
Oh yeah, we have. Well, I'm setting it up for Spencer and Mike. Enoch versus V, and he's bringing someone called Arch something who's got like 130K subs. Apparently, he's good at debating the alt right. So V and Arch versus Mike, Enoch, and Spencer.
Sweet.
Oh, that's gonna be
yeah. I'm trying to make it a little bit better.
I mean, V is a low level type guy. I mean, this guy is not really on it.
Low T.
I mean,
but he at least shows up and doesn't whine.
Yeah.
In my opinion,
I'm sure he does. He seems to, not have much.
Well, he did dodge out of this stream pretty quickly.
He did, yeah.
Andy, why don't you ask him to come back if he wants to talk to England?
All right. I think he may have panicked.
He's a gypsy. People in here now.
Yeah,
well, it's a lot of responsibility. I mean, he's the leader of a new movement. It just got thrust upon him. You got to give him a little time to adjust.
I'll come back. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw that last debate with Nick versus Halsey. When Nick asks him about Israel, he pulls out a knife. And this artist made this. Look at this shit. This is beautiful.
I've never seen somebody freak the fuck out as much as that dude did when you talked about the USS Liberty. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was you, all right, Medicare? You sent me a DM.
I wasn't expecting that big of a reaction. It was pretty good, though.
He had been found out. He had been discovered, and there it is. That's what happens with these people. That's what happens with these people, and you start talking about those things. But,
God.
Yeah, he lost it.
Rootless cosmopolitans, they say, I think.
That's right. The rootless transnational elite. So, I mean, you saw the sunglasses shifted a little bit, and you could see the rage in his eyes. And he lost his cool. It's what happens when you lose your cool.
You're holding a knife to his throat, so I mean,
that's true. Yeah.
So Nick, while we have you here, Mr. Fuentes, do you think Sargon will ever recover from this? What do you? I mean, to me, it looks like he keeps dodging. He doesn't want to engage in these debates. It's all play of words. It's all semantic, Freudian slips, and all this stuff. Do you think he's done, or what do you think,
dude?
What do you think his thing is? What is his thing?
What do you mean? What's his thing?
I mean, why is he doing?
I think he's going to stick to the SJWs because the SJWs is safe to stick to,
But no,
a new era is dawning. A new era is dawning when people who can't do a single pull-up are going to be bullied right off the internet. I mean, this is. I think it comes down to being overweight. Maybe I don't know why you would vest any kind of credibility in somebody who can't control their caloric intake. And Sean was talking a lot about that. The body is the temple. If you don't respect, on the individual, he's an individualist. If he doesn't respect the individual level, he's going to create a healthy society. I don't think so. But no, he's toast. I mean, after the Spencer thing, that was humiliating. After the white neighbor episode, that was, I think, a signal of the decline. And then this was just a disaster. So. Yeah. No recovery for
I think he'll be fine. Technically, if he just sticks to the SJW stuff, because that's low hanging fruit, easy fodder. There will always be a fan base for that. I think he'll.
Yeah, he needs to go back to that.
Yeah, he won't rumble
and women.
That's the thing is he came after stopping anything. He came after the alt-right. He keeps saying why do I need to engage with the alt-right? Because you fucking attack the alt-right day in and day out, and he came after us, and so we're okay, we're gonna fight, we're gonna hit back at you.
I think the cognitive dissonance and the Dunning-Kruger that they're experiencing is basically they made their little YouTube careers based off of arguing with women, and they're men, so they're better at arguing with women. But when they're actually arguing with other men, they kind of just always lose.
I don't think there's any arguments to be left with the SJWs, though. I would argue that he thinks there's no arguments with the alt-right. I would say no, there's no arguments with the SJWs. I mean, how many times do we need to hear feminism is cancer? It's terrible.
PJ
Already heard
does,
those.
right? Paul
But
Joseph
did you buy your
Watson, all that
Pakistani
bullshit.
flag?
It doesn't work.
The funny thing is,
That shit has never
What
worked.
is wrong with this guy? Why is he doing this? That's what I mean. That's what I say. What is his thing? What is going on with the guy that he doesn't just want to? I mean, he'll admit race now. He'll admit that Hitler did nothing wrong. He'll admit that he doesn't want any brown people in his country, but he just says that. I mean, his reasoning for why with this thing that, well, the government has to give people these rights, and it's like, well, why? And he's like, comes up with this crazy thing about if these brown people have their citizenship taken away, then the government will go crazy and just start killing everyone. Which, I mean, that doesn't logically follow, and anybody can see that that's not like the logical path there, especially when we're talking about policy. Using policy to change demographics in the same way that policy was already used to change demographics. I'm having a hard time seeing why he won't just get on the fucking train.
Well, that's
what do you think, Nick?
Well, I think it really is a difference in worldviews. I think you brought up Heidegger and you brought up the fact that our conception of man is so much more than this materialist, matter-based, like human being that Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about. We're not simply just this amalgamation of stardust, like they like to say on Reddit. We have souls. There is distinction between people and peoples more broadly as groups. And so I think that in this like post-historical, like Francis Fukuyama industrial age, people like Sargon of Akkad, they boil humanity down to, we are these economic units. We're like United Nations, like toiling units. And I think that's where you get this civic mindset of our identity is citizenship. Our identity is contractual. It's Lockean. And I think that boils down in a lot of ways to his atheism. It's atheistic. It's modernist. It really is just in Richard Spencer's words, a fundamentally different worldview. So I think it comes down to that.
I think his biggest fear on the alt-right was that it'll lead to violence. That was his main contention, I think, with you, Andrew.
No, but I don't think he really believes that. I think that that's a way that because he thought that I was going to, because I don't think he really gets it. Like a lot of the stuff on my site is kind of hyperbole, joking around, memes, whatever. I mean, I say what I believe, but I add a lot of hyperbole to it. But I think he thought that I was going to go crazy and start talking about, well, we're just going to go out there and hang everybody. We're just going to kill everybody. So I think I do not think that he actually believes that if you sit down and decide we're going to remove these people by policy, that's impossible. And it's like, okay, violence, the entire concept of a government is violence in order to enforce policy. So, yeah, I mean, there is always a backing of force behind government policy. That's what a government is. That's why it exists. So, I mean, that's just a basic bitch ANCAP point or libertarian point. So, I mean, I think he isn't really being genuine in that. I mean, he says he's being genuine. He does this thing where he's like, I want to be straight up and reasonable and so on. But I don't think that that's a legitimate concern. If that is a concern, then I think it's very misguided and just not understanding how societies and governments and so on work.
I think he's just enthralled in this whole conditioning aspect of whites still. He's too scared to even admit what he really wants. It's just like most white people now in schools and our school systems and everything like that. They're just too conditioned to actually say, yeah, I would prefer if this country was majority white. They might think that, but see, this is the whole problem that goes back to, and I definitely praise you for talking about the Jewish controlled education system. If you look at McGraw-Hill, the company that makes our school books, you have Peter Cohen at the top. You have all these Jews at the top of our education system, of our academia, our academia system, Hollywood media, and it all goes into the conditioning of these children in these schools. I mean, you could just look at what these professors tell their children not to film inside their classrooms because they know that if they were caught on film, that people would be bashing them for the things that they say. I mean, this ideology runs deep, especially in the school system. But if you look at the country right now, I mean, the country in 1950, I mean, this is what people don't get. In 1950, you were talking about the Hart-Celler Act. In 1950, the source of immigration into the states of America was a healthy. I mean, there was a healthy mix of developed fucking countries. You had Russia, Sweden, Norway, Germany, Canada, the UK, Greece, China, and today it's basically 40 of the 50 states. If you look at the graph, the source of immigration comes from one undeveloped country, and that's Mexico. And then you have fucking Minnesota, where it's like Ethiopia. So
it's
I definitely
I'm
feel
from
you.
Columbus, Ohio. We're Columbus, Ohio is a #2 landing place next to, I think, St. Paul, maybe Minneapolis, someplace in Minnesota for Somalians. I mean, it's a disaster. I mean, you have the diversity lottery. The diversity lottery is literally the language of it is countries with low historical immigration into the United States. That's what the definition of this program is. So that means people that were purposefully kept out are being targeted by this this diversity thing to be brought in. Like people that we consciously were like, we do not want these people here. They create a special program to bring the worst people that nobody wanted into the country. I mean,
and if you look at how they vote, sorry, go ahead.
It's not just that they bring the worst people in; it's where they put them. And Sargon actually kind of fell into a trap when he said, "Oh, well, you can pick up and you can go somewhere else, Andrew." But the thing is, they're dumping these refugees from the Congo and from Sudan and Somalia in the
but
whitest.
The Wakanda ones are not as bad. The Wakanda ones are more advanced.
Right. But they're dropping them in the whitest areas of the country, like Lincoln, Nebraska, and central Tennessee, and the middle of Maine and New Hampshire and Minnesota. They've purposely put them in the whitest areas of the country, and now you have a situation where Somali and Central Asian ethnic Muslim gangs are fighting in pitched battles and throwing petrol bombs at each other on the streets of fucking Fargo, North Dakota. So eventually, there is no place to run, and of course, there will be no hiding place for liberalistism or whatever they're calling it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Ted Kennedy was one of the major people behind the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, and then obviously we had
up there.
Right. He was like their Nancy Pelosi, right? And so in 1950, I think we had like only 4 million Hispanic people here. Today we have 68 fucking million people here. This they promised us in their bill, literally, this was in their bill. He said our ethnic mix of our country will not be upset. That's exactly what he said verbatim. He said we wouldn't be flooded with 1 million immigrants annually. And he said that we wouldn't accept people with contagious diseases. We're getting Zika, fucking Ebola. We're getting all these things were literally promised to us. So when Nancy Pelosi trots up on stage there and says, "Oh, this is just to make America white again," that's what it was intended to be. And that's what you promised us wouldn't fucking happen.
Well, we have a rich tapestry of diverse diseases now, you know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's so diverse diseases now, too. And
beautiful. It's just darling.
It's coming from Africa. Right. And for people like Sargon and all these other people who say, "Oh yeah, I agree that it should remain majority white, or we should go back to a way of majority white," but they don't have an actual plan to do that, and they just say, "Oh, you know, I have a secret plan, and I'm going to reveal it in my liberalist Facebook page at some given date." It's just it's fucking and his part, he was calling you a cuck, Andrew. He's cucking because he won't admit that yes, there's some things that we have to do here to fix this, because fucking
the problem with the internal logic of their whole little ideology is that their thing is, oh, you know, Nazis are gonna, you know, violate human rights, and we got to stop that. And so basically, then if they actually believe what they're saying, that, you know, Andrew wants to kill a ton of people, wants to genocide a bunch of people. So they're basically saying, okay, well, you can't, you know, violate human rights. So if you violate human rights, we're going to violate your human rights. So it's essentially, all right, we're willing to extract violence and basically exact violence on people that we don't like because they're exacting violence, but we're better than them somehow because we have the same exact. We want less multiculturalism. We're against multiculturalism, but we're against the abuse of human rights. So we're going to kill anybody who if Andrew Anglin tries to commit genocide, we're going to commit genocide on anybody like Andrew Anglin. So it's a weird, bizarre, completely incoherent worldview. That
someone said in the chat, someone said the CDC brought Ebola here, not immigration. You fucking idiot.
Okay, well, whatever. Yeah. What about Zika? What about given? Let's say that is correct. Let's say that is correct, which is fucking not. let's say that is correct. What about Zika? What about all these other diseases that are coming here? There's a return of there's massive return of tuberculosis, which we've.
What about the rape gangs?
What about the rape gangs? Yeah. How about this? How about 85% of interracial crime is against whites? How about that fucking stat? How about how about the fact that
that's what
I'm bringing in here commit crimes.
That's what I think was crazy was that Sargon admitted that Sargon. Yeah, that was great, by the way. Sargon admitted that whites are being oppressed in the U.S. He admitted that Andrew Anglin is probably the most oppressed or censored man in the world, pretty much, as far as being deplatformed. But then in the same sentence, he says, that they're not, the alt-right isn't relevant, and he doesn't seem to want to help in any way. He has helped here and there, he made a video about me and he made a video about Daily Stormer, but it doesn't seem to be a priority. I don't know. I just see a lot of
these YouTube blood sports that are going on. Him coming on your stream helps. Everything else that he's done has done shit, because just making fun of just your standard Paul Joseph Watson approach to this shit and just making fun of feminists and SJWs hasn't done fucking shit. Our education system is set up against white people. Like I said, you have Peter Cohen at these, you have people writing these McGraw-Hill. If you look at McGraw-Hill, they fucking destroyed a history book because it showed Israel gaining territory, and these maps that they had in this McGraw-Hill history book, Israel gaining territory from Palestine, and this fucking huge Israel group just like threw outrage against McGraw-Hill, and they destroyed our books. It's all set up against us from the top down. And the things that I'm trying to find ways that I can do it as one single man. And one of those things was the Film Your Marxist Professor campaign that I started. We exposed that guy, Albert Ponce, nationally, who said we have to overthrow this white supremacist nation. That came from us. That went national. We're trying to encourage children to film their professors in these schools, because there's not going to be any right-wing conservatives that are going to overtake the education system anytime soon. So we have to attack them at their own game and basically encourage children to expose their professors so that they're more weary, hopefully, of spreading this Marxist, communist, anti-white rhetoric in their classrooms, which is you got to nip it in the bud, right? That's the theory that I take, is where you go after the source, this indoctrination camp, go after the source, shame these fucking teachers. I mean, we all saw what happened with that Ciccarello Maher guy, right? He was attacked vigorously, and he ended up having to resign from Drexel University, but then he just got rehired at NYU. Meanwhile, we have alt-right teachers who are getting fired on the spot. I can't remember his name, but
that's why I support,
that guy.
Like Wife for the Purpose said, homeschooling your kids is a good idea. Getting your kids away from the Marxist school system in any way that you can. The best way I can think of is homeschooling.
Yeah, just leave them in the woods.
Good. Well, I mean, but there's been a 10% uptick in homeschooling in the past, I think, 15 years. But most people don't have the money to do it. So we have to attack this. We have to attack education. We have to. In 1979, Jimmy Carter took over education. He put it in the hands of the federal government for a fucking reason. We're spending $70 billion on education every single year for what? To tell our children to fucking hate themselves because they're white and to become a fucking white ally? That's what we're spending $70 billion a year in education for. That's why we gave education into the hands of federal government, which has driven down our test scores and basically have completely obliterated any sort of vocational class or anything in our schools. No, fuck that. That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Well, I'm gonna sort of wrap up the show here, and I'm gonna read pound through the super chats. We had a ton, and I forgot to read them last stream, so I'm definitely gonna read them this stream. But let's just Paul Town, you'll stay with me for that because you're my host.
Yeah.
But really quick, thank you everyone who was a part of this stream, and thank you so much to Sargon and Anglin for coming on. I know it's not easy, but I would especially like to thank England for staying through this whole thing. And it's been fascinating to meet you and talk to you about everything. So if we could just have sort of a last speech from England of what you are planning for this year and where you see this movement going and what you would like to accomplish.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I gave a lot of speeches. I'm gonna keep working on my website. Basically, it's my plan. I think that the goal for the movement needs to be breaking into the mainstream with so that we can be a part of the dialogue. We need to be a part of the public discussion, the dialogue, and I think that needs to be the main goal, not fucking neo-Nazi marches through the streets, racial grievance marches.
No tiki torches.
The tiki torches are okay. I mean, I think that the costume Nazi marches are not really very good. I think I agree with Nick on this, and I think Nick is doing a very good job, and that's kind of the closer to the direction that we definitely need to be moving in as a movement is to normalize. That's
Are you declaring Nick Fuentes the new leader of the right wing right now?
Well, I mean, we'll see about that. What with the liberalists getting a new leader, I mean, it might be time.
Ooh,
so.
New blood. It's time for
powerful endorsement, big endorsement.
Big dog, yeah. No, so that's my thing. I think the movement. If I'm speaking of the movement itself, rather than, I mean, I don't know who's listening to this at this point. We haven't been debating for a long time, but if I'm speaking of the movement itself, that's my goal is to normalize to the point where we're allowed to be a part of the public discussion. I think that we need to just keep increasing numbers and just create a message that works for the mass population. Not cuck on anything. I don't mean that. I mean just present ourselves in a way that is palatable to the masses.
Be strategic. Have decent optics. Not to the level where you're completely cucking, but be able to have
cuck at all. I mean, you can say the same thing. You can say the same exact thing in a way that's not vulgar, and I think that should be the goal. I mean, I'm going to keep being vulgar on my site because I don't know if people know this. I produce this is a children's media. I mean, this is a website for high schoolers. So I'm going to keep doing that, but I think the larger movement needs to move in a more professional direction.
Right. Well, you're doing a great job, man. So how can people, what is the latest Daily Stormer site? How can they, I put your Gab in the YouTube description below so people can follow you on Gab, but how else can people donate or support you? And what is the latest Daily Stormer site?
Donations. I need some donations, but the only thing I have is cryptocurrency. I take Bitcoin and Monero.
Okay. If you send those to me, I'll put them in the YouTube description. And then what is the latest Daily Stormer website that people can go to?
dailystormer.name. And if that goes down, which it might not, I'm feeling pretty good about the old .name. If it does go down, just everybody know that you can Google. You can go to my Gab and see the latest one, or you can just Google Daily Stormer. Just type Daily Stormer into Google, and you will be able to figure out where the website is. I mean, I have people emailing me that don't know since it got shut down after Charlottesville. They're like, "Oh, I just found it," and it's like, bro, type that shit in Google.
Well, yeah,
so that's
it has been sort of hard to track with. I know it was like .red. It was dot a lot of things. But I put that in the YouTube description. But yeah, I guess just Google the Daily Stormer. You've definitely been wildly successful with that, man. And I just want to thank you again for coming on and spending time with us.
Hey, no problem, man. We'll keep in touch. I'm gonna get out of here.
Thank you.
All right, take care, man.
I got one comment before I go.
Okay, what's up?
Sargon, you're just not as black as you think you are.
All right. Thanks, DeMarcus. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on, brother.
All right. Any last words, Nicholas?
Any last words? No, I think that was a pretty solid debate, pretty cool stream. I don't think there were enough people this time. I think the one thing you got to change, need more people. It's very lonely here. But no, Thanks for bringing me on towards the end. It was very fun, and we'll keep breaking into the public domain. We'll keep breaking.
Wait,
into
I thought we're not relevant. Sargon said we're not relevant. We're not 8,000 live viewers. Apparently, we're not really doing anything here.
Yeah,
we're all cucks to Sargon, so
yeah. You're not an unironic extermination.
Unless you're not an unironic neo-Nazi skinhead, you're pretty much a cuck.
And a coward too. Remember, those are the real heroes. Those are the brave ones.
Yeah, Hitler had courage, and he was a pretty good guy. Sargon was 2018.
All right, Nick. All right. Always great to have you on. Thanks, man.
Thanks, man. Take it easy. Bye-bye.
See you, Nick.
All right, and then there were just a couple of us. So we got Paul Town here, Vince, Andy. Did you have any final comments? I think we lost Andy. He might be.
He just I was eating.
Are you fiddling your diddle?
Nah, just munching some food. I was on
munching. Are you munching some wet bread, dude?
Yeah. Oh, don't make me sick, please. Enough for that fucking.
When are we having Worski versus Loomer? Is that gonna happen?
I tried DM. Actually, yeah, I DM'd her, and then she was tweeting about me.
I think if you brought Loomer on Worski Live and just went at it, I would definitely pay for that, man.
Yeah, I'll ask her. I'm like, hey, Loomy, you want to get your wet bread in there?
Pay-per-view.
Hey, so Andy, have you gone you've kind of censored some of the super chats on your stream? Did you run into because you haven't been reading some of the more vile ones? Is there a reason for that, or you just don't want to get demonetized?
I just don't want to get banned.
Right.
Like I'll show it on the screen and I'll be like, I think you should guess the truth.
Yeah, Andy, I actually have something about that. The last stream, I forget which one it was, but I was basically I called Brittany Venti my mud queen, and you said that you read my comment, but you only called her my queen, not my mud queen. So I was kind of upset about that.
Oh man,
JF has a habit of doing that.
Well, why don't you say it now, Andy, and then that'll make.
Don't cuck on us here.
She's your mud queen.
Thank you.
Would not say mud queen. The only ones I don't read if it's like kill all the blank or anything like that. Like that's the only ones. JF he says he'll skip the words. It'll be like something Jew king, and he'll be like something king. And he also won't say nigger at all, ever. He goes, N-word.
Dude, yeah. you got pretty lucky with JF. He's really a great co-host. He's really.
Oh yeah,
he is. I don't know where you found that guy, but he's amazing.
No, he's great. But as per like, I won't lie, it was some funny ass blood sports. I just think the juggling between is he gonna debate, what's he not gonna debate, what's his plan, what's the secret plan?
That sort of ruined it, dude. Like how the fuck do you show up to a planned debate that was planned for a month and then say I'm not here to debate? Like that doesn't make any. And then he said I'm here for a conversation, and then he's like I don't want to discuss that. I'm not going to discuss that. Okay, so you're not here for a debate. You're not here for a discussion. Like, what the fuck are you here for? I mean, I don't think me or Andy or anyone's being disingenuous with that. Like, it's not even about his positions. Like V will go and he'll take the shit and he'll be in the shit storm and he'll take it and he'll be able to bounce back and laugh about it. And Sargon just cannot do that.
Yeah. Oh, no, I also want to say one thing because people were sort of trying to call me out in the chat when I was saying, he sticks to the SJW stuff, and people were like, Andy, you did that for years, and yeah, a lot of us did that for years, but I think it's gotten a little bit stale and old, and not saying that there aren't important subjects to cover. For example, there was that high school that had the black actress playing one of the lead roles in a play, and then she dropped out of the play, and the second in lead was a white actress, so they got complaints and they closed down the play. So that's actually affecting real world things, and I think that's important to talk about. And SJW stuff should be important to talk about. It's important to talk about, like, when it's very important. But I was doing it every day for a few years, and it's sort of like we have to, have to change it up. I was getting bored for like 6 months,
Yeah,
Right.
totally. I mean, we all have our progression of what we used to make content about. I see this a lot in the chat too. Someone says Andy is a fucking poodle of the alt-right and a snake. So I don't know if these are liberalists.
Oh my god!
But they keep saying
these are Sargon fans.
You're this like secret alt-right shill that's like controlling. I don't know, but I see that
what they think is. And I know in the chat someone said Northern Monkey SJWs have serious institutional power. Yeah, and I think it's important to dismantle that. But yeah, they think that because I have alt-right people on my show that I'm like,
you must be a Nazi, dude,
or I'm a poodle. I'm being like used by them. But I had a Jewish guy versus a Nick Fuentes who was talking about the controlling Jews.
Don't you have you have liberals on all the time? You have you've had a communist on.
Yeah, and I had
you've had like the
on. I've had a center.
Yeah, but most time they don't want to come on though, right? You had that one vegan guy on who was just totally dense.
yeah. But
this lies the problem that we've been talking about, that Sargon even admitted to, is that people that are either alt-right or identify with, pro-white views, or, don't want to be overrun by refugees, they're thrown in this group where they're deplatformed, they're told to shut up, they can't have an opinion. And me personally, I'm not very extreme, I don't think, and I'm, banned from Twitter for life, GoFundMe, PayPal, Patreon, Periscope, etc. So, that's the thing, is that, and Andy, I think you've been sort of red pilled just firsthand by having some of these guests on and being attacked in these ways. You're like, oh shit. Like, if you have a liberal on, you're not going to have people trying to shut you down and like do, these crazy attacks. So it's funny that Sargon says that the alt-right are the ones that are these crazy trolls and stuff. But I think that's just a reaction to how the left has been shutting down free speech.
Well, also, if you think about it, if they think that I'm a puppet for the alt-right because the alt-right is using my platform to rise, what they're actually saying is the alt-right is winning every single debate on my show, therefore they are rising. If they're
to be fair, like
go ahead.
His name? Andy and Sargon, to be fair, are literal Nazis. So I mean, there is some truth to the critique,
Well, the
roller
thing
coaster
is,
into the oven.
If I only had alt-right people on, and then people said that, I would understand. But I don't. I literally have people who oppose some of their viewpoints on, and they still say I'm an alt-right puppet. What they don't want to see is the alt-right being platformed and all. And the reason I started the show that I started recently was because I just started seeing the center and like the light conservatives doing the same thing to the alt-right that they were complaining that the SJWs were doing to them. So I was like,
and if the alt-right is so like irrelevant and stupid like they say, then the alt-right would just lose every debate and it wouldn't even be interesting content.
Yeah, and also the alt-right makes a lot of good points with the anti-white narrative. This is something that we should, like, for example, when Sargon came on to verse Spencer, he was like trying to say, what is white? What is white? Meanwhile, he says he has like a black, like his grandfather is like half black. I'm like, wait, then how do you know about half black if you don't even know what white is? Like, don't act like you don't know what race is. Like, and people who are, who don't believe race is real. I'm like, look, I'm not even alt-right, but I can fucking see that race is real. Any children can see that, okay? And then, and like, there's so much points that, like, yeah, the red pilling. I've been taking an OD of red pills. I need to take a little fucking break before You know,
don't OD, man.
Right.
You're already on the SPLC
So you're-
hate list.
So you would consider yourself at least a race realist then, Andy, or like at least you understand that there's biological differences at birth between races?
100%. Yeah, 100%.
And I mean, because it's so easy to tell these people. So then, I mean, if you're not called a sexist, and I kind of said this before, if you're not called a sexist for saying that men are more likely to commit crimes than women for known scientific and biological reasons, being serum testosterone, an inability to defer gratification less than women, things like that. If you're not called a sexist for saying that, why are you called a racist, quote unquote, for saying that there's definitely biological differences between races which cause blacks to commit more crimes than whites?
And also people said I'm strawmanning. Where did I strawman?
Did
said all black women are horrible.
And Andy, by the way,
did I strawman at all?
A ton of the chat too has been the whole time been saying, Baked, you suck as a host. You need get better like Andy and JF. So I mean, I will admit, I think you guys are probably better.
But you've only had a few debates.
I'm learning. I'm learning. So I guess I need to watch some more Worski Live or something. I mean, like, do you know what I mean? It gets hard. Like, I'm new to this today, dude. Last debate with Tariq, that was my new record. I keep and then this debate we had over 8,000 viewers. Yeah,
500.
So
2 worldwide, man. You were second place worldwide.
Oh, I thought it would first. Okay, I thought you were first.
Well, there was like League of Legends World Finals or something, so you can't really beat the Asians.
White power isn't superior to Asian power.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying that Asians would win this merit-based immigration system?
Yeah. So in the chat here,
yeah, essentially,
people are saying probably better. LMAO, you suck as a moderator, dude. So Andy, chew me out. What do I need to work on? I'm trying to get better. Apparently, I fucking suck.
Hang on, did you say Jew you out or chew you out?
No.
What's the difference?
Chew me out, dude. Bro.
I think you were good. I think.
What can I do better? I'm trying to do better.
I don't know. I think Sargon got under your skin a little bit. Like when I jumped in, I was fucking heated. I was already.
Well, he got under my skin because he wasn't being respectful to me. He said he told me to shut up. He told me like not to talk on my own show. And
when he said that's when I got really mad.
Yeah. So
I think you made a joke with everyone started joking around, and then he said, and then you said, "Have you ever read Siege or whatever?" And then he like literally like this, like if someone disrespected me like that, that's the thing is Sargon was interrupting everyone constantly the entire time. While I may have agreed with some of his points, I was like, dude, just let the guy fucking talk. Who cares if you think he's wrong? Let him fucking just yap. The thing is, just let the person be wrong. If you think they're wrong, who cares? Yeah.
So I'm getting conflicting comments in the chat as well. Some people say you're beyond bad as a host. You're pathetic. Sounds like they're salty here. And some people said I shouldn't have talked at all. But then some people said I should have talked more. So which one is it?
Don't even worry about them, dude. Just get yourself a co-host.
Well, yeah, I got Paul Town now.
I'm here. I'm the co-host.
Yeah, Paul Town.
I would say the
You're
only
not
mistake
gay,
you made with the stream is you kind of let the fox into the hen house with Sargon, because you spent the whole stream calling people cucks, saying the N-word, saying kike, and then just basically just being really kind of verbally abusive and kind of just saying racist stuff, and I kind of didn't like that.
Yeah. Sargon he's
are you trolling? Are you trolling? He has to watch his ego a little bit. I hate the incessant laughing.
Oh yeah, dude.
Don't laugh like that.
I went off on him about that. Like I felt good about that. I was like, Sargon, the internet thinks you're a joke right now. And I was being serious. Like I do want him to succeed.
Same.
He needs to lower his ego. It's like I would want people to tell me it's a constructive criticism. I admit, yes, I can be a better host, guys. I'm working on it. This is,
it gets better.
As far as big debates, I've only done like 5 maybe. I've had like 5 big debates and they've gotten bigger every time. So I'll get better, guys. Okay, I'm working on it.
Dude, and also just be honest. Like for me, for example, I know I'm a mumbling, autistic, stuttering fucking faggot, but I accept it, and people they'll accept when you find your flaws. I'm more emotional and autistic compared to
you're honest. You say what you think, and the people see that over time.
And I like that JF kind of acts as like a human timer, where he's like, okay, you got this much, you go right now, and then he goes, or you finish out your paragraph, and he finishes out your paragraph. I think that makes it a little bit more clean on your channel. That's definitely works in your favor.
Yeah, it's definitely it's like me and him are like opposite ends of the spectrum, and it makes for an entertaining duo. I'm glad I have him.
It's really good. Yeah. So Paul Town, I guess you need to maybe keep things more in line, keep things on time.
Yeah, I'm gonna lay down the racial law here and keep it pure, keep it white.
Okay, so this
just kidding. What people don't know about me, because I'm a nobody, is that I'm not racist. I'm actually a Hapa, and I hate Nazis so much. Andrew Anglin, now I used to hate him, but now I like him because I found out he's actually he's a cuck. Unlike Sargon, he's actually a Nazi, so I kind of dislike Sargon now. But yeah, so anything I say was offensive or anything you don't like, it's all comedy, it's satire.
We're bringing you on to have that diversity, get that Hapa diversity.
Yeah. I'm half Asian, half Jewish, so.
All right. Well, let me. I'm gonna pound through these super chats. We got
now I changed the subject. Wait, what? Another one in the media? Another one? Fuck.
Okay. If you
now they're infiltrating alt media, are you serious?
Okay, guys, the chat here. I love you guys. Give me some constructive criticism right here in the chat. I'm listening to you. I'm admitting, yes, I'm new to this, and I can work on being a moderator, debate moderator. Tell me what you would want me to do more of or less of. All right? Tell me in the chat right now, and I'm listening to you.
You do know they're gonna say some of the most horrific shit right now.
Stop putting racism
on. They said, please. Suck a dick, baked, kick Paul Town, gas yourself. Wow,
guys, you're hurting our feelings.
Don't talk. Okay, it was fine, baked, legit. Okay, so gas.
The Jews.
Oh my God!
Everyone wants you to gas the Jews, so that's what you should do on your next episode.
So more gassing, less talking. Got it. All right. Great talk, guys. That was really good constructive criticism.
Someone said get AIDS.
Hey, I'm doing the best I can. I'll put my video on too, so you can see my nice face here, and I got my cat here. And
you know, if Logan Paul got demonetized yesterday, any of us can get demonetized.
Oh,
I mean, I'm banned from live streaming right now. Yeah, he got his whole channel got completely demonetized.
Oh, for what?
No,
fucking tasing a dead rat.
Really?
He tased a dead rat on stream.
No,
yeah, or on his video.
Wait,
yeah.
I like how somebody hanging is like not enough to demonetize a channel, but like a dead rat is.
Yeah, it is.
No, but the thing is that his brother tased another guy, a live person. So it's okay to tase a live person to YouTube, but tasing a dead rat carcass, I guess, is like just instant ban.
Yo, Andy, show me your beautiful face right now, Andy. Turn on your camera.
Dude,
come on.
I'm like
come on.
Hungover and shit. All right. Hang on. Give me a second.
Show camera. Get on here, guys.
I'm about to put my pants back on. It was just J.O. and hang on.
I prefer to do the video chat, but apparently England is literally in Nigeria, so they didn't have enough internet. And Vince, yeah, what up? I like that background, Vince. So let me start. Let me start
working on it.
While Andy's putting on his pants. Let me. Oh, there he is. Oh, you look nice, dude.
I'm just eating. I'm like literally been munching on snacks. I'm hungover.
You're hungover. You went
hard. I was out till like 5 a.m. last night.
Holy shit, man.
And Jeff's like, "Want to stream tonight?" I'm like, "No, tomorrow, please." So doing tomorrow.
All right, I'm good. Let me pound through some of these super chats, Paul. And Paul, if you want to show your face. Get you a little...
can't. I'm too ugly.
Okay, that's fine. So let me read some of these. All right. Hashtag cat right. Oh wait, let me do the little screen. Oh, tell me your tip, Andy. How do you share the super chats with JF? How do you do that little thing?
Oh, okay. So what you do is can go on the video page, and you know how you can go to edit video.
Right. Yeah.
Then you see the button that says live control room.
Yep.
Hit live control room.
Okay.
Scroll all the way down. And then you'll see a thing that says open super chat window on the right side.
Open super chat window. Open in a new window.
That's it.
Got it. Yeah, and then I just share that link. Damn, man.
Wait, who are you sharing that link with?
I don't know, but is that what you do? You just share that link?
No,
he probably has access.
No, I just open it and then I share screen.
Oh, because yeah. So JF has you both have access to.
Yeah. So I share screen when I have that window open, and then I have it, and then you could feature people when you click a picture of the person on the bottom there.
Yeah.
It'll put that as always the main screen, and then you have your full super chat list there.
Hell yeah. Okay, cool.
Sometimes I'll just copy and paste a bunch of them and DM him if I have to go to the washroom or something.
Oh, okay,
so
gotcha.
There you go. There you go.
Right, yeah.
Always make sure you don't have your porn in the tabs there or the link to this actual chat.
Oh, yeah. No, I got no porn. Got no porn here. So.
Right now, I'll click your face now. I'll click your little box down there.
What box?
You know where it says Baked Alaska, where I am and everyone?
Yeah, somewhere on the screen.
Click yours. So click yours.
Yep.
And now it's featured. So when I talk, it doesn't overlap. So
and then how do I unfeature it? Just click it again?
Just click it again. Yeah,
oh, wow. This is like a live tech tutorial from Ray Swarsky. This is awesome.
Yeah, that's it. Everyone's wanting to show tits. I'll show tits in 5 minutes. Someone throw a $20 super chat and I'll show my tits.
All right. Yeah.
Every man has a price, and Andy's isn't particularly high.
All right. It's not for me either. It's for the big.
All right. So let me pound through these super chats. Andy Worski, IT specialist. Baked is fucking retarded. Thank you. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of shit today, guys.
But you're getting money too, so it works out.
Yeah. They're paying to shit on me. So here we go. Dragon's Temple with $10. I'm legitimately starting to hate Sargon. Take away feminists, and he can't have a single conversation. This is his full-time job and has been for years, and this is the best he can be. Fucking pathetic. Gary Backus with $5. The Jews are the aggressors. Hitler did nothing wrong. Hitler was not a cuck. Thank you. Garm93, 50 pounds. Or euros. Sargon desperately wants to branch out into the mainstream. He's concerned about alt-right influence being detrimental to his shekel farming. All right. Gary Backus with the $10. Adolf Hitler was a good man of honor. Nazis refused to be taken over by Jewish communism and Jewish central banking. Search on YouTube. Joseph Goebbels' Total War. I'm pro-Nazi and atheist apostate.
That's screwed up.
Caesar did nothing wrong. $2. Ray Swarsky for the kill shot. The fix $10. If the absolute culture and technological domination of the world in the last 500 years didn't work, why would it work now? This is the height of fucking stupidity.
To show my boobs, by the way, 2 people sent 20 euros each.
Yep.
So there you go, guys.
Oh, just now? Oh, okay, yeah. Let me see.
This camera quick.
Black D Dragon, 20 euros says Andy show tits. All right, I'm gonna go.
I did like 5 times.
Oh,
my nipples have been out the entire time. I've been rubbing my nipples. There you go.
All right, so he did. Another 20 euros. Tits or get BTFO. Wait, what is it about you? Someone said you love meat curtains or something.
He's a sex icon.
No, I ordered a you know Liz Reptile?
No.
Good. Anyways, this YouTuber, she's just, I don't even want, she's not the cleansiest looking person of all time.
Right.
May look to be some sort of a crack head-esque. Anyway, they were making a joke while I was eating pizza about me sucking on her meat flaps. And then while I was eating it, they were saying like the cheese on the pizza was like the cheese on her. It was just, and I almost puked. And then someone made a fucking actual song. T-Tac made an actual full music video of me eating meat curtains. And he spent a lot of time editing it from different movies and putting my face on people. So meat flaps.
All right. That sounds like a real Jew.
And then creamy garlic sauce, they were saying. Oh, because I was dipping it into sauce.
All right. All right. Here's another super chat from Joe Sakana with the $10. Constructive criticism for Baked. You were seriously dogpiling on Sargon when you are supposed to be a mod. That's why he yelled at you. I'm donating a lot because I'm a free speech advocate and I like you.
Oh, Joe, sounds like a real cuck. You sound like a cuck, Joe.
Well, it's my show. I mean, the thing I have to say about that is if you think I was dogpiling, I mean, Sargon came on in the beginning and said this is not a debate. So he already dodged the whole premise of this, what was supposed to be this show. And we've obviously had, he's had similar things with Andy and other people. Like, I think Andy would prefer he just say, no, I don't want to be on your show. Instead, it's like wasting your time. Like, I think that's the thing that's annoying us.
Well, and also now I'm at the point where it's like, not what you think he's gonna message me and go, I'm ready for that show. You can set it up now. I have people already debating Spencer, and that's gonna be a lot more entertaining. I think I've had enough of his whining voice. I offered, he said yes, you backed out. I'm not gonna go on Sargon time. You're on my time. And that's
right. Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna sit around waiting for like any guest. I don't care who it is. If someone's like stringing us along and making us, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah,
it's
this
like
is serious business. This isn't a game, guys.
Yeah, this is not
serious.
a game.
This is a YouTube stream. Take us seriously. Respect this. All right.
Either come on and do blood sports or don't. Like, there's no in between.
I mean, respects. He stayed. Yes, someone in the chat said he did stay for 3 hours here. Yeah, respects to that.
Sure.
But
well, he's black. He's not like he has anywhere to go.
Yeah, not to work or anything. Maybe a basketball game. Am I right?
Andy, that's a bit far, don't you think?
What?
That's a bit racist.
Okay.
He didn't drink, guys. All right. Let me keep pounding. Brandon Wallace with the 2,000 yen. I don't even know what that is.
Ask your co-host.
Yeah. You're a hoppa. What is that? He said, Joe Sakana. To Joe Sakana, he kept asking what is white, and now after Spencer, he's starting to act like he thinks race is a legitimate thing. He's going to start saying race is real and act like he believed it the whole time. We also got one here. Move, Idaho, Montana. We are taking over. Buy cheap land. Thank you, Rusty Shackelford. All right, let me get back on these. Come on, Andy. Not all SJWs called you Nazis. Jeez.
Yeah, not all. Who cares? They call us racist and blah, blah, blah. Like, fucking calm down. They don't like us. Okay, is that okay?
Right.
Wait, by the way, Sargon even said, oh, SCWs always call me Nazi. And I pop on and I say Nazi. He goes, they didn't call me Nazi. Yeah, but they fucking hate you. You fucking, now I'm angry. Now I'm actually pissed.
We need a Worski versus Sargon. But he of course, he would never agree to that.
Oh, he'd be whining the whole time. Oh, Andy. And they'd be like, whenever I make a point.
Yeah, I think some good memes are going to come out of this of Andy, maybe Andy and Anglin just delivering the kill shot to Sargon.
I still think the Tariq stream. I don't know if you can beat that.
Yeah, Tariq's a guy, man. He's so good.
Hilarious, dude. He was like,
You're
going to execute white people? That's the funniest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's I'm excited because we have we have some good shows coming up. We have on Wednesday, I forgot to tell you guys, Wednesday we have Richard Spencer versus Mike Tokes on Wednesday.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah,
that's gonna
Mike
be
is such a cunt,
dude. It's
gonna be a crazy stream.
It's gonna be the level 22 paladin versus the chat.
I can't wait to get our live streaming back.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. So, and the premise of it is basically the new right versus the alt right. So, We'll probably have some people come on the post show. Hopefully not as many. Dude, everyone was hitting me up. Let me come on, bro. You owe me one. Let me come on. So I sort of let too many people on at the end there. My apologies. But yeah, let me get back to these. All right. Dude, Sargon is such a fag. LOL. Recovering neat. $2. Thank you. Garm93. Sargon is too obsolete to not engage the alt-right further. He will backpedal on this in no time. Russian colluder, $2. How many people is multiculturalism killing?
Not enough.
Caesar did nothing wrong, $5. Sophist of akkad. Recovering neat, $2. Ask England about kissing Negro boys. All right.
That's disgusting. First off, homosexuality is illegal and pedophilia is wrong.
All right. Oliver Bowman with the $2. Yes, get Sam Hyde on. Same for Worski. Yeah, I talked to Sam Hyde. He said he'll eventually come on, but he said he's busy right now. So I'm just waiting for Sam. And we need to find, maybe you guys could come up with a appropriate opponent for him that would make sense, and maybe he'll come on. Doobie with the $20. Why are you cuck-spurging in the comment section of YouTube? No one can read your shit, I promise. When you could be debating in the largest fucking political server on Discord, get in here. Discord link. Thank you. Divine Voice with the 20. Daily Stormer, the world's #1 Sargon fan site. Fucky Sucky Jam Tits. With 5 pounds. Love you, Sargon. Daily Stormer, #1 Sargon fan site. Secret Genius, $10. Sargon has zero moral authority to complain about the alt-right after mocking the concept of white genocide for years. Diamond News. Hey, Baked, please invite Mr. Medicare to postgame. We did that. Christopher Paul's on. He doesn't want to tell you. I think he's referring to Sargon's secret plan. What? Okay, that's it. I'm done with this guy. Recovering Neat, $2. Next Level Delusion, you Nazi scared. Michigan Wave, $8. Thanks, Baked. Interesting times. Garm, 93, 2 pounds. Or I don't know these currencies, dude. Against SJW, but ignores the root of the problems.
That's
Mike, Euro. Okay, cool. Mike with the $5. SJWs and civic cucks both support race, blind immigration, and protected racial minorities. That's a threat. Russian colluder, $5. I look forward to the day when some Muslim chops off Sargon's and V's head.
None of that, guys. Come on.
I don't
no
that.
That's disgusting.
See, I avoid those. I avoid those super chats as well.
Is someone going to clip that now?
Yeah, that's why I avoid those. I'm like,
Okay, live coaching here. My bad. Kuin, Sargon's solution is to make 4 years of videos complaining about blue-haired women. He's outright admitting to not having any sort of plan.
Blue-haired women are hot, though.
They I don't know about that, dude.
Not anymore. SJWs have ruined that. Now I see them and go, oh, they probably hate me because I'm not black enough.
All right, Alexandros. We are the jackboots, faggot. Rusty Shackelford. Sam Hyde debates cuck Sam Hyde, argues both sides. Ooh, that's a pretty good idea. Maybe. Chuck Finks with the $5. Is Sargon going to complete the system of German idealism? Oh, wait, he hates the Germans. Never mind. Recovering Neat, $2. Sargon, sorry, but I think you're a dumb shit. Recovery Anonymous, $2. Alt-right is pressuring Trump to deport dreamers. Justin Mackey, 10 pounds. Sargon, you are not like Robute Gulliman, who took over his city by using strategy. You're a fat, lazy English boy who lies about your own grandparents' heritage.
Fair enough. Tough but true.
Garm 93, bring in Arenheimer. Recovery Anonymous, $5. The alt-right is pressuring Trump GOP to deport dreamers. What are the liberalists doing besides trying to undermine the alt-right? Risky McDanger, question for Sargon. Are children or benefactors of a person who committed a crime of fraud or theft entitled to the spoils of that crime?
I hope so. My kids are going to be poor otherwise.
Sargon is bleeding out subs right now.
Are you? Wait. Share your screen. Share your screen.
Watch. Let me.
No way.
Okay, watch. Feature my screen.
White genocide.
Feature my screen for a second.
Click on Jaworski.
So click my screen for a second.
Okay, I'm clicking on your screen. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wait. So you lost 87 yesterday. He's at 80 today, right? Plus.
Wow.
Then when you look at the live, so it's 80 minus.
Oh, it's going down.
I think I may know.
Right there.
I think I may know why he's not wanting to debate anymore. Right?
Whoa, what?
Oh,
dude.
no. Who just subscribed? You cunt.
Yeah, who? You cunt.
There it goes. We could just do a whole live stream of this.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. I could watch this go down. Wait. Andy, this is amazing that you found this because Sargon was literally just saying, "Oh, it's not like I'm losing subs or anything."
Oh, yeah, I know he's not.
Hey, Sargon, you need to join.
Whoa!
I don't know what you're talking about.
The mass.
Hey, Sargon, if you want to come on my channel, this Baked Alaska guy's kind of like a cuck, but if you want to come on mine, we can.
Imagine 24 hours of this. It's just sinking the entire time. Imagine 24 hours where he's going to be at.
A lot of people who were Sargon fans in your chat were okay. Now it's just,
you're gonna have 0 subs by the end of this stream.
Yeah.
Bro.
So people were bashing me, right? I'm actually curious. Hang on. I'll return to this. Let me see.
Okay.
If I've been hurt at all. Let's see. 124 today, not bad. Plus or minus.
You're going up. Wait, check Big Alaska, check man.
Yeah.
You're on it. Let's check.
This goes to show you. This just goes to show you that we are making an impact, especially in the youth.
All right. Oh my God, yo, 1,000 yesterday. Yeah, congrats.
Check the live.
312 plus. Bro,
look at
that. Hang on. Wait.
Holy fuck.
Hang on. 312 with 27,200. Yeah. Bro, you went up. Hang on.
I went up a lot.
You went up like a fucking 1,000 over the stream.
Hell yeah.
I went up 10K over the stream too, actually.
There it goes.
You went up 1,200 subs.
Wait. Okay, go back to Sargon's.
Oh no. Are you sure?
Yeah, dude.
It was at 63. It was at 63, I think.
Oops, that's mine. Go back again.
Oh
shit! He lost 40.
Wait!
Look, it just keeps going.
It's about to go down to 757,000, bro. Yo, and we're not telling anybody to do it.
No. Everyone, please stop.
Unsubscribe to Sargon.
No. We are not.
Make Alaska unsubscribe to Sargon.
No, we are not endorsing anything like that.
I can't believe you called him a nigger and told everyone to unsubscribe.
No,
I don't know why you did that.
Gas the kikes and gas Sargon's YouTube account.
Whoa, guys, whoa!
Everyone pretend his YouTube is a Jew.
Oh my God!
Well, Andy, come on, that was a bit far, don't you think, Andy?
You know, it is pretty interesting though. It is pretty interesting though the effect that we're having on the youth, and I think that there was a study done, and the top #1 site for that people. From 16 to 21, I think, visit is YouTube. And there's someone actually said that. He said, they were telling me, they were saying, fuck school. That's why we're on YouTube. So
exactly
the fact that.
And personally, I'm just happy that underage girls are 16 to 18 are starting to subscribe to my channel.
Well, the Democratic Party has lost about 20. The Democratic Party lost 20 points in the youth vote.
I'm not so sure about this Paul Town co-host. I mean,
yeah, this guy's a bit unhinged. This Paul Town guy seems a bit of a cock for me.
I might. The chat will need to let me know. Do you want Paul Town or maybe Vince? Maybe Vince would be the better.
Get V on there.
I'll let you know when.
Yeah, V's a whine. He's a woman. That's what he is. He argues like a woman. So like when you target his like insecurity and I feel bad about this. It's like he doesn't have anything to do, so he just leaves.
Well, we're still banned from live streaming on my channel until April. So I'm happy to come on this stream anytime.
Paul Town. Okay, I guess a lot of people like Paul Town.
I'm seeing a lot of kick Paul Town. I gotta say the chat seems pretty smart.
Okay. And then Andy, Vince. Vince, could you throw your email in the chat to Andy?
Yeah, I sent you.
Okay, cool.
Are you alt right, by the way, Vince?
I don't know. I'd let someone else describe me.
Well, we have tomorrow. We got a brown chick named Brownie Girl is her username. Who's actually questioning the ethno state and made and she's gonna be on. So we're looking for someone to challenge her.
Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday. What time?
6:30 p.m. Eastern.
543. I think I should be good for that.
Cool. Yeah, man.
Cool.
For sure.
Hell yeah.
There's my email. I just put it in the chat there. So
perfect.
All right, that'll be a good stream. We have so many
more super chats. One second, I'm gonna throw a pizza in the oven.
Oh,
what do you mean by pizza? What do you mean by
pizza in 3
what do you mean
parentheses?
You mean a kosher pizza or what?
No,
you gotta put it on there. You gotta put it on a roller coaster.
Gonna put a pizza on a.
We know all about your dog whistles, Andy. Don't even try it, man. This is
I swear to God. I was talking to Annika about you, Andy. I was talking to Annika yesterday. I was talking to Annika yesterday about you, and I said that he's coming to our side eventually, sooner or later.
I'm just gonna make that pizza.
I'm glad Annika's around because Annika is making that the older woman's home. She can do that outreach to those ladies, the ones who are kind of sterile.
All right, back to the super chats. All right. So Osser send $5. Sargon cries out as he attacks you. Burger Lord $5. Alt-right is irrelevant, yet Hillary Clinton mentioned them. Sargon, you're just some asshole who makes videos. You do nothing. I actually, real quick, wanted to let Vince, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, yeah.
Yeah,
sorry,
actually.
Trying to fix my mic.
No, it's okay. Yeah, could you respond to that super chat real quick? I think that's a good – we don't have time to respond to all these. There's so many. But that is a good point from Burger Lord. He said alt-right is irrelevant, yet Hillary Clinton mentioned them and did that whole, presentation about them. Sargon, you're just some asshole who makes videos. You do nothing.
That's a good point. Fair, harsh but true.
Are you with us, Vince? I think Vince is frozen.
It was too true. He couldn't handle the truth.
Oh, sorry. We're back. We're back.
Yeah. Did you hear the super chat I read?
You said that the alt-right is irrelevant. He was being sarcastic because he said that Hillary Clinton mentioned them, right?
No. Okay, no. Let me read it again. Sorry, you cut out for a second.
Yeah.
No, Burger Lord said a super chat that Sargon was saying the alt-right was irrelevant, and he said alt-right is irrelevant, yet Hillary Clinton mentioned them and had this whole presentation about them. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it's definitely not irrelevant. Like I was just alluding to before, I said that we're gaining a lot of youth. I mean, we're pulling in the attention of the youth. Like I said, YouTube #1 site for youth visits. Include I think it's second or even #1 over the Google. I think, and as a matter of fact, if I remember the study correctly, in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, the Democratic Party has lost 20 points in the youth vote. And the youth vote is already leaning Republican, is already leaning right wing, and this is only including 1/3 of Generation Z. So just wait until Generation Z includes half of the youth vote about 2024, and we're pulling in their attention. I mean, you saw your stream, 8,500 live viewers. I think it topped. These are all young kids.
It's so 8,500 live viewers, #2 in the world. It's so irrelevant, dude.
But not only that
number up to 8,800.
Not only that, but here's the thing. I was just talking to my daughter. She's 10 years old about this Logan Paul thing because she watches Logan Paul, and I was like, yeah, he got demonetized because he was tasing a dead rat, and she was like, what? But the rat was dead. And she told me this story about his brother tasing another guy on stream, like a live human. She was like, 10-year-old girl. She's like, his brother tased a person, but he can't tase a dead rat. This is what our youth is becoming. Our youth is becoming anti-political correctness.
I think your daughter might be a serial killer, honestly.
Well, they're leaning. It could be. I mean, it could be right, but they're leaning. No, she's actually really nice. She's very well mannered.
Most serial killers are. It's good.
But they're leaning more towards the alt-right because that's what they're resonating with. That's what they're resonating with more is because these conservatives, these civic nationalists, I think that the youth, especially 16, 17, 18-year-old youth who are living in these multicultural cities, are seeing that this civic nationalist kind of standpoint to cure this isn't working, and it hasn't worked for the past 50 years. Because when they think about civic nationalism, they think of like Jeb Bush and like all of these low energy politicians. But where they see the alt-right, they see that we actually, or the alt-right, they actually have, serious cures for these things that are happening in our country. And I think that that's why they resonate with them more.
Right. And yeah, no, I'm just reading this. I've been not being on Twitter has been a gift to me, actually. I'm not like that engaged on the internet. I'm kind of glad that I'm not engaged with everything that's going on.
Basically just like living in a cabin now. He's kind of wandering around.
I literally live in a cabin in Alaska. And
I'll be over there soon.
Yeah. Paul, the co-host, is coming over here. Paul's moving in. But yeah, I'm reading here. It says, Logan Paul, I mean, people are so serious about this. Kicked off his week with a now deleted joke about swallowing Tide Pods on Twitter. Now he tasers a dead rat. No rat comes into my house without being tased. Like,
weren't we talking about tasing people on the stream just earlier?
Yeah. I have a challenge you baked. I was about to agree with you with the Twitter thing, but then you have gems like these, all right? People who meme me, look at this meme right here. They have me and Jeff laughing, and then they change the title to "Reading Anne Frank's Diary."
Anne Frank's the sex icon.
Oh, that is
oh my god, that's funny. Holy shit.
That's
funny. And we're not resonating with the youth. We're irrelevant, right?
Wait, you and JF aren't in the same room, are you?
No, we are. Yeah, he came over.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we're gonna try to do like once a month.
Where is he? He's behind the curtain?
No.
Exposed.
No, he's right there.
No, but wait.
Listen, Andy, it's time you came clean, all right?
This was just one stream. This is just one stream. He's saying he's normally on a different.
No, he lives in Quebec, but he drove 8 hours to do a few interviews, and then he came over, and we.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying that
fair enough.
JF always hides behind that curtain.
No,
I was like, that's kind of weird.
No, that's where we keep the Asian Chris Worski. That's where he is now.
Is that where V lives? Behind that curtain?
So are you going to read through the super chats, or is it just too many?
Dude, there's so many super chats.
Pound through it.
Pound through. Real quick. Okay, Andy does it. I'm going to do it real quick. Andy,
Do I help?
I want help, bro. Read.
All right, screen share for me, and then feature it.
Okay.
I'll pull the JF.
Thank you, Andy. I'm a little winded. I've been on here for a long time. Okay, go ahead.
All right, where are you?
Too long-winded.
Right here. Let me feature
Hosea Manon, $5 answering V. Invoke national pride and loyalty of race and family. $5 New Zealand dollars. Message retracted. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, this is where the stuttering starts. The guitar, $10. V. Your crusade to assure Romanians that they aren't fucking dog shit the white race by acting like they are not the exception is fucking sad. Just get over it, V. You live in a shit country.
That's not true.
Someone's request.
That's not true. Listen, Romanians and Gypsies may be like, you can't really tell the difference, but they're not bad people, you know?
Someone is requesting you do the JF voice while you read these.
Recovering neat, $2. Sargon is going great on his victory lap stream. Kuin, $2. Sargon needs emergency Seofant stream with V. Just Mercy, $2. Me okay, this is ridiculous. Me Caveman, me always tribe. Captain Awesome X, $5. White Americans join Patriot Front to defend your people and your birthright. Bloodandsoil.org. Uncompromising misanthrope. Jesus, $5. British imperialism, inverted ideals of Anglo-Saxon liberty / Germanic law is not what made white people great. LOL. Recovering neat, $2. This probably won't be saying.
That's offensive.
The Nick Hike. but I don't know if that's.
This isn't the Andy race war stream, all right? This is a Baked Alaska stream.
Sorry, it's killing it. Lehman Russ, $2. We have Big Fams and Carry Gun. Work hard, idiots. Why pop $2? Put Jim on the stream.
Here, can you read this green one right there?
Cody Ulsich, $5. Sargon was saying that the stream with him versus Richard reached number 2 was strictly due to him and had nothing to do with the alt-right. LOL. It was number 1, first of all. Oh, this stream. So Sargon's taking all the credit.
Well, no. It says him versus Richard.
Oh,
yeah. So that was talking about your stream.
Yeah, he lost like 800 subs that day.
And he says he's taking credit and saying that it had nothing to do with the alt-right.
Have you seen 4chan?
Bro, I know. Have you seen today's
8chan.
stream, yesterday's stream? I mean, every stream that you're featuring alt-right or race realism topics, they're wildly successful. I mean, it's not even an argument.
Even the Roosh V one wasn't about anything political, and there was articles written about it because it was fucking hilarious.
Right.
Gary Bacchus, $5. Search on YouTube Dr. William Pierce, Lesson of Haiti. Watch the 22-minute video. That's the real shit. They can never truly assimilate. Governor Wallace, $5. Liberalists, alt-right, and Nazbol in the same room, fucking hell baked. A collusion of Lord Verlins, $2. Kick Sargon V has surpassed them. I agree. American Gadfly, $5. I'm having a live stream tonight about UFOs and Phoenix Lights. If you're interested in that, sub to me and follow on Twitter. And I can agree. American Gadfly is a cool dude. Christoph, $2. Press G to gas V. David R, $2. Can we all agree that the kebabs gots to go? Diamond Nig News, $2. Please invite Mr. Medicare Big.
Wow, horrible.
$2. Sargon, Bargon, Bloggin, Bleggin. Unity Mitford, £5. Look what happened in the UK. The government revoked the double jeopardy law instilled in the Magna Carta to retry and prosecute so-called racist murders. Kurt F, $5. Rights don't exist, and Hitler did nothing wrong. Anderson Paladin, $2. The liberalists found their French roots and ran. Pinch a bone, €10. I love everyone on the stream right now. That V and Sargon left. Garb 93, what's up, buddy? €5. Anglin won this, not as eloquent as it could have been, but I guess he was stunned by Sargon's bullshit for the most time. I'm sorry.
That's all I gotta say. I don't want to say anything else. I was just saying England the cook. You can cook.
A truth demon, $5. Get the alternative hypothesis. He can give you a scientific definition for the white race, and he's not alt-right. So Sargon can talk to him, and I do recommend him. He's a cool dude. Recovering Neat, $2. Nick, man, that shit up. A tear in my eye, nigga. Joe Sakana, $10. Baked, you are mad at Sargon for strawmanning and dodging questions. The alt-right does nothing but strawman Sargon and dodge questions. You have double standards. Sargon won.
Yep, 100% true.
You think they strawman all the time?
Yep, that's pretty much all they do.
How?
I think he's being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Pat Chone. I saw that. Sorry, Pat Chone. I apologize. What's his name? He's like, for fuck's sake, it's not.
Wait, we got read this
Black
green
Pete Dragon, €5. Bake tell Andy he's a fag. Hey, that's one of my patrons. I'm supposed to have a chat with you soon. Cancelled.
Oh,
thanks for your money on Patreon, you fucking cunt.
Yeah,
I'm just joking.
All right,
Andy Willpower Worski.
Yeah. Josiah Manon, $5. Joe Sakana can't see the woods from the trees. The alt-right will Quinn win the culture war. Politics is downstream from culture. TikTok. Kurt F, $5. Sargon is a pseudo-intellectual faggot who is too retarded to explain what he believes well enough to make sense. Also, rights don't exist. Recovering Neat, $2, 1488. Recovering Neat, $2. Hey, yo, anyone, sir, where I left my keys at, yo? Problematic White Knight, 2, $5. Second most used language in Nashville, Tennessee is Arabic. Bert Bobain, $5. The CDC brought Ebola here, not immigration, you fucking idiot. John Smith, $5. Thank you for the donation. Kurt F, $20. Press 1 to remove every in the South. Recovering Neat, $2. Press 1 for 488. Solvis, $5. Let's just only bring in Middle Easterns and North Africans. They are white under the Census Bureau. Oliver Bowman, $5. You start with the Federal Reserve. Hey, Dahanity? Sorry, it's really blurry right now. My computer.
Hey, Duhanity.
Duhanity. Yeah, it's a little bit blurry right now. $2. We are not Nazis. Stop the LARPing. Joe Sakina, $20. Baked, you say Sargon. The initial question, in my opinion, he answered it. He dodged initially because it is a leading question. Sorry, it's blurry. My answer, yes, whites do have the right to exist. I agree with everything Sargon said. Newton's law, 5 pounds. It's not Andy's fault that that the left are such cowards. Get in the fucking ring, Vadim, you fucking cunt. Running your mouth on Twitter is easy. Joe Sakina.
Who's Vadim? Is that V?
Vadim Newquest, creationist cat. You ever hear him?
No, I don't know.
Him, Sophane, and a bunch of
C word's kind of offensive to women. We don't like that on the stream.
Andy, people are asking, could you do a quick update of Sargon's sub count? Can we get an update on that?
Yep, let's 757.
Oh no, show it.
996.
Show it.
Oh, hang on. I have to move this window.
Move the porn.
Sure,
move the porn hub.
We're in. It went up 1.
The live leak beheadings.
Okay, so let me highlight your video. Okay, so he's effectively lost. Looks like 1,000 subs from that.
Oh shit! My pizza's burning. 1 sec.
Oh shit! Go get your pizza. Okay, I'll keep going on this. All right. Joe Sakana, $5. Andy, you bought into the straw man. Sargon doesn't believe in race. He never argued that in the Spencer stream. It's a straw man the alt-right created. Solvis, $2. Baked, learn from Tonka. He will show you the way. Thank you, man. Recovering me, $5.
And we're good. No burning. Obviously.
Wait. Is it going down still?
Yeah, it went down 2 more, but my pizza's not burning because you know me. I know how to use an oven.
All right. Recovering me, $5. Tariq, the Asians be making jokes. Jared Watt. Josiah Man1. Kaya, stop being a shill. We all watched the stream, and he did. You are fake news. Sargon has no arguments. Blood Raiden, $2. $2 Australia.
The chat's dying right now from my
Chill, Paul Town. This is your first test of being the co-host, and you're.
Oh, am I supposed to read here? I'm illiterate.
No.
1 second. All right. Rusty Shackelford. Oh,
yeah.
What am I doing here?
Go ahead.
Rusty Shackelford, $2. Sam Hyde debates Cuck Sam Hyde, arguing both sides. TGRX 85, CA, I'm not sure what that is, $, $2. Check V's metrics on Social Blade. Don't do that, he's a gypsy. Aiden, $2. Got to get Sam Hyde versus Tim Decker on here. A bald guy creation, $2. Just surrender to individualistism, Senpai, Alaska. Recovering Neat, $2. Press 1 if it feels good to be white. I'm not pressing 1. Cody Ulsh, $5. Sargon was saying that the stream with him versus Richard Spencer reached number 2 was strictly due to him and had nothing to do with the alt-right lol. The syntactical structure of that is messed up. All right.
I feel like we've read these already.
Oh, we read that one. Yeah. So go down to Shattered Philosophy.
All right. Shattered Philosophy, $2. Guess the Romanians caravan war now.
May I ask one thing? Sorry, real fast. At Scrubology, who just tweeted out that funny clip of me saying Hitler did nothing wrong. Can we clip that part where I say I know how to work ovens and put that on Twitter? I'll retweet that.
Oh man.
All right. Nick Naylor, $2. I am Andrew and I accept these charges to my car. Cody Ulsh, $2. Andy, thanks for butchering my last name. LMAO. Glenn, Paul Town, disavow, queer. I can't say that word. Beardson and Ubris. No, I would never say Beardson or Ubris are gay, so I'm not going to do that. Coldy Ulsh, he can't keep getting away with it. Andy, swastika. I'm not sure what that means, but all right. Nick, Rickham, Andy, or for $5, Andy, how long will it take you to cook 6 million pizzas?
Oh,
I don't know.
We damn. Looks like we
hopefully America doesn't intervene.
We pounded through. Oh, we got We got one more. Let's see. How do I? I'm so bad at this.
I'll read it.
I do need work. All right.
Rex Kawodo, $5. Paul Town is my son's hero.
I'm sorry. You really failed as a parent.
Isn't it a lot easier when you have someone helping you with
food? Dude, it's so much easier. Thank you to Paul Town.
No problem, man. This is my honor, man.
And thank you, Andy. Wait, I'm getting. Apparently, they're saying I skipped super chats. I got
well, just send them next time.
$2.
Send the same message.
You skipped super chats. Okay, let me.
Let's start from the beginning. We got to go through it again.
Holy shit! No. Let me. Okay, I already said these. Did I skip some?
I don't think so.
We said this. Bring in Auerheimer. We said the Hillary one. That's.
I think they're trying to troll you. They're trying to get under your skin. They're trying to mess with your head.
Actually, I don't. I think. Oh, I think we didn't read.
Oh yeah, you missed that Tef Pattern. I know Tef.
Okay.
Tef Pattern has an awesome channel, by the way.
All right, let me read some of these. Tef Pattern, $10. That's why Sargon deflected to immigration when asked about UK with cultural imperialism, but then admits SJWs control the UK. What he proposes is already destined for failure. Coward and fraud. Recovering Neat, $2. Where are my keys? I'm so high right now. Recovering Neat, another $2. Sargon, you're just not a retard as you think you are. Rational Fear, $10. No message. Thank you, buddy. Blood Raiden, Gas Sargon, Kick V, Asmodor now. Unity Midford, £5. Knife crime in the UK is dominated by Black Street roadmen in London as well. You know, Sargon. Just look at the new Nike advert. Mr. Spoopy Skatal, $5. Remove V. Bloody Pelican, $5. To many people in the stream, I want to hear England and Sargon. LM, $2. Romanians are seeking money, not brown people. V. LOL. Josiah Manon, $5. Answering V. Invoke national pride and loyalty of race and family. $5. Anonymous. Retracted. Thank you. The Fixer. Wait.
We read that, yeah.
I think we.
That's where we read from.
Yeah. Okay, we missed a couple there. Sorry about that, guys. I wasn't trying to
down. I'll scroll down slowly.
We
got a few. We got like one or two more when you were reading those.
Oh, okay. All right. So let's see. At the bottom, we got BBQ Beers, $2. Hashtag Dingo Twitter. Hail victory.
Recovering Neat, $2. Where are my keys? I'm so high right now.
Check your car.
I'm too long. Wow. Or $2. Did the debate already happen or what? Yeah, you missed it.
Whoa, we're getting more.
Stat Bell.
Just keep on sending the money, guys.
Super Chats, Recovering Neat, Baked. Are you my dad? No, this is what I always do. I stop sharing screen, and then anything else that's donated, I go sorry, and I just move on.
Yeah. Nicholas Dalheim, $2. Wow, I love these streams. Josh the Remover, $1.
Unity Mitford said that I missed her declaration of love, and I didn't miss it. I just didn't say it because I wanted to keep it secret, between us.
Oh, DMs, send those dudes.
All right, wow. How long was this stream? I think this was like 5 hours or something.
3.5, 4.
Not long enough.
5 hours. 5 hours.
Okay, we got more. We keep getting more when I.
Don't read it.
Okay. Last one.
Oliver Keg, $5. Bring on Pastor Anderson to discuss the JQ. You want
All
Pastor
right.
Anderson.
Thank you. Who's Pastor Anderson and what's the JQ? We don't know about that stuff. Yeah.
Thank you, Powder Keg.
Viewers are not.
I'm so winded. They want me to do a 24-hour stream.
Your viewers are throwing money at you, so you know what kind of people they aren't.
What do you mean, Andy?
What do you mean by that?
Andy, what are you talking about?
Speaking of which, my pizza's still in the oven.
No.
What?
Wait. Okay.
Andy, it's time to grow up. Please, we're adults here.
Wait, I do need to show this. Okay, we got another one. Wait, this is we got two more actually. And dude, thank you everyone, by the way. You guys are super nice. This is how I make my income, so I do appreciate you guys a lot. Stelbell, $2. You still skipped my previous one. It was super serious. Okay, I'll go look up for your other one. And Nicholas Dalhelm, another $5 with no message. Thank you so much, Nicholas. I appreciate it. All right, Stelbell, you skipped super chats. Andy, bro, what the fuck, man?
When Andy goes on the stream, all of a sudden the Jewish stars got posted in the chat and race war stuff.
I gotta find Stelbell. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Stelbell, $5. Are you hiding a double chin under your beard, baked? LOL, JK, you're pretty cool. I just like making fun of beards.
Fair enough.
Thank you. No, I'm not hiding anything under the beard. If you don't know about Alaska, it's fucking cold here. It's actually like it's been like -4 degrees, so that's why. Oh wait, I do see some. I missed here too.
Don't worry about them. Next stream, they can send more money next stream.
No, real quick. Paul Town, don't deny our love from Unity Midford.
Okay, I won't.
Andy Show Tits. Big Spaghetti, $2. Pee on Jason Eastman. 20-second Nomad. Please, Alaska Warski, look at Oxford debate format. So apparently there's like an official debate format. I guess I could look at it. I do need. Well, I don't really like to have things like you have 1 minute and 30 seconds timer. Now, I think that's kind of lame. I like people to just have natural conversations. But I guess the problem is when you get someone like Sargon that just deflects the whole time and like won't debate, then yeah, maybe we do need to have a timer for some of the more serious ones. I don't know. That's a good idea. I'll look into that. Emma Fletcher, $2. Go lift, get swole. Looks like we already got these ones.
No, you can't tamper with the blood sports. Putting timers is not blood sports.
That's true. That's true.
What I mean?
Yeah, we're not doing some like official university debate here. This is
a new era.
New era, 2018. I mean, I love
real life.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. This isn't the university with the cucks and the SJWs. This is real life. This is blood sports. This is
you don't hit number 2. You hit number 2 for being all professional, right?
Boring. Yeah,
exactly.
It would be boring to do it that way.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. Video Skeleton with the $5. Sargon Tragedy Trilogy. Part 1, Sargoy of a Cuck vs. Spencer. Part 2, Sargon of Death Squad N-word Meltdown. Part 3, Sarsoy of My Wife's Son versus Führer Baked Alaska. Hey, that is not a bad trilogy. What do you say, Andy?
I like it. I'll watch it. I like it.
All right. Hans Kruger with the $2. Hi ho, the Dario, sir. Blunderbuss with the $5. Saskatchewan White Farmer Gerald Stanley acquitted in race trial. Trudeau is pissed off. Time too longer. $2. Was the 38-minute video the debate? What a waste. Thank you for the money, dude. Coley, and by the way, I gotta say, my favorite super chats are the ones telling me, hating on me or telling me I'm a waste. I'm like, thank you for your money. It's actually much sweeter when you hate on me. Pay me to hate on me. I love it. Coldy Olsh, $2. Show Bob's and Vagine. Nicholas Dahlhelm.
Come on, guys. Grow up, guys.
Another $2. You guys are really nice today. Oh my gosh. It keeps coming in. Trample the weak, hurdle the dead. $5. Individualism. You can't remove this tapeworm because it has the same individual rights as you. Thank you, buddy. Ryan M with the $10.
Hurry up, quick.
Thanks. Good stream. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan M is been a loyal Baked Fam dude for a while. I really appreciate it, buddy. Recovering Neat with the $2. Guys, stop sending them money now. ZZN. All right. So, sorry, we got another one. If they keep coming in, I'm going to keep reading them. Thank you guys. So, God Hates Feds, $10. Check out Caucasian Tales by Paul Town on SoundCloud.
Don't do that. That guy's a bad guy. He's not a good guy.
Okay, we got another one. I told you I'm going to keep reading them here. We still have holy shit. We still have 3,000 live viewers. This is awesome. You guys are. I love you guys. And make sure I gotta shill real quick while I'm reading.
It's not gonna end.
No. I gotta.
I pound through these last ones.
Wait. Okay, hold up. Before I pound through these, I gotta shill my merch real quick. Andy, I actually want to send you a hat, Andy.
Yeah. Andy, he wants your docs. Don't do it.
Check this out, Andy. Would you? It's on the screen. So we got these new camo hats.
Hide your link.
Wait.
Scroll your Google Hangouts down a little bit.
Too late. It's over. It's over now.
Minimize the fucking window,
What am I doing?
Minimize the
There we
window.
go.
Oh shit!
Let's end it quick.
It's over. Let's end the stream.
Before someone, someone's gonna type it out.
Someone's gonna jump the.
Wait. I hope no one saw that.
Well, let's wrap it up here.
Stream and pause it.
All right. So as I'm wrapping up here, I'm dealing with a high stress situation with my cold-blooded analysis.
BakedAlaska.tv and okay, Andy, pound through these stats. Please get us out of here, Andy. Please. It starts right here.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Anthem, a groiper, $2. Without African migration, Israel will not survive. Carl M, $2. Paul Town is gay. Nicholas Dalham, $2. Thank you. Felgering Phoenix, $2. Hey Andy, is Chris in that oven? Yes, he is. Joey DK, $2. Show feet. Hi Dahani, $5. You can never leave baked. Garm 93, €20. Hail victory, LOL. Todd McKinley, what's up, you piece of garbage? Stop the white niggers from burning down Blatemore. Read super chats. Josiah Manon, $2. Shills in the chat, get the ovens first. Melissa, $5. Do you think Anglin is single? Recovering neat, $2. Word the women at. Totally not troll, 10 PLN. Paul Town with hearts around it. Gabriel Lopez, $5.
Thank you.
Got Gabriel Lopez. I wasn't stuttering there. That was what he wrote. Tom Espenshade, $10. I challenge baked to Chilcoots. Dodo Sweden, 20 sec.
What's Chilcoot? What does that mean?
I have no idea.
All right.
20 sec. Someone touched my spaghetti. Andrew M, $2. All these super chats are revenge for yesterday. Nicholas Dalem, $2. There you go.
Awesome.
We're done. No more super chats. If you send super chats,
stop sharing the screen. Stop sharing it.
Okay, I stopped the screen.
If anything comes in, leave it alone.
Just stop sending us money, please, guys.
Okay.
Please, we just want to sleep.
Send money, but we're not going to read it.
If anyone sends money, I can't read it unless it's above $20. How about that?
Every man has his price. Now, Andy, I have a question for you. Since we're wrapping up, I'm gonna get a pizza. I'm just wondering what type of pizza I should get tonight.
I got myself Canadian lovers, bacon strips, bacon chunks, pepperoni, and a lot of cheese.
Oh, that's pretty good. That sounds really good. I'll probably get bacon and chicken, maybe some buffalo chicken, and then some jalapenos on that. I like the spicy stuff,
Someone said
kosher.
Your co-host is a bitch.
That's not very nice.
Yeah, that's not very nice.
Just grow up, people.
Bro Town, you gotta get like JF. He's in the dark corner with in this little.
Oh, I'm in a dark corner.
I'm in a box or something. What is he? I don't know but you need to do video. You can't.
I will do a video. Don't worry. I would have done it this time, but I just have duct tape over my webcam at the moment because I'm afraid of the FBI kind of spying on me.
Right.
So, but I'll have it. I got a nice white wall. As long as I don't get kicked out of the apartment for just noise complaints and stuff. I should be good.
It doesn't need to look nice. You can literally be in a little corner or something.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be great, man. It's gonna blow your mind.
You're gonna wear that little gas mask though, right?
The little anime mask. I'll switch it up for the stream, depending on my mood. It'll be like a mood ring.
Okay, before we go here, oh my God, Dude,
Tom
okay, I gotta show this, man.
$50 from Tom Espenshade with no comment, just some love.
Dude, thank you so much, Tom Espenshade. $50. I love you, Tom. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate that, buddy. And then
Good job, Tom.
Since I'm here, I'm going to have to read this next one. FJ
Please don't.
Cthulhu. Paul is a tryhard. Get rid of him. Ooh.
Oh man.
True.
Those are fighting words.
By the way, I saw someone in your chat.
Right.
Kronos, Kronos.
Oh yeah, he's awesome.
Go subscribe to his channel. He actually has already made 6 clips of your
hell yeah
episode.
Yes,
here.
Go subscribe to Kronos.
He takes my show, your show, Kumite, the best of Mike Enoch's show, Mike Enoch rather, sorry, and he makes the best of clips. So Kronos, that's for you, boy.
Yeah. One more super chat. Andrew M says, "Fuck you for yesterday baked. Great stream." So, okay, Andy, I'm sorry to my fans. I forgot to read the super chats on the last.
Sickening.
Is it really sickening?
You texted me. I was like drunk when I saw it.
I felt bad.
I didn't read super chats and everyone's yelling at me, Andy. What do I do? I'm like, nothing. Just fucking live in your ridiculousness.
Dude, okay, so here's the thing. I sort of forgot, and then also I was like, it was Jared Taylor versus Tariq, and it was such a good.
No.
What?
You did not forget. Me and Mr. Mediker were sitting in here, and you're like, "All right, guys, see you later. I'm gonna read some super chats." And then 5 minutes later, I'm getting DMs from people like, "Fucking big," without reading any super chats. I'm like, shit. How do you forget? He literally just told me to read super chats live.
I forgot, dude.
I know you panicked. Sorry. It's okay, man.
I panicked. It was such a good show. I didn't want to ruin anything. People are saying I skipped earlier ones from today. What?
Don't worry about it.
Wait. Okay, one more. Dan Benji for $2 baked. Are you ready for Paul to ruin the show? All right. Okay.
I think so.
So to make up for yesterday, we got one. Garm 93, Hail Victory. To make up for yesterday, we spent extra time on the super chats today. Okay, are we even, guys? Can you forgive me? I will never do it again. And also, I was going to ask you, Andy. So England sent me like a text, and he was like, "Hey, can I trim the end of this off so people can share just the debate?" Do you do that or
no? I never do that.
Okay.
Just tell him to, when he shares the debate, the moment England leaves, they just stop watching. But okay. I think for people who donated, like a lot of a reason, I read Elephant had to run. So buy the Red Elephant. I'll talk to him soon. But no, for people who donate, like a big part of the show is the connection between you and the audience. And if you were to trim off the end, in my opinion, is disrespectful.
Cucking out. Okay.
Just tell him to maybe put a timestamp when the debate ends. Because I was asked that by a few people, and I say no. I always say no. So,
yeah, the connection is the big part, and also it's like that's why people like Sargon and stuff, like, they built their audience, and now they're losing it because you can tell, like, when he came on here, he didn't care what people were saying. He had his own little agenda, and people, if you're just like watching some retard speak for 4 hours who obviously doesn't care what you're thinking or obviously doesn't like give any thought to it, you're not gonna want to like pay attention.
Dude, that's the sad thing, man. I genuinely am trying to tell Sargon like what he's missing out on, and it would take, like, if it would just snap in his head and he would just like chill the fuck out, man. Like, just humble himself out and just listen. I know he thinks everyone's trolling him and all that. I've been there, but like, if a million people,
he has an ego now. Like,
there might be some good critiques that are coming your way if the entire chat is saying it, because obviously there were Sargon fans in here as well. It's not just my fans or England's fans.
They're all your fans now.
Any critique you have of him, he's just like, oh, and he always just like friggin' freaks out. Yeah, it's a little bit too much ego. It's so annoying.
But yeah, that's why I was saying before. That's why I brought up that he's making $8,000 on Patreon, not because I'm like jealous or anything like that. I'm just saying when you're making that level of money, you have a responsibility to your fan base to just be real with them and to be, like you said before, like admit your faults. Like I admit, yeah, I didn't read the super chats yesterday. I'm sorry. And I'm not the best moderator all the time, but I'm working on it. And I've been booking really good shows that I think my audience will enjoy. I mean, you can ask Andy. I've been like behind the scenes, like stressing out, like working really hard to make good content for you guys. But I think that's what people want. They just want honesty. They don't want a perfect person or anything like that. They just want honesty and like a little bit of humility. That's it.
Yeah, if I can do it, anyone can.
And that's worth something.
Really? So what is your, if you can do it, anybody can. Did you like grow up in the slums or something?
Oh, I dropped out of school, grew up with a horrific stutter.
Wow.
Like out of college. I finished high school, went to college for a few years, and then dropped out. Had a horrific stutter, went years of therapy. I have a stutter because I was abused when I was a kid. Not the smartest, person on the block.
I think
you're good. You're smart.
I think you're super smart, man.
I'm smart with what an audience wants, and I know what entertains people, and I'm very, I'm not like book smarts, but I'm very like media smart, and then that's why JF and I make a good team because he's more like book smart, whereas I know about the audience, and I think it's a good combo. So if I can do it, just everyone has to just work at it, but you're doing an awesome job, man.
Dude, thank you, man. That's really inspiring, Andy. And I didn't know about like your childhood and all that. That's crazy. That sucks. But I'm really glad that you've turned that into a good thing. And I have not really a similar story, but a lot of people told me like, you're never gonna make it. You're never gonna be successful. You're irrelevant. Especially after the Charlottesville thing, they were like, you're done. Like, I wish you fucking die. I hope you go blind. And so it does feel good to just be real about like what you're doing, and then to have that start to take off. It's a good feeling, and I definitely cannot do it without all the support I get out there. So, and thank you, Warski. You're an inspiration to me, for real. I don't want to get all sappy on you, but you are.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it, man. And calmed off the white just threw you $10.
Hey, hell yeah. Thank you, Get Off the White. I mean, the thing I really gravitated to you about, Andy, was that you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck, not in the sense where you're like, oh, fuck everyone, and you're like not some like crazy rebel, but in the sense that whatever you want to do, you actually do it, man. And you don't worry about, so many people in this world right now are like, oh, I don't want to have this guy on because this website's going to write an article about me and they're going to think this or that. And you have the same view as I do, which is, who cares what someone thinks about you or is going to write about you? If you have the intention in your heart that you want to do something, you want to talk to somebody, you want to have a conversation, you want to have a blood sports or whatever it is, if your intentions are pure, if you're right, then that's all that matters, dude. And
that's the thing is, dude, you have to like, I mean, I bitched about people complaining about me, but I'm never like, oh, I'm going to stop doing what I do. I've said some things like, oh, fuck off or whatever. But I'll never snap to the point where I'm going to bend over and take it. At a certain point on Twitter, someone's just like, why are you even debating the alt-right? And there's a buddy of mine, and I'm like, dude, people find it entertaining. He's like, I don't find it entertaining. I'm like, the 8,000 people watching beg to differ. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
like, back to the show.
I've had people say that to me too, and I'm like, well, you're not my target audience. You're not even one of my fans. So if you don't like it, don't watch. It's that simple. Couple more super chats, then we're gonna wrap this thing up. And thank you, Andy, seriously, for spending all this time on the stream.
Yeah, we need it this time, folks.
I owe you one. I owe you. So let me know when you want me to come on a stream. I will pound through the super chats. And
I'll let you know when I have to come. When you have to come.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh my God! No!
I bring the comedy.
Come on, guys, grow up, Andy. Grow up.
All right. Okay. Real quick, let me finish these. We just got a couple more, then we're gonna finish. This sounds gay. Then I'm gonna finish. Stop it.
Finishing
Stop
comment.
it.
Fuck yeah.
I gotta lay down the law here. No more gay stuff. No more gay stuff, guys. Come on.
Shade, $5. Don't cuck out on Choku Charlie's. Okay, so that's actually a bar in Alaska. So send me an email, bakedalaskacomedy@gmail.com. Maybe I could go hang out or something. I don't drink, so in a way I am cucking out. And I don't know if you're a communist trying to kill me. So if you could somehow verify who you are or something. Garm93, 10 euros. Paul Town, antagonizing V to such a degree is justification enough for him being on Bake's show.
I didn't do that. I was just asking him some questions. He just freaked out. I don't know what happened. I'm kind of retarded. I don't know what's going on.
I think he's saying that like as a good thing. Like you.
Oh, okay.
That you triggered V so hard that's like justification for you to be the co-host. So actually,
I didn't mean to trigger him. I was just trying to ask him. Can
we have Paul Town versus V? Can we do that?
I don't know if he'll come on. He probably won't. Honestly, he wouldn't even do it. And, I would do it.
DM me instead of he would only jump back on if there was no trolling.
Oh, if there's no Paul Town is what he meant.
Yeah.
All right.
Fair enough.
Gandalf the White, $10. Carl Kenner, $5 Australian. Really great stream, Baked. I love these debates. Thank you. Mimbrele 2 with the $5. I missed the stream. Fuck. Gandalf the White with another $2. Be warriors for truth and free and open debate. All right, so that concludes the super chat pounding for the evening. I would like to thank my co-hosts, Paul Town and Mr. Andy Worski for helping out with the super chats and for everything. It was truly an amazing evening.
Thank you very much, Baked.
Anything else you have to add, gentlemen?
Fire up that moment.
Brittany Venti, DM me. Brittany Venti, you're my queen, my mud queen. DM me. I love you.
All right, guys. The next Baked Alaska show is Worski. When's your next show? Tomorrow,
6:30 p.m. Eastern, and then next week we also got a good one. Halsey, the Jewish conservative, versus Mike Enoch. Oh boy,
that's gonna be spicy.
That'll be good.
Yo, that's gonna be a fucking spicy one. Follow me on Twitter at Andy Worski.
I would keep you all up. I would love to come on the post show for that.
Yeah, totally, man. I'll fucking throw you an invite.
Hell yeah. And then so my next show is Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and it's the new right versus the alt right, and we have Richard Spencer versus Mike Tokes. And if you don't know who Mike Tokes is, he's the guy who came in during the stream. The level 22 paladin. So there's some great memes about that. But I'm excited to see Mike, love him or hate him, Mike Tokes came in with a high energy. He came in hot. So I think that's going to make for a great stream. I love you guys as always. God bless. I give the glory to God and USA Christian stream. Build the wall. Trump 2020.
Support them all.
All right, let's go.